Book 4, Preface, and Chapter 1 of On the Education of an Orator. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. Book 4, Preface. I have now, my dear Marcellus Victorius, completed the third book of the work which I have dedicated to you, and have nearly finished a quarter of my task, and am confronted with a motive for renewed diligence and increased anxiety as to the judgment which it may be found to deserve. For up to this point, we were merely discussing rhetoric between ourselves, and, in the event of our system being regarded as inadequate by the world at large, were prepared to content ourselves with putting it into practice at home, and to confine ourselves to the education of your son and mine. But now Domitianus Augustus has entrusted me with the education of his sister's grandsons, and I should be undeserving of the honor conferred upon me by such divine appreciation, if I were not to regard this distinction as the standard by which the greatness of my undertaking must be judged. For it is clearly my duty to spare no pains in molding the character of my august pupils, that they may earn the deserved approval of the most righteous of censors. The same applies to their intellectual training, for I would not be found to have disappointed the expectations of a prince preeminent in eloquence as in all other virtues. But no one is surprised at the frequency with which the greatest poets invoke the Muses, not merely at the commencement of their works, but even further on, when they have reached some important passage, and repeat their vows and utter fresh prayers for assistance. Assuredly, therefore, I may ask indulgence for doing what I omitted to do when I first entered on this task, and calling to my aid all the gods and himself before them all, for his power is unsurpassed, and there is no deity that looks with so much favor upon learning, beseeching him to inspire me with genius in proportion to the hopes that he has raised in me, to lend me propitious and ready aid, and make me even such as he has believed me to be. And this, though the greatest, is not the only motive for this act of religious devotion, but my work is of such a nature that, as it proceeds, I am confronted with greater and more arduous obstacles than have yet faced me. For my next task is to explain the order to be followed in forensic cases, which present the utmost complication and variety. I must set forth the function of the exordium, the method of the statement of facts, the cogency of proofs, whether we are confirming our own assertions or refuting those of our opponents, and the force of the peroration, whether we have to refresh the memory of the judge by a brief recapitulation of the facts, or to do what is far more effective, stir his emotions. Some have preferred to give each of these points separate treatment, fearing that if they undertook them as a whole, the burden would be greater than they could bear, and consequently have published several books on each individual point. I have ventured to treat them all together, and foresee such infinite labor that I feel weary at the very thought of the task I have undertaken. But I have set my hand to the plough, and must not look back. My strength may fail me, but my courage must not fail. Chapter 1. The commencement, or exordium, as we call it in Latin, is styled a proem by the Greeks. This seems to me a more appropriate name, because, whereas we merely indicate that we are beginning our task, they clearly show that this portion is designed as an introduction to the subject on which the orator has to speak. It may be because oime means a tune, and players on the lyre have given the name of proem to the prelude which they perform to win the favor of the audience before entering upon the regular contest for the prize, that orators before beginning to plead make a few introductory remarks to win the indulgence of the judges. Or it may be because oimos in Greek means a way, that the practice has arisen of calling an introduction a proem. But in any case, there can be no doubt that by proem we mean the portion of a speech addressed to the judge before he has begun to consider the actual case. And it is a mistaken practice which we adopt in the schools of always assuming in our exordia that the judge is already acquainted with the case. This form of license arises from the fact that a sketch of the case is always given before actual declamation. Such kinds of exordia may, however, be employed in the courts when a case comes on for the second time, but never or rarely on the first occasion, unless we are speaking before a judge who has knowledge of the case from some other source. The sole purpose of the exordium is to prepare our audience in such a way that they will be disposed to lend a ready ear to the rest of our speech. The majority of authors agree that this is best effected in 3 ways: by making the audience well disposed, attentive, and ready to receive instruction. I need hardly say that these aims have to be kept in view throughout the whole speech, but they are especially necessary at the commencement, when we gain admission to the mind of the judge in order to penetrate still further. As regards goodwill, we secure that either from persons connected with the case or from the case itself. Most writers have divided these persons into 3 classes: the plaintiff, the defendant, and the judge. This classification is wrong, for the exordium may sometimes derive its conciliatory force from the person of the pleader. For, although he may be modest and say little about himself, yet, if he is believed to be a good man, this consideration will exercise the strongest influence at every point of the case. For thus, he will have the good fortune to give the impression not so much that he is a zealous advocate, as that he is an absolutely reliable witness. It is therefore preeminently desirable that he should be believed to have undertaken the case out of a sense of duty to a friend or relative, or, even better, if the point can be made, by a sense of patriotism, or at any rate some serious moral consideration. No doubt it is even more necessary for the parties themselves to create the impression that they have been forced to take legal action by some weighty and honorable reason, or even by necessity. But just as the authority of the speaker carries greatest weight, if his undertaking of the case is free from all suspicion of meanness, personal spite, or ambition, so also we shall derive some silent support from representing that we are weak, unprepared, and no match for the powerful talents arrayed against us, a frequent trick in the exordia of Messala. For men have a natural prejudice in favor of those who are struggling against difficulties, and a scrupulous judge is always specially ready to listen to an advocate whom he does not suspect to have designs on his integrity. Hence arose the tendency of ancient orators to pretend to conceal their eloquence, a practice exceedingly unlike the ostentation of our own times. It is also important to avoid giving the impression that we are abusive, malignant, proud, or slanderous toward any individual or body of men, especially such as cannot be heard without exciting the disapproval of the judges. As to the judge, it would be folly for me to warn speakers not to say or even hint anything against him, for the fact that such things do occur. Our opponent's advocate will sometimes provide us with material for our exordium. We may speak of him in honorific terms, pretending to fear his eloquence and influence, with a view to rendering them suspect to the judge. Or occasionally, though very seldom, we may abuse him, as Asinius did in his speech on behalf of the heirs of Urbinia, where he includes among the proofs of the weakness of the plaintiff's case the fact that he had secured Labienus as his advocate. Cornelius Celsus denies that such remarks can be considered as belonging to the exordium on the ground that they are irrelevant to the actual case. Personally, I prefer to follow the authority of the greatest orators and hold that whatever concerns the pleader is relevant to the case, since it is natural that the judges should give readier credence to those to whom they find it a pleasure to listen. The character of our client himself may, too, be treated in various ways. We may emphasize his worth, or we may commend his weakness to the protection of the court. Sometimes it is desirable to set forth his merits, when the speaker will be less hampered by modesty than if he were praising his own. Sex, age, and situation are also important considerations, as, for instance, when women, old men, or wards are pleading in the character of wives, parents, or children. For pity alone may move even a strict judge. These points, however, should only be lightly touched upon in the exordium, not run to death. As regards our opponent, he is generally attacked on similar lines, but with the method reversed. For power is generally attended by envy, abject meanness by contempt, guilt and baseness by hatred, three emotions which are powerful factors to alienate the goodwill of the judges. But a simple statement will not suffice, for even the uneducated are capable of that. Most of the points will require exaggeration or extenuation as expediency may demand. The method of treatment belongs to the orator, the points themselves belong to the case. We shall win the goodwill of the judge not merely by praising him, which must be done with tact and in an artifice common to both parties, but by linking his praise to the furtherance of our own case. For instance, in pleading for a man of good birth, we shall appeal to his own high rank. In speaking for the lowly, we shall lay stress on his sense of justice, on his pity in pleading the cause of misfortune, and on his severity when we champion the victims of wrong, and so on. I should also wish, if possible, to be acquainted with the character of the judge, for it will be desirable to enlist their temperaments in the service of our case, where they are such as are like to be useful, or to mollify them, if they are like to prove adverse, just according as they are harsh, gentle, cheerful, grave, stern, or easy-going. It will, however, sometimes happen that the judge is hostile to us and friendly to our adversaries. Such cases demand the attention of both parties, and I am not sure that the party favored by the judge does not require to handle the situation with even more care than his opponent. For perverse judges have sometimes a preposterous tendency to give judgment against their friends or in favor of those with whom they have a quarrel, and of committing injustice merely to avoid the appearance of partiality. Again, some have been judges in cases where their own interests were involved. I note, for instance, in the books of observations published by Septimius, that Cicero appeared in such a case, while I myself, when I appeared on behalf of Queen Berenice, actually pleaded before her. In such cases, we must be guided by the same principles that I have laid down above. The opponent of the judge will emphasize his confidence in the justice of his client's cause, while the advocate of his interests will express the fear that the judge may be influenced by a quixotic delicacy. Further, if the judge is thought to have come into court with a prejudice in favor of one side, we must try to remove or strengthen that prejudice as circumstances may demand. Again, occasionally we shall have to calm the judge's fears, as Cicero does in the Promilone, where he strives to persuade them not to think that Pompey's soldiers have been stationed in the court as a threat to themselves. Or it may be necessary to frighten them, as Cicero does in the Varians. There are two ways of bringing fear to bear upon the judges. The commonest and most popular is to threaten them with the displeasure of the Roman people, or the transference of the juries to another class. The second is somewhat brutal, and is rarely employed, and consists in threatening them with a prosecution for bribery. This is a method which is fairly safe with a large body of judges, since it checks the bad and pleases the good members of the jury, but I should never recommend its employment with a single judge, except in the very last resort. But if necessity should drive us to such a course, we must remember that such threats do not come under the art of oratory, any more than appeals from the judgment of the court, though that is often useful, or the indictment of the judge before he gives his decision. For even one who is no orator can threaten or lay an information. If the case affords us the means of winning the favor of the judge, it is important that the points which seem most likely to serve to our purpose should be selected for introduction into the exordium. On this subject, Virginius falls into error, for he asserts that Theodorus lays down that some one reflection on each individual question that is involved by the case should be introduced into the exordium. As a matter of fact, Theodorus does not say this, but merely that the judge should be prepared for the most important of the questions that are to be raised. There's nothing to object to in this rule, save that he would make it of universal application, whereas it is not possible with every question, nor desirable in every case. For instance, seeing that the plaintiff's advocate speaks first, and that, till he has spoken, the judge is ignorant of the nature of the dispute, how is it possible for us to introduce reflections relating to all the questions involved? The facts of the case must be stated before that can be done. We may grant that some questions may be mentioned, for that will sometimes be absolutely necessary. But can we introduce all the most important questions, or in other words, the whole case? If we do, we shall have completed our statement of facts within the limits of the exordium. Again, if, as often happens, the case is somewhat difficult, surely we should seek to win the goodwill of the judge by other portions of our speech sooner than thrust the main questions upon him in all their naked harshness before we have done anything to secure his favor. If the main questions ought always to be treated at the beginning of a speech, we might dispense with the exordium. We shall then occasionally introduce certain points from the main questions into the exordium, which will exercise a valuable influence in winning the judge to regard us with favor. It is not necessary to enumerate the points which are likely to gain us such favor, because they will be obvious as soon as we have acquainted ourselves with the circumstances of each dispute, while in view of the infinite variety presented by cases, it is out of the question to specify them here. Just, however, as it is in the interest of our case to note and amplify these points, so it is also to rebut, or at any rate lessen, the force of anything that is damaging to our case. Again, our case may justify an appeal to compassion with regard to what we have suffered in the past, or are likely to suffer. For I do not share the opinion held by some that the exordium and the peroration are to be distinguished by the fact that the latter deals with the past, the former with the future. Rather, I hold that the difference between them is this. In our opening, any preliminary appeal to the compassion of the judge must be made sparingly and with restraint, while in the peroration we may give full rein to our emotions, place fictitious speeches in the mouths of our characters, call the dead to life, and produce the wife or children of the accused in court, practices which are less usual in exordia. But it is the function of the exordium not merely to excite the feelings to which I have alluded, but to do all that is possible to show that our opponent's case is not deserving of them. It is advantageous to create the impression, not merely that our fate will be deserving of pity if we lose, but that our adversary will be swollen with outrageous insolence if he proves successful. But exordia are often drawn from matters which do not, strictly speaking, concern either cases or the person involved, though not unrelated to either. In such relation to persons stand not only wives and children of whom I have just spoken, but also relations, friends, and at times districts and states, together with anything else that is like to suffer injury from the fall of the client whom we defend. As regards external circumstances which have a bearing on the case, I may mention time, which is introduced in the exordium of the Procailio, place, in the Prodeotaro, the appearance of the court, in the Promilone, public opinion, in the Verines, and finally, as I cannot mention all, the ill repute of the law courts and the popular expectation excited by the case. None of these actually belong to the case, but all have some bearing on it. Theophrastus adds that the exordium may be drawn from the speech of one's opponent, as that of the Proctesifonte of Demosthenes appears to be, where he asks that he may be allowed to speak as he pleases and not to be restricted to the form laid down by the accuser in his speech. Confidence often labors under the disadvantage of being regarded as arrogance. But there are certain tricks for acquiring goodwill, which, though almost universal, are by no means to be neglected, if only to prevent their being first employed against ourselves. I refer to rhetorical expressions of wishing, detestation, entreaty, or anxiety. It keeps the judge's attention on the alert if he is led to think the case novel, important, scandalous, or likely to set a precedent, still more if he is excited by concern for himself or the common weal, when his mind must be stirred by hope, fear, admonition, entreaty, and even by falsehood, if it seems to us that it is likely to advance our case. We shall also find it a useful device for wakening the attention of our audience, to create the impression that we shall not keep them long, and intend to stick closely to the point. The mere fact of such attention undoubtedly makes the judge ready to receive instruction from us, but we shall contribute still more to this effect if we give a brief and lucid summary of the case which he has to try. In so doing, we shall be following the method adopted by Homer and Virgil at the beginning of their poems. For, as regards the length of the exordium, it should be propound rather than expound, and should not describe how each thing occurred, but simply indicate the points on which the orator proposes to speak. I do not think a better example of this can be found than the exordium to the Procluentio of Cicero. I have noted, judges, that the speech for the prosecution was divided into two parts. Of these, the first seemed to rest and, in the main, to rely on the odium, now inveterate, arising from the trial before Junius, while the other appeared to touch, merely as a matter of form and with a certain timidity and diffidence, on the question of the charge of poisoning, though it is to try this point that the present court has been constituted in accordance with the law. All this, however, is easier for the defender than the prosecutor, since the latter has merely to remind the judge, while the former has to instruct him. Nor shall any authority, however great, induce me to abandon my opinion that it is always desirable to render the judge attentive and ready to receive instruction. I am well aware that those who disagree with me urge that it is to the advantage of a bad case that its nature should not be understood. But such lack of understanding arises not from inattention on the part of the judge, but from his being deceived. Our opponent has spoken, and perhaps convinced him we must alter his opinion, and this we cannot do unless we render him attentive to what we have to say and ready to be instructed. What are we to do then? I agree to the view that we should cut down, depreciate, and deride some of our opponent's arguments, with a view to lessening the attention shown him by the judge, as Cicero did in the Proligario. For what was the purpose of Cicero's irony, save that Caesar should be induced to regard the case as presenting only old familiar features, and consequently to give it less attention? What was his purpose in the Procailio, save to make the case seem far more trivial than had been anticipated? It is, however, obvious that of the rules which I have laid down, some will be applicable to one case and some to another. The majority of writers consider that there are 5 kinds of causes: the honorable, the mean, the doubtful or ambiguous, the extraordinary, and the obscure, or, as they are called in Greek, endoxon, adoxon, amphidoxon, paradoxon, and dysparakoluteton. To these, some would add a 6th, the scandalous, which some again include under the heading of the mean, others under the extraordinary. The latter name is given to cases which are contrary to ordinary expectation. In ambiguous cases, it is specially important to secure the goodwill of the judge. In the obscure, to render him ready to receive instruction. In the mean, to excite his attention. As regards the honorable, the very nature of the case is sufficient to win the approval of the judge. In the scandalous and extraordinary, some kind of palliation is required. Some therefore divide the exordium into 2 parts, the introduction and the insinuation, making the former contain a direct appeal to the goodwill and attention of the judge. But, as this is impossible in scandalous cases, they would have the orator on such occasions insinuate himself little by little into the minds of his judges, especially when the features of the case which meet the eye are discreditable, or because the subject is disgraceful, or such as to meet with popular disapproval, or again, if the outward circumstances of the case are such as to handicap it or excite odium, as for instance when a patron appears against a client, or a father against a son, or pity, as when our opponent is an old or blind man or a child. To save the situation, the rhetoricians lay down a number of rules at quite inordinate length. They invent fictitious cases and treat them realistically on the lines which would be followed in actual pleading. But these peculiar circumstances arise from such a variety of causes as to render classification by species impossible, and their enumeration, save under the most general heads, would be interminable. The line to be adopted will, therefore, depend on the individual nature of each case. As a general principle, however, I should advise the avoidance of points which tell against us, and concentrate on those which are likely to be of service. If the case itself is weak, we may derive help from the character of our client. If his character is doubtful, we may find salvation in the nature of the case. If both are hopeless, we must look out for something that will damage our opponent. For, though it is desirable to secure as much positive goodwill as possible, the next best thing is to incur the minimum of actual dislike. Where we cannot deny the truth of facts that are urged against us, we must try to show that their significance has been exaggerated, or that the purpose of the act was not what is alleged, or that the facts are irrelevant, or that what was done may be atoned for by penitence, or has already been sufficiently punished. It is consequently easier for an advocate to put forward such pleas than for his client, since the former can praise without laying himself open to the charge of arrogance, and may sometimes even reprove him with advantage to the case. At times, like Cicero in his defense of Rabirius Postumus, he will pretend that he himself is strongly moved, in order to win the ear of the judge, and to give the impression of one who is absolutely convinced of the truth of his cause, that so his statements may find all the readier credence whether he defends or denies the actions attributed to his client. Consequently, it is of the first importance, wherever the alternative is open to us, to consider whether we are to adopt the character of a party to the suit or of an advocate. In the schools, of course, we have a free choice in the matter, but it is only on rare occasions that a man is capable of pleading his own case in the actual courts. When we are going to deliver a declamation on a theme that turns largely on its emotional features, we must give it a dramatic character suited to the persons concerned. For emotions are not transferable at will, nor can we give the same forcible expression to another man's emotions that we should give to our own. The circumstances which call for insinuation arise also in cases where the pleading of our opponent has made a powerful impression on the minds of the judges, or where the audience whom we have to address are tired. The first difficulty we shall evade by promising to produce our own proofs, and by eluding the arguments of our opponents. The second, by holding out hopes that we shall be brief, and by the methods already mentioned for capturing the attention of the judges. Again, an opportune display of wit will often restore their flagging spirits, and we may alleviate their boredom by the introduction of entertaining matter derived from any source that may be available. It will also be found advantageous to anticipate the objections that may be raised by our opponent, as Cicero does when he says, "I know that some persons are surprised that one who, for such a number of years, has defended so many and attacked none, should have come forward as the accuser of Verres." He then goes on to show that the accusation which he has undertaken is really a defense of the allies, an artifice known as prolepsis, or anticipation. Although this is at times a useful device, some of our declaimers employ it on practically every occasion, on the assumption that one should always start with the order thus reversed. The adherents of Apollodorus reject the view stated above, to the effect that there are only 3 respects in which the mind of the judge requires to be prepared, and enumerate many others relating to the character of the judge, to opinions regarding matters which, though outside the case, have still some bearing on it, to the opinion current as to the case itself, and so on ad infinitum. To these they add others relating to the elements of which every dispute is composed, such as persons, deeds, words, motives, time and place, occasions, and the like. Such views are, I admit, perfectly correct, but are covered by one or other of the 3 classes which I have mentioned, for if I can secure goodwill, attention, and readiness to learn on the part of my judge, I cannot see what else I ought to require. Even fear, which perhaps may be thought more than anything else to lie outside the considerations I have mentioned, secures the attention of the judge and deters him from favoring our opponent. It is not, however, sufficient to explain the nature of the exordium to our pupils. We must also indicate the easiest method of composing an exordium. I would therefore add that he who has a speech to make should consider what he has to say, before whom, in whose defense, against whom, at what time and place, under what circumstances he has to speak. What is the popular opinion on the subject? What the prepossessions of the judge are likely to be, and finally, of what we should express our deprecation or desire. Nature herself will give him the knowledge of what he ought to say first. Nowadays, however, speakers think that anything with which they choose to start is a proem, and that whatever occurs to them, especially if it be a reflection that catches their fancy, is an exordium. There are, no doubt, many points that can be introduced into an exordium which are common to other parts of a speech, but the best test of the appropriateness of a point to any part of a speech is to consider whether it would lose effect by being placed elsewhere. A most attractive form of exordium is that which draws its material from the speech of our opponent, if only for the reason that the fact of its not having been composed at home, but having been improvised on the spot to meet the needs of the case, increases the orator's reputation for natural talent by the readiness with which it is produced, and carries conviction owing to the simple and ordinary language in which it is clothed. As a result, even although the rest of the speech has been committed to writing and carefully elaborated, the whole of the speech will be often regarded as extempore, simply because its commencement is clearly not the result of private study. Indeed, a certain simplicity in the thoughts, style, voice, and look of the speaker will often produce so pleasing an effect in the exordium that even in a case where there is no room for doubt, the confidence of the speaker should not reveal itself too openly. For, as a rule, the judge dislikes self-confidence in a pleader, and conscious of his rights tacitly demands the respectful deference of the orator. No less care must be taken to avoid exciting any suspicion in this portion of our speech, and we should therefore give no hint of elaboration in the exordium, since any art that the orator may employ at this point seems to be directed solely at the judge. But to avoid all display of art in itself requires consummate art. This admirable canon has been insisted on by all writers, though its force has been somewhat impaired by present conditions, since in certain trials, more especially those brought on capital charges or in the centumviral court, the judges themselves demand the most finished and elaborate speeches, think themselves insulted unless the orator shows signs of having exercised the utmost diligence in the preparation of his speech, and desire not merely to be instructed, but to be charmed. It is difficult to preserve the happy mean in carrying this precept into effect, but by a skillful compromise it will be possible to give the impression of speaking with care, but without elaborate design. The old rule still holds good, that no unusual word, no overbold metaphor, no phrase derived from the lumber rooms of antiquity or from poetic license should be detected in the exordium. For our position is not yet established, the attention of the audience is still fresh, and imposes restraint upon us. As soon as we have won their goodwill and kindled their interest, they will tolerate such freedom, more especially when we have reached topics whose natural richness prevents any license of expression being noticed in the midst of the prevailing splendor of the passage. The style of the exordium should not resemble that of our purple patches, nor that of the argumentative and narrative portions of the speech, nor yet should it be prolix or continuously ornate. It should rather seem simple and unpremeditated, while neither our words nor our looks should promise too much. For a method of pleading which conceals its art and makes no vain display, being, as the Greeks say, anepiphatos, will often be best adapted to insinuate its way into the minds of our hearers. But in all this we must be guided by the extent to which it is expedient to impress the minds of the judges. There is no point in the whole speech where confusion of memory or loss of fluency has a worse effect, for a faulty exordium is like a face seamed with scars, and he who runs his ship ashore while leaving port is certainly the least efficient of pilots. The length of the exordium will be determined by the case. Simple cases require a short introduction only, longer exordia being best suited to cases which are complicated, suspect, or unpopular. As for those who have laid it down as a law applying to all exordia that they should not be more than 4 sentences long, they are merely absurd. On the other hand, undue length is equally to be avoided, lest the head seem to have grown out of all proportion to the body, and the judge should be wearied by that which ought to prepare him for what is to follow. The figure which the Greeks call apostrophe, by which is meant the diversion of our words to address some person other than the judge, is entirely banned by some rhetoricians as far as the exordium is concerned, and for this they have some reason, since it would certainly seem to be more natural that we should specially address ourselves to those whose favor we desire to win. Occasionally, however, some striking expression of thought is necessary in the exordium, which can be given greater point and vehemence if addressed to some person other than the judge. In such a case, what law or what preposterous superstition is to prevent us from adding force to such expression of our thought by the use of this figure? For the writers of textbooks do not forbid it because they regard it as illicit, but because they think it useless. Consequently, if its utility be proved, we shall have to employ it, for the very reason for which we are now forbidden to do so. Moreover, Demosthenes turns to address Aeschines in his exordium, while Cicero adopts the same device in several of his speeches, but more especially in the Proligario, where he turns to address Tubero. His speech would have been much less effective if any other figure had been used, as will be all the more clearly realized if the whole of that most vigorous passage You are then in possession, Tubero, of the most valuable advantage that can fall to an accuser, etc., be altered so as to be addressed to the judge. For it is a real and most unnatural diversion of the passage, which destroys its whole force, if we say, Tubero is then in possession of the most valuable advantage that can fall to an accuser. In the original form, Cicero attacks his opponent and presses him hard. In the passage, as altered, he would merely have pointed out a fact. The same thing results if you alter the turn of the passage in Demosthenes. Again, did not Sallust, when speaking against Cicero himself, address his exordium to him and not to the judge? In fact, he actually opens with the words, I should feel deeply injured by your reflections on my character, Marcus Tullius, wherein he followed the precedent set by Cicero in his speech against Catiline, where he opens with the words, How long will you continue to abuse our patience? Finally, to remove all reason for feeling surprise at the employment of apostrophe, Cicero, in his defense of Scaurus on a charge of bribery, the speech is to be found in his notebooks, for he defended him twice, actually introduces an imaginary person speaking on behalf of the accused, while in his Prorabirio and his speech in the defense of this same Scaurus on a charge of extortion, he employs illustrations, and in the Procluentio, as I have already pointed out, introduces division into heads. Still, such artifices, although they may be employed at times to good effect, are not to be indulged in indiscriminately, but only when there is strong reason for breaking the rule. The same remark applies to simile, which must however be brief, metaphor, and all the tropes, all of which are forbidden by our cautious and pedantic teachers of rhetoric, but which we shall none the less occasionally employ, unless indeed we are to disapprove of the magnificent example of irony in the Proligario, to which I have already referred a few pages back. The rhetoricians have, however, been nearer the truth in their censure of certain other faults that may occur in the exordium. The stock exordium, which can be suited to a number of different cases, they style vulgar. It is an unpopular form, but can sometimes be effectively employed, and has often been adopted by some of the greatest orators. The exordium, which might equally well be used by our opponent, they style common. That which our opponent can turn to his own advantage, they call interchangeable. That which is irrelevant to the case, detached. And that which is drawn from some other speech, transferred. In addition to these, they censure others as long and others as contrary to rule. Most of these faults are, however, not peculiar to the exordium, but may be found in any or every portion of a speech. Such are the rules for the exordium, wherever it is employed. It may, however, sometimes be dispensed with, for occasionally it is superfluous if the judge has been sufficiently prepared for our speech without it, or if the case is such as to render such preparation unnecessary. Aristotle, indeed, says that with good judges the exordium is entirely unnecessary. Sometimes, however, it is impossible to employ it, even if we desire to do so, when, for instance, the judge is much occupied, when time is short or superior authority forces us to embark upon the subject right away. On the other hand, it is at times possible to give the force of an exordium to other portions of the speech. For instance, we may ask the judges in the course of our statement of the facts or of our arguments to give us their best attention and goodwill, a proceeding which Prodicus recommended as a means of wakening them when they begin to nod. A good example is the following. Gaius Varenus, he who was killed by the slaves of Ancarius, I beg you, gentlemen, to give me your best attention at this point. Further, if the case involves a number of different matters, each section must be prefaced with a short introduction, such as, listen now to what follows, or, I now pass to my next point. Even in the proof, there are many passages which perform the same function as an exordium, such as the passage in the Procluentio where Cicero introduces an attack on the censors, and in the Promurena when he apologizes to Servius. But the practice is too common to need illustration. However, on all occasions when we have employed the exordium, Whether we intend to pass to the statement of facts or direct to the proof, our intention should be mentioned at the conclusion of the introduction, with the result that the transition to what follows will be smooth and easy. There is indeed a pedantic and childish affectation in vogue in the schools of marking the transition by some epigram and seeking to win applause by this feat of legerdemain. Ovid is given to this form of affectation in his Metamorphoses, but there's some excuse for him, owing to the fact that he is compelled to weld together subjects of the most diverse nature so as to form a continuous whole. But why necessity is there for an orator to gloss over his transitions or to attempt to deceive the judge, who requires, on the contrary, to be warned to give his attention to the sequence of the various portions of the speech? For instance, the first part of our statement of the facts will be wasted if the judge does not realize that we have reached that stage. Therefore, although we should not be too abrupt in passing to our statement of facts, it is best to do nothing to conceal our transition. Indeed, if the statement of fact on which we are about to embark is somewhat long and complicated, we shall do well to prepare the judge for it, as Cicero often does, most notably in the following passage. The introduction to my exposition of this point will be rather longer than usual, but I beg you, gentlemen, not to take it ill. For if you get a firm grasp of the beginning, you will find it much easier to follow what comes last. This is practically all that I can find to say on the subject of the exordium. End of section 1. Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 1 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 1. It is a most natural and frequently necessary proceeding that after preparing the mind of the judge in the manner described above, we should indicate the nature of the subject on which he will have to give judgment. That is the statement of facts. In dealing with this question, I shall deliberately pass over the divisions made by certain writers who make too many classes and err on the side of subtlety. For they demand an explanation dealing not only with the facts of the case which is before the court, but with the person involved, as in the sentence, Marcus Lollius Palicanus, a Pisantine of humble birth, a man gifted with loquacity rather than eloquence, or of the place where an incident occurred, as in the sentence, Lampsacus, gentleman, is a town situated on the Hellespont, or of time at which something occurred, as in the verse, in early spring, when on the mountains hoar the snows dissolve, or of the causes of an occurrence, such as the historians are so fond of setting forth when they explain the origin of a war, a rebellion, or a pestilence. Further, they style some statements of fact complete and others incomplete, a distinction which is self-evident. To this, they add that our explanation may refer to the past, which is, of course, the commonest form, the present, for which compare Cicero's remarks about the excitement caused among the friends of Chrysogonus when his name was mentioned, or of the future, a form permissible only to prophets, for hypotyposis or picturesque description cannot be regarded as a statement of facts. However, let us pass to matters of more importance. The majority regard the statement of facts as being indispensable, but there are many considerations which show that this view is erroneous. In the first place, there are some cases which are so brief that they require only a brief summary rather than a full statement of the facts. This may apply to both parties to a suit, as for instance in cases where there is no necessity for explanation, or where the facts are admitted and the whole question turns on a point of law, as it so often does in the centumviral court, as for example when we discuss whether the heir of a woman who has died intestate should be her son or brother, or whether puberty is to be reckoned by age or by physical development. The same situation arises also in cases where the facts admit of full statement, but are well known to the judge or have been correctly set forth by a previous speaker. Sometimes again, the statement of facts can be dispensed with only by one party, who is generally the plaintiff, either because it is sufficient for him to make a simple summary of the case, or because it is more expedient for him to do so. It may, for instance, suffice to say, I claim repayment of a certain sum of money which was lent on certain conditions, or I claim a legacy in accordance with the terms of the will. It is for the other party to explain why these sums are not due to the plaintiff. Again, it is sometimes sufficient and expedient to summarize a case in one sentence, such as, I say that Horatius killed his sister. For the judge will understand the whole charge from this simple affirmation. The sequence of events and the motive for the deed will be matters for the defense to expound. On the other hand, in some cases, the accused may dispense with the statement of facts, when for instance the charge can neither be denied nor palliated, but turn solely on some point of law. The following case will illustrate my meaning. A man who has stolen from a temple money belonging to a private individual is accused of sacrilege. In such a case, a confession will be more seemly than a full statement of facts. We do not deny that the money was taken from the temple, but the accuser is bringing a false accusation in charging my client with sacrilege, since the money was not consecrated but private property. It is for you to decide whether under these circumstances sacrilege has been committed. While, however, I think that there are occasional cases where the statement of facts may be dispensed with, I disagree with those who say that there is no statement of facts when the accused simply denies the charge. This opinion is shared by Cornelius Celsus, who holds that most cases of murder and all of bribery and extortion fall into this class, for he thinks that the only statement of facts is that which gives a general account of the charge before the court. Yet, he himself acknowledges that Cicero employed the statement of facts in his defense of Rabirius Postumus, in spite of the fact that Cicero denies that any money came into the hands of Rabirius, and this was the question at issue, and gives no explanation relating to the actual charge in his statement of facts. For my part, I follow the very highest authorities in holding that there are two forms of statement of facts in forensic speeches, the one expounding the facts of the case itself, the other setting forth facts which have a bearing on the case. I agree that a sentence such as, I did not kill the man, does not amount to a statement of facts. But there will be a statement of facts, occasionally too a long one, in answer to the arguments put forward by the accuser. It will deal with the past life of the accused, with the causes which have brought an innocent man into peril, and other circumstances such as show the charge to be incredible. For the accuser does not merely say you killed him, but sets forth the facts proving his assertion. Tragedy will provide an example, where Teucer accuses Ulysses of murdering Ajax, and states that he was found in a lonely place near the lifeless body of his enemy, with a blood-stained sword in his hands. To this, Ulysses does not merely reply that he did not do the deed, but adds that he had no quarrel with Ajax, the contest between them having been concerned solely with the winning of renown. He then goes on to say how he came to be in the lonely place, how he found Ajax lying lifeless and drew the sword from the wound. But even when the accuser says, you were found on the spot where your enemy was killed, and the accused says, I was not, a statement of facts is involved, for he must say where he was. Consequently, cases of bribery and extortion will require as many statements of this kind as there are charges. The charges themselves will be denied, but it will be necessary to counter the arguments of the accuser, either singly or altogether, by setting forth the facts in quite a different light. Is it, I ask you, irrelevant for one accused of bribery to set forth his parentage, his past life, and the services on which he relied for success in his candidature? And if a man is indicted for extortion, will it not be to his advantage to set forth not merely his past record, but also the reasons which have made the whole province, or the accuser, or a witness hostile to himself? If these are not statements of fact, neither is the first portion of Cicero's defense of Cluentius, beginning with the words Aulus Cluentius habitus, for there he says nothing about the charge of poisoning, but confines himself entirely to setting forth the reasons for the hostility of Cluentius' mother to her son. There are also statements which do not set forth the facts of the case itself, but facts which are nonetheless relevant to the case. The speaker's purpose may be to illustrate the case by some parallel, as in the passage in the Variants about Lucius Domitius, who crucified a shepherd because he admitted that he had used a hunting spear to kill the boar which he had brought him as a present. Or he may desire to dispel some charge that is irrelevant to the case, as in the passage of the speech for Rabirius Postumus, which runs as follows. For, when he came to Alexandria, gentlemen, the only means of saving his money which the king suggested to Postumus was that he should take charge of the royal household, and act as a kind of steward. Or the orator may desire to heighten the effect of his charges, as Cicero does in his description of the journey of Verres. Sometimes a fictitious statement is employed, either to stir the emotions of the judges, as in that passage of the Proroscio Amerino dealing with Chrysogonus, to which I referred just recently, or to entertain them with a show of wit, as in the passage of the Procluentio describing the brothers Cipasius. Sometimes again, a digression may be introduced to add beauty to the speech, as in the passage about Proserpine in the Variants, beginning, "It was here that a mother is once said to have sought her daughter." All these examples serve to show that he who denies a charge may not necessarily refrain from stating, but may actually state that very fact which he denies. Even the assertion which I made above to the effect that a statement of facts familiar to the judge is superfluous is not to be taken too literally. My meaning is that it may be dispensed with if the judge knows not merely what has been done, but takes a view of the facts which is favorable to our case. For the purpose of the statement of facts is not merely to instruct, but rather to persuade the judge. Therefore, when we desire to influence him in some way or other, although he may require no instruction, we shall preface our statement with some such remarks as these: "I know that you are aware of the general nature of the case, but I trust you will not take it ill if I ask you to consider each point in detail." At times again, we may pretend that we are repeating the facts for the benefit of some new member of the jury. At times, that we do so with a view to letting every bystander as well realize the gross unfairness of our opponent's assertions. Under these circumstances, our statement must be diversified by a free use of figures to avoid wearying those to whom the facts are familiar. We shall, for instance, use phrases such as, "You remember." It may perhaps be superfluous to dwell on this point. "But why should I say more, as you are well acquainted with the fact?" "You are not ignorant how this matter stands," and so on. Besides, if we are always to regard as superfluous a statement of facts made before a judge who is familiar with the case, we may even go so far as to regard it as superfluous at times to plead the case at all. There is a further question which is still more frequently raised, as to whether the statement of facts should always follow immediately on the exordium. Those who hold that it should always do so must be admitted to have some reason on their side. For, since the purpose of the exordium is to make the judge more favorably disposed and more attentive to our case and more amenable to instruction, and since the proof cannot be brought forward until the facts of the case are known, it seems right that the judge should be instructed in the facts without delay. But the practice may be altered by circumstances, unless it is contended that Cicero, in his magnificent published defense of Milo, delayed his statement too long by placing 3 questions before it, or unless it is argued that, if it had been held to be impermissible to defend a man at all who acknowledged that he had killed another, or if Milo's case had already been prejudged and condemnation passed by the Senate, or if Gnaeus Pompeius, who in addition to exerting his influence in other ways had surrounded the court with an armed guard, had been regarded with apprehension as hostile to the accused, it would have served his case to set forth how Claudius had set an ambush for Milo. These 3 questions, then, served the purpose of an exordium, since all of them were designed to prepare the minds of the judges. Again, in the Provareno, Cicero delayed the statement of facts until he had first rebutted certain allegations put forward by the prosecution. This may be done with advantage whenever we have not merely to rebut the charge, but to turn the tables on our opponents. Thus, after first rebutting the charge, we make our statement of facts the opening of an incrimination of the other party, just as in actual fighting we are most concerned to parry our adversary's blows before we strike him ourselves. There will also not infrequently be certain cases in which it is easy to rebut the charge that is under trial, but the conduct of which is hampered by the past life of our client and the many and serious crimes which he has committed. We must dispose of these first, in order that the judge may give a favorable hearing to our defense of the actual facts which form the question at issue. For example, if we have to defend Marcus Cilius, the best course for his advocate to adopt will be to meet the imputations of luxury, wantonness, and immorality which are made against him before we proceed to the actual charge of poisoning. It is with these points that the speech of Cicero in his defense is entirely concerned. Is he then to go on to make a statement about the property of Paula and explain the whole question of rioting, a charge again which Cilius has already defended himself in the speech which he delivered on his own behalf? We, however, are the victims of the practice of the schools, in accordance with which certain points or themes, as we call them, are put forward for discussion, outside which our refutation must not go, and consequently a statement of facts always follows the exordium. It is this too that leads declaimers to take the liberty of inserting a statement of facts even when they speak second for their side. For when they speak for the prosecution, they introduce both a statement of facts, as if they were speaking first, and a refutation of the arguments for the defense, as if they were replying. And they are right in so doing, for since declamation is merely an exercise in forensic pleading, why should they not qualify themselves to speak either first or second? Those, however, who do not understand the reason for such a practice, think that when they appear in the courts, they should stick to the custom of the schools with which they have become familiar. But even scholastic rhetoricians occasionally substitute a brief summary for the full statement of the facts. For what statement of the case can be made when a wife is accusing a jealous husband of maltreating her, or a father is indicting his son-turned cynic before the censors for indecent behavior? In both cases, the charge can be sufficiently indicated by one word placed in any part of the speech. But enough of these points. I will now proceed to the method to be adopted in making our statement of facts. The statement of facts consists in the persuasive exposition of that which either has been done or is supposed to have been done, or, to quote the definition given by Apollodorus, is a speech instructing the audience as to the nature of the case in dispute. Most writers, more especially those of the Isocratian school, hold that it should be lucid, brief, and plausible, for it is of no importance if we substitute clear for lucid, or credible or probable for plausible. I agree with this classification of its qualities, although Aristotle disagrees with Isocrates on one point, and pours scorn on his injunction to be brief, as though it were necessary that a statement should be either long or short, and it were impossible to hit the happy mean. The followers of Theodorus, on the other hand, recognize only plausibility on the ground that it is not always expedient that our exposition should be either short or clear. It will be necessary, therefore, for me to devote some care to the differentiation of the various features of this portion of a speech, in order that I may show under what circumstances each is specially useful. The statement will be either wholly in our favor or wholly in that of our opponent, or a mixture of both. If it is entirely in our own favor, we may rest content with the three qualities just mentioned, the result of which is to make it easier for the judge to understand, remember, and believe what we say. Now, I should regret that anyone should censure my conduct in suggesting that a statement which is wholly in our favor should be plausible, when, as a matter of fact, it is true. There are many things which are true, but scarcely credible, just as there are many things which are plausible, though false. It will therefore require just as much exertion on our part to make the judge believe what we say when it is true, as it will when it is fictitious. These good qualities which I have mentioned above do not indeed cease to be virtues in other portions of the speech, for it is our duty to avoid obscurity in every part of our pleading, to preserve due proportion throughout, and to say nothing save what is likely to win belief. But they require special observance in that portion of the speech which is the first from which the judge can learn the nature of the case. If at this stage of the proceedings he fails to understand, remember, or believe what we say, our labor is but lost in the remainder of the speech. We shall achieve lucidity and clearness in our statement of facts, first by setting forth our story in words which are appropriate, significant, and free from any taint of meanness, but not, on the other hand, far-fetched or unusual, and secondly, by giving a distinct account of facts, persons, times, places, and causes, while our delivery must be adapted to our matter, so that the judge will take in what we say with the utmost readiness. The latter virtue is disregarded by the majority of speakers who are used to the noisy applause of a large audience, whether it be a chance gathering or an assembly of claqueurs, and consequently are unnerved by the attentive silence of the courts. They feel that they have fallen short of eloquence if they do not make everything echo with noise and clamor. They think that to state a matter simply is suited only to everyday speech, such as falls within the capacity of any uneducated man, while all the time it is hard to say whether they are less willing or less capable of performing a task which they despise on account of its supposed easiness. For even when they have tried everything, they will never find anything more difficult in the whole range of oratory than that which, once heard, all think they would have said, a delusion due to the fact that they regard what has been said as having no merit save that of truth. But it is just when an orator gives the impression of absolute truth that he is speaking best. As it is, when such persons as these get a fair field for stating their case, they select this as the precise occasion for affected modulations of the voice, throwing back their heads, thumping their sides, and indulging in every kind of extravagance of statement, language, and style. As a result, while the speech, from its very monstrosity, meets with applause, the case remains unintelligible. However, let us pass to another subject. My aim is to win favor for pointing out the right road, rather than to give offense by rebuking such perversity. The statement of facts will be brief, if, in the first place, we start at that point of the case at which it begins to concern the judge. Secondly, avoid irrelevance. And finally, cut out everything, the removal of which neither hampers the activities of the judge nor harms our own case. For frequently, conciseness of detail is not inconsistent with length in the whole. Take for instance such a statement as the following. I came to the harbor. I saw a ship. I asked the cost of a passage. The price was agreed. I went on board. The anchor was weighed. We loosed our cable and set out. Nothing could be terser than these assertions, but it would have been quite sufficient to say, I sailed from the harbor. And whenever the conclusion gives a sufficiently clear idea of the premises, we must be content with having given a hint, which will enable our audience to understand what we have left unsaid. Consequently, when it is possible to say, I have a young son, it is quite superfluous to say, being desirous of children, I took a wife. A son was born whom I acknowledged and reared and brought up to manhood. For this reason, some of the Greeks draw a distinction between a concise statement, the word they use is syntomos, and a brief statement, the former being free from all superfluous matter, while the latter may conceivably omit something that requires to be stated. Personally, when I use the word brevity, I mean not saying less, but not saying more than occasion demands. As for repetitions and tautologies and diffuseness, which some writers of textbooks tell us we must avoid, I pass them by. They are faults which we should shun for other reasons beside our desire for brevity. But we must be equally on our guard against the obscurity which results from excessive abridgment, and it is better to say a little more than is necessary than a little less. For though a diffuse irrelevance is tedious, the omission of what is necessary is positively dangerous. We must therefore avoid even the famous terseness of Sallust, though in his case, of course, it is a merit, and shun all abruptness of speech, since a style which presents no difficulty to a leisurely reader flies past a hearer and will not stay to be looked at again. And whereas the reader is almost always a man of learning, the judge often comes to his panel from the countryside and is expected to give a decision on what he can understand. Consequently, we must aim, perhaps everywhere, but above all in our statement of facts, at striking the happy mean in our language. And the happy mean may be defined as saying just what is necessary and just what is sufficient. By just what is necessary, I mean not the bare minimum necessary to convey our meaning, for our brevity must not be devoid of elegance, without which it would be merely uncouth. Pleasure beguiles the attention, and that which delights us ever seems less long, just as a picturesque and easy journey tires us less for all its length than a difficult shortcut through an arid waste. And I would never carry my desire for brevity so far as to refuse admission to details which may contribute to the plausibility of our narrative. Simplify and curtail your statement of facts in every direction, and you will turn it into something more like a confession. Moreover, the circumstances of the case will often necessitate a long statement of facts, in which case, as I have already enjoined, the judge should be prepared for it at the conclusion of the exordium. Next, we must put forth all our art, either to shorten it or to render it less tedious. We must do what we can to make it less long by postponing some points, taking care, however, to mention what it is that we propose to postpone. Take the following as an example. As regards his motives for killing him, his accomplices, and the manner in which he disposed his ambush, I will speak when I come to the proof. Some things indeed may be omitted altogether from our marshalling of the facts. Witness the following example from Cicero. Fulcinius died. There are many circumstances which attended that event, but as they have little bearing on this case, I shall pass them by. Division of our statement into its various heads is another method of avoiding tedium. For example, I will tell you first what preceded the affair, then what occurred in its actual development, and finally you shall hear its sequel. Such a division will give the impression of 3 short statements rather than one long one. At times, it will be well to interrupt our narrative by interjecting some brief remark like the following: "You have heard what happened before, now learn what follows." The judge will be refreshed by the fact that we have brought our previous remarks to a close, and will prepare himself for what may be regarded as a fresh start. If, however, after employing all these artifices our array of facts is still long, it will not be without advantage to append a summary at the end of it, as a reminder. Cicero does this even at the close of a brief statement of facts in the Proligario. To this day, Caesar, Quintus Ligarius is free from all blame. He left his home not merely without the least intention of joining in any war, but when there was not the least suspicion of any war, etc. The statement of facts will be credible if, in the first place, we take care to say nothing contrary to nature. Secondly, if we assign reasons and motives for the facts on which the inquiry turns. It is unnecessary to do so with the subsidiary facts as well. And if we make the characters of the actors in keeping with the facts we desire to be believed. We shall, for instance, represent a person accused of theft as covetous, accused of adultery as lustful, accused of homicide as rash, or attribute the opposite qualities to these persons if we are defending them. Further, we must do the same with place, time, and the like. It is also possible to treat the subject in such a way as to give it an air of credibility, as is done in comedy and farce. For some things have such natural sequence and coherence that, if only the first portion of your statement is satisfactory, the judge will himself anticipate what you have got to say in the later part. It will also be useful to scatter some hints of our proofs here and there, but in such a way that it is never forgotten that we are making a statement of facts and not a proof. Sometimes, however, we must also support our assertions by a certain amount of argument, though this must be short and simple. For instance, in a case of poisoning, we shall say, "He was perfectly well when he drank. He fell suddenly to the ground, and blackness and swelling of the body immediately supervened." The same result is produced by preparatory remarks, such as the following. "The accused is a strong man and was fully armed, while his opponents were weak, unarmed, and suspecting no evil." We may in fact touch on everything that we propose to produce in our proof, while making our statement of facts, as for instance points connected with persons, cause, place, time, the instrument and occasion employed. Sometimes, when this resource is unavailable, we may even confess that the charge, though true, is scarcely credible, and that therefore it must be regarded as all the more atrocious, that we do not know how the deed was done or why, that we are filled with amazement, but will prove our case. The best kind of preparatory remarks are those which cannot be recognized as such. Cicero, for instance, is extraordinarily happy in the way he mentions in advance everything that shows that Claudius lay in wait for Milo, and not Milo for Claudius. The most effective stroke of all is his cunning feint of simplicity. Milo, on the other hand, having been in the Senate all day till the house rose, went home, changed his shoes and clothes, and waited for a short time while his wife was getting ready, as is the way with women. What an absence of haste and premeditation this gives to Milo's proceedings! And the great orator secures this effect, not merely by producing facts which indicate the slow and tardy nature of Milo's departure, but by the use of the ordinary language of everyday speech and a careful concealment of his art. Had he spoken otherwise, his words would by their very sound have warned the judge to keep an eye on the advocate. The majority of readers regard this passage as lacking in distinction, but this very fact merely serves to show how the art, which is scarce detected by a reader, succeeded in hoodwinking the judge. It is qualities of this kind that make the statement of facts credible. If a student requires to be told that we must avoid contradiction and inconsistency in our statement of facts, it will be vain to attempt to instruct him on the remaining points, although some writers of textbooks produce this precept as if it were a mystery only discovered by their own personal penetration. To these three qualities some add magnificence of diction, or megaloprepeia, as they call it. This quality is not, however, suitable to all cases. For what place has language that rises above the ordinary level in the majority of private suits dealing with loans, letting, and hiring, and interdicts? Nor yet is it always expedient, as may be inferred from the passage just cited from the Promilone. We must remember, too, that there are many cases in which confession, excuse, or modification are necessary with regard to our statements, and magnificence is a quality wholly out of keeping with such procedure. Magnificence of diction is therefore no more specially appropriate to the statement of facts than language calculated to excite piety or hatred, or characterized by dignity, charm, or wit. Each of these qualities is admirable in its proper place, but none can be regarded as the peculiar and inalienable property of this portion of the speech. Theodectes asserts that the statement of facts should not merely be magnificent, but attractive in style. But this quality again, though suitable enough to the statement of facts, is equally so in other portions of the speech. There are others who add palpability, which the Greeks call enargeia, and I will not conceal the fact that Cicero himself holds that more qualities are required. For in addition to demanding that it should be plain, brief, and credible, he would have it clear, characteristic, and worthy of the occasion. But everything in a speech should be characteristic and worthy of the occasion as far as possible. Palpability, as far as I understand the term, is no doubt a great virtue when a truth requires not merely to be told, but to some extent obtruded. Still, it may be included under lucidity. Some, however, regard this quality as actually being injurious at times, on the ground that, in certain cases, it is desirable to obscure truth. This contention is, however, absurd. For he who desires to obscure the situation will state what is false in lieu of the truth, but must still strive to secure an appearance of palpability for the facts which he narrates. End of section 2. Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 2 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. A chance turn of the discussion has led us to a difficult type of statement of facts. I will therefore proceed to speak of those in which the facts are against us. Under such circumstances, some have held that we should omit the statement of facts altogether. Nothing can be more easy, except perhaps to throw up the case altogether. But suppose you undertake a case of this kind with some good reason. It is surely the worst art to admit the badness of the case by keeping silence. We can hardly hope that the judge will be so dense as to give a decision in favor of a case which he knows we were unwilling to place before him. I do not, of course, deny that just as there may be some points which you should deny in your statement of facts, others which you should add, and yet again others that you should alter, so there may be some which you should pass over in silence. But still, only those points should be passed over which we ought and are at liberty to treat in this way. This is sometimes done for the sake of brevity, as in the phrase, "He replied as he thought fit." We must therefore distinguish between case and case. In those where there is no question of guilt but only of law, we may, even though the facts be against us, admit the truth. He took money from the temple, but it was private property, and therefore he is not guilty of sacrilege. He abducted a maiden, but the father can have no option as to his fate. He assaulted a freeborn boy, and the latter hanged himself, but that is no reason for the author of the assault to be awarded capital punishment as having caused his death. He will instead pay 10,000 sesterces, the fine imposed by law for such a crime. But even in making these admissions, we may, to some extent, lessen the odium caused by the statement of our opponent. For even our slaves extenuate their own faults. In some cases, too, we may mitigate a bad impression by words which avoid the appearance of a statement of facts. We must say, for instance, he did not, as our opponent asserts, enter the temple with the deliberate intention of theft, nor seek a favorable occasion for the purpose, but was led astray by the opportunity, the absence of custodians, and the sight of the money. And money has always an undue influence on the mind of a man, and so yielded to temptation. What does that matter? He committed the offense and is a thief. It is useless to defend an act to the punishment of which we can raise no objection. Again, we may sometimes go near condemning our client ourselves. Do you wish me to say that you were under the influence of wine? That you made a mistake? That the darkness deceived you? That may be true, but still you committed an assault on a freeborn boy. Pay your 10,000 sesterces. Sometimes we may fortify our case in advance by a preliminary summary, from which we proceed to the full statement of facts. All the evidence points to the guilt of 3 sons who had conspired against their father. After drawing lots, they entered their father's bedroom while he slept, one following the other in the order predetermined, and each armed with a sword. None of them had the heart to kill him. He woke, and they confessed all. If, however, the father, who has divided his estate among them and is defending them when accused of parricide, pleads as follows: "As regards my defense against the law, it suffices to point out that these young men are charged with parricide in spite of the fact that their father still lives and is actually appearing on behalf of his children. What need is there for me to set forth the facts as they occurred, since the law does not apply to them? But if you desire me to confess my own guilt in the matter, I was a hard father to them, and watched over my estate, which would have been better managed by them with miserly tenacity." And if you then should add, "They were spurred to attempt the crime by others who had more indulgent fathers, but the real feelings toward their father have been proved by the result. They could not bring themselves to kill him. It would have been quite unnecessary for them to take an oath to kill him if they had really had the heart to do the deed, while the only explanation of their drawing lots is that each of them wished to avoid the commission of the crime. If such were his pleading, all these pleas would, such as they are, find the judges all the most disposed to mercy, since the brief defense offered in the first summary statement would have paved the way for them. But if the question is whether an act has been committed or what its nature may be, even though everything be against us, how can we avoid a statement of facts without gross neglect of our case? The accuser has made a statement of facts, and has done so not merely in such a way as to indicate what was done, but has added such comments as might excite strong prejudice against us, and made the facts seem worse than they are by the language which he has used. On the top of this have come the proofs, while the peroration has kindled the indignation of the judge and left them full of anger against us. The judge naturally waits to hear what we can state in our behalf. If we make no statement, he cannot help believing that our opponent's assertions are correct and that their tone represents the truth. What are we to do then? Are we to restate the same facts? Yes, if the question turns on the nature of the acts, as it will if there is no doubt about the commission. But we must restate them in a different way, alleging other motives and another purpose, and putting a different complexion on the case. Some imputations we may mitigate by the use of other words. Luxury will be softened down into generosity, avarice into economy, carelessness into simplicity, and I shall seek to win a certain amount of favor or pity by look, voice, and attitude. Sometimes a frank confession is of itself sufficient to move the jury to tears. And I should like to ask those who differ from me whether they are prepared to defend what they have refused to state or no. For if they refuse either to defend or to state the facts, they will be giving away their whole case. If, on the other hand, they do propose to put in a defense, they must at least, as a rule, set forth what they intend to justify. Why then not state fully facts which can be got rid of and must in fact be pointed out to make that possible? Or, again, what difference is there between a proof and a statement of facts, save that the latter is a proof put forward in continuous form, while a proof is a verification of the facts as put forward in the statement? Let us consider, therefore, whether under such circumstances the statement should not be somewhat longer and fuller than usual, since we shall require to make some preliminary remarks and to introduce certain special arguments. Note that I say arguments and not argumentation, while it will add greatly to the force of our defense if we assert not once nor twice that we shall prove what we say is true and that the significance of the facts cannot be brought out by one opening statement, bidding them wait, delay forming their opinions, and hope for the best. Finally, it is important to include in our statement anything that can be given a different complexion from that put upon it by our opponent. Otherwise, even an exordium will be superfluous in a case of this kind. For what is its purpose if not to make the judge better disposed for the investigation of the case? And yet it will be agreed that the exordium is never more useful than when it is necessary to divert the judge from some prejudice that he has formed against us. Conjectural cases, on the other hand, that is to say, questions of fact, require a statement which will more often deal with the circumstances from which a knowledge of the point at issue may be delivered than with the actual point which is under trial. When the accuser states these circumstances in such a manner as to throw suspicion on the case for the defense, and the accused has consequently to dispel that suspicion, the facts must be presented to the judge in quite a different light by the latter. But, it may be urged, some arguments are strong when put forward in bulk, but far less effective when employed separately. My answer is that this remark does not affect the question whether we ought to make a statement of fact, but concerns the question how it should be made. For what is there to prevent us from amassing and producing a number of arguments in the statement, if that is likely to help our cause? Or from subdividing our statement of facts, and appending the proofs to their respective sections, and so passing on to what remains to be said. Neither do I agree with those who assert that the order of our statement of facts should always follow the actual order of events, but have a preference for adopting the order which I consider most suitable. For this purpose, we can employ a variety of figures. Sometimes, when we bring up a point in a place better suited to our purpose, we may pretend that it had escaped our notice. Occasionally, too, we may inform the judge that we shall adhere to the natural order for the remainder of our statement, since by so doing we shall make our case clearer, while at times, after stating a fact, we may append the causes which preceded it. For there is no single law or fixed rule governing the method of defense. We must consider what is most advantageous in the circumstances and nature of the case, and treat the wound as its nature dictates, dressing at once, or, if the dressing can be delayed, applying a temporary bandage. Again, I do not regard it as a crime to repeat a statement of fact more than once, as Cicero does in the Procluentio. It is not merely permissible, but sometimes necessary, as in trials for extortion and all complicated cases, and only a lunatic will allow a superstitious observance of rules to lead him counter to the interests of his case. The reason for placing the statement of facts before the proof is to prevent the judge from being ignorant of the question at issue. Why then, if each individual point has to be proved or refuted, should not each individual point be stated as well? If my own experience may be trusted, I know that I have followed this practice in the courts whenever occasion demanded it, and my procedure has been approved both by learned authorities and the judges themselves, while the duty of setting forth the case was generally entrusted to me. I am not boasting, for there are many with whom I have been associated as counsel who can bring me to book if I lie. On the other hand, this is no reason for not following the order of events as a general rule. Indeed, inversion of the order has at times a most unhappy effect, as, for example, if you should mention first that a woman has brought forth, and then that she has conceived, or that a will has been read, and then that it has been signed. In such cases, if you should happen to have mentioned the later incident, it is better to say nothing about the former, which must quite obviously come first. Sometimes, too, we get false statements of facts. These, as far as actual pleading in the courts is concerned, fall into two classes. In the first case, the statement depends on external support. Publius Claudius, for instance, relied on his witnesses when he stated that he was at Interremna on the night when he committed abominable sacrilege at Rome. The other has to be supported by the speaker's native talent, and sometimes consists simply in an assumption of modesty, which is, I imagine, the reason why it is called a gloss, while at other times it will be concerned with the question at issue. Whichever of these two forms we employ, we must take care, first, that our fiction is within the bounds of possibility, second, that it is consistent with the persons, dates, and places involved, and thirdly, that it presents a character and sequence that are not beyond belief. If possible, it should be connected with something that is admittedly true, and should be supported by some argument that forms part of the actual case. For, if we draw our fictions entirely from circumstances lying outside the case, the liberty which we have taken in resorting to falsehood will stand revealed. Above all, we must see that we do not contradict ourselves, a slip which is far from rare on the part of spinners of fiction. For some things may put a most favorable complexion on portions of our case, and yet fail to agree as a whole. Further, what we say must not be at variance with the admitted truth. Even in the schools, if we desire a gloss, we must not look for it outside the facts laid down by our theme. In either case, the orator should bear clearly in mind throughout his whole speech what the fiction is to which he has committed himself. Since we are apt to forget our falsehoods, there is no doubt about the truth of the proverb that a liar should have a good memory. But, whereas, if the question turns on some act of our own, we must make one statement and stick to it, If it turns on an act committed by others, we may cast suspicion on a number of different points. In certain controversial themes of the schools, however, in which it is assumed that we have put a question and received no reply, we are at liberty to enumerate all the possible answers that might have been given. But we must remember only to invent such things as cannot be checked by evidence. I refer to occasions when we make our own minds speak, and we are the only persons who are in their secret, or put words in the mouth of the dead, for what they say is not liable to contradiction, or again in the mouth of someone whose interests are identical with ours, for he will not contradict, or finally in the mouth of our opponent, for he will not be believed if he does deny. Glosses drawn from dreams and superstitions have long since lost their value, owing to the very ease with which they can be invented. But it will avail us little to use glosses in a statement of facts unless they are consistent throughout the whole of our speech, more especially as certain things can only be proved by persistent assertion. Take for instance the case of the parasite who claims as his son a young man who has been thrice disinherited by a wealthy farmer and thrice restored to his own. He will be able to put forward as a gloss or plea that poverty was the reason why he exposed the child, that he assumed the role of a parasite because his son was in the house in question, and lastly, that the reason why the young man was thrice disinherited was simply that he was not the son of the man who disinherited him. But unless every word that he utters reveals an ardent paternal affection, hatred for his wealthy opponent, and anxiety on behalf of the youth, who will, he knows, be exposed to serious danger if he remains in the house where he is the victim of such dislike, he will be unable to avoid creating the suspicion that he has been suborned to bring the action. It sometimes happens in the controversial themes of the schools, though I doubt whether it could ever occur in the courts, that both sides employ the same gloss and support it on their own behalf. An example of this may be found in the theme which runs as follows. A wife has stated to her husband that her stepson has attempted to seduce her, and that a time and place have been assigned for their meeting. The son has brought the same charge against his stepmother, with the exception that a different time and place are mentioned. The father finds the son in the place mentioned by the wife, and the wife in the place mentioned by the son. He divorces her, and then, as she says nothing in her own defense, disinherits the son. No defense can be put forward for the son which is not also a defense of the stepmother. However, what is common to both sides of the case will be stated, and then arguments will be drawn from a comparison of the characters of the two parties, from the order in which they laid information against each other, and from the silence of the divorced wife. Still, we must not ignore the fact that there are some cases which do not admit of any form of gloss, but must be defended forthright. An example is provided by the case of the rich man who scourged the statue of a poor man who was his enemy, and was subsequently indicted for assault. Here, no one can deny that the act was outrageous, but it may be possible to maintain that it is not punishable by law. If, however, part of the statement of facts tells in our favor and part against us, we must consider whether, in view of the circumstances of the case, the parts in question should be blent or kept apart. If the points which are damaging to our case be in the majority, the points which are in its favor will be swamped. Under those circumstances, it will be best to keep them apart, and, after setting forth and proving the points which help our case, to meet the rest by employing the remedies mentioned above. If, on the other hand, it be the points in our favor which predominate, we may even blend them with the others, since thus the traitors in our camp will have less force. Nonetheless, these points, both good and bad, must not be set forth naked and helpless. Those in our favor must be supported by some argument, and then reasons must be added why the points which are against us should not be believed. Since if we do not distinguish clearly between the two, it is to be feared that those which are favorable may suffer from their bad company. Further rules are laid down with regard to the statement of fact, forbidding us to indulge in digression, apostrophe, or argumentation, or to put out words in the mouths of others. Some even add that we should make no appeal to the passions. These rules should for the most part be observed. Indeed, it should never be infringed unless the circumstances absolutely demand it. If our statement is to be clear and brief, almost anything can be justified sooner than digression. And if we do introduce a digression, it must always be short and of such a nature that we give the impression of having been forced from our proper course by some uncontrollable emotion. The passage in Cicero about the marriage of Sassia is a good example of this. What incredible wickedness in a woman, unheard of in the history of mankind, till she dared the sin! What unbridled and unrestrained lust! What amazing daring! One might have thought that even if she had no regard for the vengeance of heaven and the opinion of men, she would at least have dreaded that night of all nights and those torches that lighted her to the bridal bed, that she would have shrunk in horror from the threshold of her chamber, from her daughter's room, and the very walls that had witnessed her former marriage. As to addressing another in place of the judge, it may be a means of making a point with greater brevity and give it greater force. On this subject, I hold the same view that I expressed in dealing with the exordium, as I do on the subject of impersonation. The artifice, however, is employed not only by Servius Sulpicius in his speech on behalf of Ophidia, when he cries, "Am I to suppose that you were drowsed with sleep or weighed down by some heavy lethargy?" but by Cicero as well, when in a passage which, like the above, belongs to the statement of facts, in speaking of the ship's captains, he says, "You will give so much to enter," etc. Again, in the Procluentio, does not the conversation between Staianus and Bulbus conduce to speed and enhance the credibility of the statements? In case it should be thought that Cicero did this without design, quite an incredible supposition in his case, I would point out that in the Partitiones he lays it down that the statement of facts should be characterized by passages which will charm and excite admiration or expectation, and marked by unexpected turns, conversations between persons, and appeals to every kind of emotion. We shall, as I have already said, never argue points in the statement of facts, but we may sometimes introduce arguments, as for example Cicero does in the Proligario, when he says that he ruled his province in such a way that it was to his interest that peace should continue. We shall sometimes also, if occasion demand, insert a brief defense of the facts in the statement and trace the reasons that led up to them. For we must state our facts like advocates, not witnesses. A statement in its simplest form will run as follows. Quintus Ligarius went out as legate to Gaius Considius. But how will Cicero put it? Quintus Ligarius, he says, set out for Africa as legate to Gaius Considius, at a time when there was no thought of war. And again elsewhere he says, not only not to war, but to a country where there was no thought of war. And when the sense would have been sufficiently clear, had he said no more than Quintus Ligarius would not suffer himself to be entangled in any transaction, he adds, for he had his eyes fixed on home, and wished to return to his own people. Thus he made what he stated credible by giving a reason for it, and at the same time colored it with emotion. I am therefore all the most surprised at those who hold that there should be no appeal to the emotions in the statement of facts. If they were to say, such appeals should be brief and not on the scale on which they are employed in the peroration, I should agree with them, for it is important that the statement should be expeditious. But why, while I am instructing the judge, should I refuse to move him as well? Why should I not, if it is possible, obtain that effect at the very opening of the case which I am anxious to secure at its conclusion, more especially in view of the fact that I shall find the judge far more amenable to the cogency of my proof, if I have previously filled his mind with anger or pity? Does not Cicero, in his description of the scourging of a Roman citizen, in a few brief words stir all the emotions, not merely by describing the victim's position, the place where the outrage was committed, and the nature of the punishment, but also by praising the courage with which he bore it? For he shows us a man of the highest character, who, when beaten with rods, uttered not a moan, nor an entreaty, but only cried that he was a Roman citizen, thereby bringing shame on his oppressor and showing his confidence in the law. Again, does he not, throughout the whole of his statement, excite the warmest indignation at the misfortunes of Philodamus, and move us even to tears when he speaks of his punishment, and describes, or rather shows us as in a picture, the father weeping for the death of his son, and the son for the death of his father? What can any peroration present that is more calculated to stir our pity? If you wait for the peroration to stir your hearer's emotions over circumstances which you have recorded unmoved in your statement of facts, your appeal will come too late. The judge is already familiar with them and hears their mention without turning a hair, since he was unstirred when they were first recounted to him. Once the habit of mind is formed, it is hard to change it. For my own part, for I will not conceal my opinion, though it rests rather on actual examples than on rules, I hold that the statement of facts, more than any portion of the speech, should be adorned with the utmost grace and charm. But much will depend on the nature of the subject which we have to set forth. In slighter cases, such as are the majority of private suits, the decoration must be restrained and fit close to the subject, while the utmost care must be exercised in choice of words. The words which in our purple passages are swept along by the force of our eloquence and lost in the profusion of our language must, in cases such as these, be clear, and, as Zeno says, steeped with meaning. The rhythm should be unobtrusive, but as attractive as possible, while the figures must neither be derived from poetry, nor such as are contrary to current usage, though warranted by the authority of antiquity, for it is important that our language should be entirely normal, but should be designed to relieve tedium by their variety, and should be frequently changed to relax the strain of attention. Thus, we shall avoid repeating the same terminations and escape monotony and a stereotyped turn of phrase. For the statement of facts lacks all the other allurements of style, and, unless it is characterized by this kind of charm, will necessarily fall flat. Moreover, there is no portion of a speech at which the judge is more attentive, and consequently nothing that is well said is lost. And the judge is, for some reason or other, all the more ready to accept what charms his ear, and is lured, by pleasure, to belief. When, on the other hand, the subject is on a larger scale, we have a chance to excite horror by our narration of abominable wrongs, or pity by a tale of woe. But we must do so in such a way as not to exhaust our stock of emotions on the spot, but merely to indicate our harrowing story in outline, so that it may at once be clear what the completed picture is like to be. Again, I am far from disapproving of the introduction of some striking sentence designed to stimulate the judge's jaded palate. The best way of so doing is the interposition of a short sentence like the following. Milo's slaves did what everyone would have wished his own slaves to do under similar circumstances. At times, we may even be a little more daring and produce something like the following. The mother-in-law wedded her son-in-law. There were no witnesses, none to sanction the union, and the omens were dark and sinister. If this was done in days when every speech was designed for practical purposes rather than display, and the courts were far stricter than today, how much more should we do it now, when the passion for producing a thrill of pleasure has forced its way even into cases where a man's life or fortunes are in peril? I shall say later to what extent I think we should indulge popular taste in this respect. In the meantime, I shall admit that some such indulgence is necessary. A powerful effect may be created if, to the actual facts of the case, we add a plausible picture of what occurred, such as will make our audience feel as if they were actual eyewitnesses to the scene. Such is the description introduced by Marcus Caelius in his speech against Antonius. For they found him lying prone in a drunken slumber, snoring with all the force of his lungs, and belching continually, while the most distinguished of his female companions sprawled over every couch, and the rest of the seraglio lay round in all directions. They, however, perceived the approach of the enemy, and half dead with terror, attempted to arouse Antonius, called him by name, heaved up his head, but all in vain, while one whispered endearing words into his ear, and another slapped him with some violence. At last he recognized the voice and touch of each, and tried to embrace her who happened to be nearest. Once wakened, he could not sleep, but was too drunk to keep awake, and so was bandied to and fro between sleeping and waking in the hands of his centurions and his paramours. Could you find anything more plausible in imagination, more vehement in censure, or most vivid in description? There is another point to which I must call attention, namely, the credit which accrues to the statement of facts from the authority of the speaker. Now, such authority should first and foremost be the reward of our manner of life, but may also be conferred by our style of eloquence. For the more dignified and serious our style, the greater will be the weight that it will lend to our assertions. It is therefore specially important in this part of our speech to avoid anything suggestive of artful design, for the judge is never more on his guard than at this stage. Nothing must seem fictitious, not betray anxiety. Everything must seem to spring from the case itself, rather than the art of the orator. But our modern orators cannot endure this, and imagine that their art is wasted unless it obtrudes itself, whereas, as a matter of fact, the moment it is detected, it ceases to be art. We are the slaves of applause, and think it the goal of all our effort. And so, we betray to the judges what we wish to display to the bystanders. There is also a kind of repetition of the statement, which the Greeks call epidiegesis. It belongs to declamation rather than forensic oratory, and was invented to enable the speaker, in view of the fact that the statement should be brief, to set forth his facts at greater length, and with more profusion of ornament, as a means of exciting indignation nor pity. I think that this should be done but rarely, and that we should never go to the extent of repeating the statement in its entirety, for we can attain the same result by a repetition only of parts. Anyone, however, who desires to employ this form of repetition should touch but lightly on the facts when making his statement, and should content himself with merely indicating what was done, while promising to set forth how it was done more fully when the time comes for it. Some hold that the statement of facts should always begin by referring to some person, whom we must praise if he is on our side, and abuse if he is on the side of our opponents. It is true that this is very often done for the good reason that a lawsuit must take place between persons. Persons may, however, also be introduced with all their attendant circumstances if such a procedure is likely to prove useful. For instance, the father of my client, gentlemen, was Aulus Cluentius Habitus, a man whose character, reputation, and birth made him the leading man, not only in his native town of Laurinum, but in all the surrounding district. Or again, they may be introduced without such circumstances, as in the passage beginning, for Quintus Ligarius, etc. Often, too, we may commence with a fact, as Cicero does in the Pro Tullio. Marcus Tullius has a farm, which he inherited from his father in the territory of Thurium. Or Demosthenes in the speech in defense of Ctesiphon, on the outbreak of the Phocian War. As regards the conclusion of the statement of facts, there is a controversy with those who would have the statement end where the issue to be determined begins. Here's an example. After these events, the praetor Publius Dolabella issued an interdict in the usual form, dealing with rioting and employment of armed men, ordering, without any exception, that Ebuchius should restore the property from which he had ejected Cecina. He stated that he had done so. A sum of money was deposited. It is for you to decide to whom this money is to go. This rule can always be observed by the prosecutor, but not always by the defendant. End of chapter 2. Book 4, chapters 3 and 4 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. In the natural order of things, the statement of facts is followed by the verification, for it is necessary to prove the points which we stated with the proof in view. But before I enter on this portion, I have a few words to say on the opinions held by certain rhetoricians. Most of them are in the habit, as soon as they have completed the statement of facts, of digressing to some pleasant and attractive topic with a view to securing the utmost amount of favor from their audience. This practice originated in the display of the schools of declamation, and thence extended to the courts as soon as causes came to be pleaded, not for the benefit of the parties concerned, but to enable the advocates to flaunt their talents. I imagine that they feared that if the slender stream of concise statement, such as is generally required, were followed by the pugnacious tone inevitable in the arguing of the case, the speech would fall flat, owing to the postponement of the pleasures of a more expensive eloquence. The objection to this practice lies in the fact that they do this without the slightest consideration of the difference between case and case, or reflecting whether what they are doing will in any way assist them on the assumption that it is always expedient and always necessary. Consequently, they transfer striking thoughts from the places which they should have occupied elsewhere and concentrate them in this portion of the speech, a practice which involves either the repetition of a number of things that they have already said, or their omission from the place which was really theirs, owing to the fact that they have already been said. I admit, however, that this form of digression can be advantageously appended, not merely to the statement of facts, but to each of the different questions, or to the questions as a whole, so long as the case demand, or at any rate, permit it. Indeed, such a practice confers great distinction and adornment on a speech, but only if the digression fits in well with the rest of the speech, and follows naturally on what has preceded, not if it is thrust in like a wedge parting what should naturally come together. For there is no part of a speech so closely connected with any other as the statement with the proof, though, of course, such a digression may be intended as the conclusion of the statement and the beginning of the proof. There will therefore sometimes be room for digression. For example, if the end of the statement has been concerned with some specially horrible theme, we may embroider the theme as though our indignation must find immediate vent. This, however, should only be done if there is no question about the facts. Otherwise, it is more important to verify your charge than to heighten it, since the horrible nature of a charge is in favor of the accused until the charge is proved. For it is just the most flagrant crimes that are the most difficult to prove. Again, a digression may be advantageous if, after setting forth the services rendered by your client to his opponent, you denounce the latter for his ingratitude, or after producing a variety of charges in your statement, you point out the serious danger in which the advancement of such charges is likely to involve you. But all these digressions should be brief, for as soon as he has heard the facts set forth in order, the judge is in a hurry to get to the proof, and desires to satisfy himself of the correctness of his impressions at the earliest possible moment. Further, care must be taken not to nullify the effects of the statement by diverting the minds of the court to some other theme and wearying them by useless delay. But, though such digressions are not always necessary at the end of the statement, they may form a very useful preparation for the examination of the main question, more especially if, at first sight, it presents an aspect unfavorable to our case, if we have to support a harsh law or demand severe punishment. For this is the place for inserting what may be regarded as a second exordium, with a view to exciting or mollifying the judge or disposing him to lend a favoring ear to our proofs. Moreover, we can do this with all the greater freedom and vehemence at this stage of the proceedings, since the case is already known to the judge. We shall therefore employ such utterances as emollients to soften the harder elements of our statement, in order that the ears of the jury may be more ready to take in what we have to say in the sequel, and to grant us the justice which we ask. For it is hard to persuade a man to do anything against the grain. It is also important on such occasions to know whether the judge prefers equity or a strict interpretation of the law, since the necessity for such digression will vary accordingly. Such passages may also serve as a kind of peroration after the main question. The Greeks call this parekpasis, the Romans egressus or egressio, digression. They may, however, as I have said, be of various kinds and may deal with different themes in any portion of the speech. For instance, we may extol persons or places, describe regions, record historical or even legendary occurrences. As examples, I may cite the praise of Sicily and the rape of Proserpine in the Verrines, or the famous recital of the virtues of Gnaeus Pompeius in the Pro Cornelio, where the great orator, as though the course of his eloquence had been broken by the mere mention of the general's name, interrupts the topic on which he had already embarked and digresses forthwith to sing his praises. Parekpasis may, I think, be defined as the handling of some theme, which must, however, have some bearing on the case, in a passage that involves digression from the logical order of our speech. I do not see, therefore, why it should be assigned a special position immediately following on the statement of facts any more than I understand why they think that the name is applicable only to a digression where some statement has to be made, when there are so many different ways in which a speech may leave the direct route. For whatever we say that falls outside the 5 divisions of the speech already laid down is a digression, whether it expresses indignation, pity, hatred, rebuke, excuse, conciliation, or be designed to rebut invective. Other similar occasions for digression on points not involved by the question at issue arise when we amplify or abridge a topic, make any kind of emotional appeal, or introduce any of those topics which add such charm and elegance to oratory, topics, that is to say, such as luxury, avarice, religion, duty. But these would hardly seem to be digressions, as they are so closely attached to arguments on similar subjects that they form part of the texture of the speech. There are, however, a number of topics which are inserted in the midst of matter which has no connection with them, when, for example, we strive to excite, admonish, appease, entreat, or praise the judge. Such passages are innumerable. Some will have been carefully prepared beforehand, while others will be produced to suit the occasion or the necessity of the moment, if anything extraordinary should occur in the course of our pleading, such as an interruption, the intervention of some individual, or a disturbance. For example, this made it necessary for Cicero to digress even in the exordium when he was defending Milo, as is clear from the short speech which he made on that occasion. But the orator who makes some preface to the main question, or proposes to follow up his proofs with a passage designed to commend them to the jury, may digress at some length. On the other hand, if he breaks away in the middle of his speech, he should not be long in returning to the point from which he departed. Chapter 4. After the statement of facts, some place the proposition, which they regard as forming a division of a forensic speech. I have already expressed my opinion on this view. But it seems to me that the beginning of every proof is a proposition, such as often occurs in the demonstration of the main question, and sometimes even in the enunciation of individual arguments, more especially of those which are called epiheiremata. But for the moment, I shall speak of the first kind. It is not always necessary to employ it. The nature of the main question is sometimes sufficiently clear without any proposition, especially if the statement of facts ends exactly where the question begins. Consequently, the recapitulation generally employed in the case of arguments is sometimes placed immediately after the statement of facts. The affair took place as I have described, gentlemen. He that laid the ambush was defeated. Violence was conquered by violence, or rather, I should say, audacity was crushed by valor. Sometimes proposition is highly advantageous, more especially when the fact cannot be defended, and the question turns on the definition of the fact, as for example in the case of the man who has taken the money of a private individual from a temple. We shall say, "My client is charged with sacrilege. It is for you to decide whether it was sacrilege, so that the judge may understand that his sole duty is to decide whether the charge is tantamount to sacrilege." The same method may be employed in obscure or complicated cases, not merely to make the case clearer, but sometimes also to make it more moving. This effect will be produced if we at once support our pleading with some such words as the following. It is expressly stated in the law that for any foreigner who goes up onto the wall, the penalty is death. You are undoubtedly a foreigner, and there is no question but that you went up onto the wall. The conclusion is that you must submit to the penalty. For this proposition forces a confession upon our opponent, and to a certain extent accelerates the decision of the court. It does more than indicate the question, it contributes to its solution. Propositions may be single, double, or manifold. This is due to more than one reason. For several charges may be combined, as when Socrates was accused of corrupting the youth and of introducing new superstitions, while single propositions may be made up of a number of arguments, as for instance when Aeschines is accused of misconduct as an ambassador on the ground that he lied, failed to carry out his instructions, wasted time, and accepted bribes. The defense may also contain several propositions. For instance, against a claim for money, we may urge, "Your claim is invalid, for you had no right to act as agent, nor had the party whom you represent any right to employ an agent. Further, he is not the heir of the man from whom it is asserted that I borrowed the money, nor am I his debtor." These propositions can be multiplied at pleasure, but it is sufficient to give an indication of my meaning. If propositions are put forward singly with the proofs appended, they will form several distinct propositions. If they are combined, they are all under the head of partition. A proposition may also be put forward unsupported, as is generally done in conjectural cases. The formal accusation is one of murder, but I also charge the accused with theft. Or it may be accompanied by a reason. Gaius Cornelius is guilty of an offense against the state, for when he was tribune of the plebs, he himself read out his bill to the public assembly. In addition to these forms of proposition, we can also introduce a proposition of our own, such as, "I accuse him of adultery," or may use the proposition of our opponent, such as, "The charge brought against me is one of adultery." Or finally, we may employ a proposition which is common to both sides, such as, "The question in dispute between myself and my opponent is which of the two is next of kin to the deceased who died intestate." Sometimes we may even couple contradictory propositions, as for instance, "I say this, my opponent says that." We may at times produce the effect of a proposition, even though it is not in itself a proposition, by adding after the statement of facts some phrase such as the following: "These are the points on which you will give your decision," thereby reminding the judge to give special attention to the question and giving him a fillip to emphasize the point that we have finished the statement of facts and are beginning the proof, so that when we start to verify our statements, he may realize that he has reached a fresh stage where he must begin to listen with renewed attention. End of chapter 4. Book 4, Chapter 5 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Partition may be defined as the enumeration in order of our own propositions, those of our adversary, or both. It is held by some that this is indispensable on the ground that it makes the case clearer and the judge more attentive and more ready to be instructed if he knows what we are speaking about and what we are going subsequently to speak about. Others, on the contrary, think that such a course is dangerous to the speaker on two grounds, namely, that sometimes we may forget to perform what we have promised, and may, on the other hand, come upon something which we have omitted in the partition. But this will never happen to anyone unless he is either a fool or has come into court without thinking out his speech in detail beforehand. Besides, what can be simpler or clearer than a straightforward partition? It follows nature as a guide, and the adhesion to a definite method is actually of the greatest assistance to the speaker's memory. Therefore, I cannot approve the view, even of those who lay down that partition should not extend beyond the length of 3 prepositions. No doubt there is a danger, if our partition is too complicated, that it may slip the memory of the judge and disturb his attention. but that is no reason why it should be tied down to a definite number of propositions, since the case may quite conceivably require more. There are further reasons why we should sometimes dispense with partition. In the first place, there are many points which can be produced in a more attractive manner if they appear to be discovered on the spot, and not to have been brought ready-made from our study, but rather to have sprung from the requirements of the case itself while we were speaking. Thus we get those not unpleasing figures, such as, "It has almost escaped me," "I had forgotten," or "You do well to remind me." For if we set forth all that we propose to prove in advance, we shall deprive ourselves of the advantage springing from the charm of novelty. Sometimes we shall even have to hoodwink the judge and work upon him by various artifices, so that he may think that our aim is other than it really is. For there are cases when a proposition may be somewhat startling. If the judge foresees this, he will shrink from it in advance, like a patient who catches sight of the surgeon's knife before the operation. On the other hand, if we have given him no preliminary notice and our words take him unawares, without his interest in them having been previously roused by any warning, we shall gain a credence which we should not have secured had we stated that we were going to raise at point. At times, we must not merely avoid distinguishing between the various questions, but must omit them altogether, while our audience must be distracted by appeals to the emotion and their attention diverted. For the duty of the orator is not merely to instruct. The power of eloquence is greatest in emotional appeals. Now, there is no room for passion if we devote our attention to minute and microscopic division at a time when we are seeking to mislead the judgment of the person who is trying the case. Again, there are certain arguments which are weak and trivial when they stand alone, but which have great force when produced in a body. We must therefore concentrate such arguments, and our tactics should be those of a sudden charge in mass. This, however, is a practice which should be resorted to but rarely, and only under extreme necessity, when reason compels us to take a course which is apparently irrational. In addition, it must be pointed out that in any partition, there's always some one point of such special importance that when the judge has heard it, he's impatient with the remainder, which he regards as superfluous. Consequently, if we have to prove or refute a number of points, partition will be both useful and attractive, since it will indicate in order what we propose to say on each subject. On the other hand, if we are defending one point on various grounds, partition will be unnecessary. If you were to make a partition such as the following: I will not say that the character of my client is such as to render him incapable of murder. I will only say that he had no motive for murder, and that at the time when the deceased was killed, he was overseas. In that case, all the proofs which you propose to bring before this, the final proof, must needs seem superfluous to the judge. For the judge is always in a hurry to reach the most important point. If he has a patient disposition, he will merely make a silent appeal to the advocate, whom he will treat as bound by his promise. On the other hand, if he is busy, or holds exalted position, or is intolerant by nature, he will insist, in no very courteous manner, on his coming to the point. For these reasons, there are someone who disapprove of the partition adopted by Cicero in the Procluentio, where he premises that he is going to show, first, that no man was ever arraigned for greater crimes or on stronger evidence than Opianicus. Secondly, that previous judgments had been passed by those very judges by whom he was condemned. And finally, that Cluentius made no attempt to bribe the jury, but that his opponent did. They argue that if the third point can be proved, there is no need to have urged the two preceding. On the other hand, you will find no one so unreasonable or so foolish as to deny that the partition in the Promurena is admirable. I understand, gentlemen, that the accusation falls into three parts. The first aspersing my client's character, the second dealing with his candidature for the magistracy, and the third with charges of bribery. These words make the case as clear as possible, and no one division renders any other superfluous. There are also a number who are in doubt as to a form of defense which I may exemplify as follows. If I murdered him, I did right, but I did not murder him. What they ask is the value of the first part, if the second can be proved, since they are mutually inconsistent, and if anyone employs both arguments, we should believe neither. This contention is partially justified. We should employ the second alone, only if the fact can be proved without a doubt. But if we have any doubt as to being able to prove the stronger argument, we shall do well to rely on both. Different arguments move different people. He who thinks that the act was committed may regard it as a just act, while he who is deaf to the plea that the act was just may perhaps believe that it was never committed. One who is confident of his powers as a marksman may be content with one shaft, whereas he who has no such confidence will do well to launch several, and give fortune a chance to come to his assistance. Cicero, in the Promilone, reveals the utmost skill in showing first that Claudius laid an ambush for Milo, and then in adding, as a supernumerary argument, that even if he had not done so, he was nevertheless so bad a citizen that his slaying could only have done credit to the patriotism of the slayer and redounded to his glory. I would not, however, entirely condemn the order mentioned above, since there are certain arguments which, though hard in themselves, may serve to soften those which come after. The proverb, "If you want to get your due, you must ask for something more," is not wholly unreasonable. Still, no one should interpret it to mean that you must stop short of nothing, for the Greeks are right when they lay down as a rule that we should not attempt the impossible. But whenever the double-barreled defense of which I am speaking is employed, we must aim at making the first argument support the credibility of the second. For he who might, without danger to himself, have confessed to the commission of the act, can have no motive for lying when he denies the commission. Above all, it is important, whenever we suspect that the judge desires a proof other than that on which we are engaged, to promise that we will satisfy him on the point fully and without delay, more especially if the question is one of our client's honor. But it will often happen that a discreditable case has the law on its side, and to prevent the judge giving us only a grudging and reluctant hearing on the point of law, we shall have to warn them with some frequency that we shall shortly proceed to defend our client's honor and integrity if they will only wait a little and allow us to follow the order of our proofs. We may also at times pretend to say certain things against the wishes of our clients, as Cicero does in the Procluentio when he discusses the law dealing with judicial corruption. Occasionally, we may stop, as though interrupted by our clients, while often we shall address them and exhort them to let us act as we think best. Thus, we shall make a gradual impression on the mind of the judge, and, buoyed up by the hope that we are going to clear our client's honor, he will be less ill-disposed towards the harder portions of our proof. And when he has accepted these, he will be all readier to listen to our defense of our client's character. Thus, the 2 points will render mutual assistance to each other. The judge will be more attentive to our legal proofs owing to his hope that we shall proceed to a vindication of character, and better disposed to accept that vindication because we have proved our point of law. But although partition is neither always necessary nor useful, it will, if judiciously employed, greatly add to the lucidity and grace of our speech. For it not only makes our arguments clearer by isolating the points from the crowd in which they would otherwise be lost and placing them before the eyes of the judge, but relieves his attention by assigning a definite limit to certain parts of our speech, just as our fatigue upon a journey is relieved by reading the distances on the milestones which we pass. For it is a pleasure to be able to measure how much of our task has been accomplished, and the knowledge of what remains to do stimulates us to fresh effort over the labor that still awaits us. For nothing need seem long when it is definitely known how far it is to the end. Quintus Hortensius deserves the high praise which has been awarded him for the care which he took over his partitions, although Cicero more than once indulges in kindly mockery of his habit of counting his headings on his fingers. For there is a limit to gesture, and we must be specially careful to avoid excessive minuteness and any suggestion of articulated structure in our partition. If our divisions are too small, they cease to be limbs and become fragments, and consequently detract not a little from the authority of our speech. Moreover, those who are ambitious of this sort of reputation, in order that they may appear to enhance the nicety and the exhaustive nature of their division, introduce what is superfluous and subdivide things which naturally form a single whole. The result of their labors is, however, not so much to increase the number of their divisions as to diminish their importance, and after all is done and they have split up their argument into 1,000 tiny compartments, they fall into that very obscurity which the partition was designed to eliminate. The proposition, whether single or multiple, must, on every occasion when it can be employed with profit, be clear and lucid. For what could be more discreditable than that a portion of the speech, whose sole purpose is to prevent obscurity elsewhere, should itself be obscure? Secondly, it must be brief, and must not be burdened with a single superfluous word, for we are not explaining what we are saying, but what we are going to say. We must also ensure that it is free alike from omissions and from redundance. Redundance, as a rule, occurs through our dividing into species when it would be sufficient to divide into genera, or through the addition of species after stating the genus. The following will serve as an example. I will speak of virtue, justice, and abstinence. But justice and abstinence are species of the genus virtue. Our first partition will be between admitted and disputed facts. Admitted facts will then be divided into those acknowledged by our opponent and those acknowledged by ourselves. Disputed facts will be divided into those which we and those which our opponents allege. But the worst fault of all is to treat your points in an order different from that which was assigned them in your proposition. End of chapter 5. Book 5, chapters 1 to 6 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Preface. There have been certain writers of no small authority who have held that the sole duty of the orator was to instruct. In their view, appeals to the emotions were to be excluded for two reasons. First, on the ground that all disturbance of the mind was a fault, and secondly, that it was wrong to distract the judge from the truth by exciting his pity, bringing influence to bear, and the like. Further, to seek to charm the audience when the aim of the orator was merely to win success was, in their opinion, not only superfluous for a pleader, but hardly worthy of a self-respecting man. The majority, however, while admitting that such arts undoubtedly formed part of oratory, held that its special and peculiar task is to make good the case which it maintains and refute that of its opponent. Whichever of these views is correct, for at this point I do not propose to express my own opinion, they will regard this book as serving a very necessary purpose, since it will deal entirely with the points on which they lay such stress, although all that I have already said on the subject of judicial causes is subservient to the same end. For the purpose of the exordium and the statement of facts is merely to prepare the judge for these points, while it would be a work of supererogation to know the basis of cases or to consider the other points dealt with above, unless we intend to proceed to the consideration of the proof. Finally, of the 5 parts into which we divided judicial cases, any single one other than the proof may, on occasion, be dispensed with. But there can be no suit in which the proof is not absolutely necessary. With regard to the rules to be observed in this connection, we shall, I think, be wisest to follow our previous method of classification, and show first what is common to all cases, and then proceed to point out those which are peculiar to the several kinds of cases. Chapter 1. To begin with, it may be noted that the division laid down by Aristotle has met with almost universal approval. It is to the effect that there are some proofs adopted by the orator which lie outside the art of speaking, and others which he himself deduces, or, if I may use the term, begets out of his case. The former, therefore, have been styled atechnoi, or inartificial proofs, the latter entechnoi, or artificial. To the first class belong decisions of previous courts, rumors, evidence extracted by torture, documents, oaths, and witnesses, for it is with these that the majority of forensic arguments are concerned. But, though in themselves they involve no art, all the powers of eloquence are, as a rule, required to disparage or refute them. Consequently, in my opinion, those who would eliminate the whole of this class of proof from their rules of oratory deserve the strongest condemnation. It is not, however, my intention to embrace all that can be said for or against these views. I do not, for instance, propose to lay down rules for commonplaces, a task requiring infinite detail, but merely to sketch out the general lines and method to be followed by the orator. The method once indicated, it is for the individual orator not merely to employ his powers on its application, but on the invention of similar methods, as the circumstances of the case may demand. For it is impossible to deal with every kind of case. Even if we confine ourselves to those which have actually occurred in the past, without considering those which may occur in the future. Chapter 2. As regards decisions in previous courts, these fall under three heads. First, we have matters on which judgment has been given at some time or other in cases of a similar nature. These are, however, more correctly termed precedents, as for instance, where a father's will has been annulled or confirmed in opposition to his son's. Secondly, there are judgments concerned with the case itself. It is from these that the name praejudicium is derived. As examples, I may cite those passed against Opienicus, or by the Senate against Milo. Thirdly, there are judgments passed on the actual case, as for example in cases where the accused has been deported, or where renewed application is made for the recognition of an individual as a free man, or in portions of cases tried in the centumviral court, which come before two different panels of judges. Such previous decisions are, as a rule, confirmed in two ways: by the authority of those who gave the decision, and by the likeness between the two cases. As for their reversal, this can rarely be obtained by denouncing the judges, unless they have been guilty of obvious error. For each of those who are trying the case wishes the decision given by another to stand, since he too has to give judgment and is reluctant to create a precedent that may recoil upon himself. Consequently, as regards the first two cases, we must, if possible, take refuge in some dissimilarity between the two cases, and two cases are scarcely ever alike in all their details. If, however, such a course is impossible, and the case is the same as that on which the previous decision was given, we must complain of the negligence shown in the conduct of the previous case, or of the weakness of the parties condemned, or of undue influence employed to corrupt the witnesses, or again of popular prejudice or ignorance which reacted unfavorably against our client. Or else we must consider what has occurred since to alter the aspect of the case. If none of these courses can be adopted, it will still be possible to point out that the peculiar circumstances of many trials have led to unjust decisions. Hence, condemnations such as that of Rutilius and acquittals such as those of Claudius and Catiline. We must also ask the judges to consider the facts of the case on their merits, rather than make their verdict the inevitable consequence of a verdict given by others. When, however, we are confronted by decrees of the Senate or ordinances of emperors or magistrates, there is no remedy, unless we can make out that the sum difference, however small, between the cases, or that the same persons or persons holding the same powers have made some subsequent enactment reversing the former decision. Failing this, there will be no case for judgment. Chapter 3. With regard to rumor and common report, one party will call them the verdict of public opinion and the testimony of the world at large. The other will describe them as vague talk based on no sure authority, to which malignity has given birth and credulity increase, an ill to which even the most innocent of men may be exposed by the deliberate dissemination of falsehood on the part of their enemies. It will be easy for both parties to produce precedents to support their arguments. Chapter 4. A like situation arises in the case of evidence extracted by torture. One party will style torture an infallible method of discovering the truth, while the other will allege that it also often results in false confessions, since, with some, their capacity of endurance makes lying an easy thing, while with others, weakness makes it a necessity. It is hardly worth my while to say more on the subject, as the speeches both of ancient and modern orators are full of this topic. Individual cases may, however, involve special considerations in this connection. For if the point at issue is whether torture should be applied, it will make all the difference who it is who demands or offers it, who it is that is to be subjected to torture, against whom the evidence thus sought will tell, and what is the motive for the demand. If, on the other hand, torture has already been applied, it will make all the difference who was in charge of the proceedings, who was the victim, and what the nature of the torture, whether the confession was credible or consistent, whether the witness stuck to his first statement or changed it under the influence of pain, and whether he made it at the beginning of the torture or only after it had continued some time. The variety of such questions is as infinite as the variety of actual cases. Chapter 5. It is also frequently necessary to speak against documents, for it is common knowledge that they are often not merely rebutted, but even attacked as forgeries. But as this implies either fraud or ignorance on the part of the signatories, it is safer and easier to make the charge one of ignorance, because by so doing we reduce the number of the persons accused. But our proceedings as a whole will draw their arguments from the circumstances of the case at issue. For example, it may be incredible that an incident occurred as stated in the documents, or, as more often happens, the evidence of the documents may be overthrown by other proofs, which are likewise of an inartificial nature. If, for example, it is alleged that the person whose interests are prejudiced by the document, or one of the signatories was absent when the document was signed, or deceased before its signature, or if the dates disagree, or events preceding or following the writing of the document are inconsistent with it. Even a simple inspection of a document is often sufficient for the detection of forgery. Chapter 6. With regard to oaths, parties either offer to take an oath themselves or refuse to accept the oath of their opponent, demand that their opponent should take an oath, or refuse to comply with a similar demand when proffered to themselves. To offer to take an oath unconditionally without demanding that one's opponent should likewise take an oath is, as a rule, a sign of bad faith. If, however, anyone should take this course, he will defend his action by appealing to the blamelessness of his life as rendering perjury on his part incredible, or by the solemn nature of the oath, with regard to which he will win all the greater credence. If, without the least show of eagerness to take the oath, he makes it clear that he does not shrink from so solemn a duty. Or again, if the case is such as to make this possible, he will rely on the trivial nature of the point in dispute to win belief, on the ground that he would not incur the risk of divine displeasure when so little is at stake. Or, finally, he may, in addition to the other means which he employs to win his case, offer to take an oath as a culminating proof of a clear conscience. The man who refuses to accept his opponent's offer to take an oath will allege that the inequality of their respective conditions are not the same for both parties, and will point out that many persons are not in the least afraid of committing perjury, even philosophers having been found to deny that the gods interfere in human affairs. And further, that he who is ready to take an oath without being asked to do so is really proposing to pass sentence on his own case, and to show what an easy and trivial thing he thinks the oath which he offers to take. On the other hand, the man who proposes to put his opponent on oath appears to act with moderation, since he is making his adversary a judge in his own case, while he frees the actual judge from the burden of coming to a decision, since the latter would assuredly prefer to rest on another man's oath than on his own. This fact makes the refusal to take an oath all the more difficult, unless indeed the affair in question be of such a nature that it cannot be supposed that the facts are known to the person asked to take the oath. Failing this excuse, there is only one course open to him. He must say that his opponent is trying to excite a prejudice against him, and is endeavoring to give the impression that he has real ground for complaint, though he is not in a position to win his case. Consequently, though a dishonest man would eagerly have availed himself of the proposal, he prefers to prove the truth of his statements rather than leave a doubt in anyone's mind as to whether he had committed perjury or no. But in my young days, advocates grown old in pleading used to lay down as a rule that we should never be in a hurry to propose that our opponent should take an oath, just as we should never allow him the choice of a judge, nor select our judge from among the supporters of the opposite side. For, if it is regarded as a disgrace to such a supporter to say anything against his client, it is surely a still worse disgrace that he should do anything that will harm his client's case. End of chapter 6. Book 5, Chapter 7 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. It is, however, the evidence that gives the greatest trouble to advocates. Evidence may be given, either in writing or orally, by witnesses present in court. Documentary evidence is easier to dispose of, for it is likely that the deponent was less ashamed of himself in the presence of a small number of witnesses, and his absence from court is attacked as indicating a lack of confidence. If we cannot call the character of the deponent in question, we may attack the witnesses to his signature. Further, there is always a certain tacit prejudice against documentary evidence, since no one can be forced to give such evidence save of his own free will, whereby he shows that he harbors unfriendly feelings towards the persons against whom he bears witness. On the other hand, an advocate should be chary of denying that a friend may give true evidence against a friend or an enemy against an enemy, provided they are persons of unimpeachable credit. But the subject admits of copious discussions, from whichever side it be regarded. The task of dealing with the evidence of witnesses present in court is, however, one of great difficulty, and consequently, whether defending or impugning them, the orator employs a twofold armory in the shape of a set speech and examination. In set speeches, it is usual to begin with observations either on behalf of or against witnesses in general. In so doing, we introduce a commonplace, since one side will contend that there can be no stronger proof than that which rests on human knowledge, while the other, in order to detract from their credibility, will enumerate all the methods by which false evidence is usually given. The next procedure is the common practice of making a special attack, which, all the same, involves impugning the validity of evidence given by large numbers of persons. We know, for instance, that the evidence of entire nations and whole classes of evidence have been disposed of by advocates. For example, in the case of hearsay evidence, it will be urged that those who produce such evidence are not really witnesses, but are merely reporting the words of unsworn persons, while, in cases of extortion, those who swear that they paid certain sums to the accused are to be regarded not as witnesses, but as parties to the suit. Sometimes, however, the advocate will direct his speech against single individuals. Such a form of attack may be found in many speeches, sometimes embedded in the speech for the defense, and sometimes published separately, like the speech against the evidence of Vatinius. The whole subject, therefore, demands a thorough investigation, as the task which we have in hand, is the complete education of an orator. Otherwise, the 2 books written on the subject by Domitius Afer would suffice. I attended his lectures when he was old and I was young, and consequently have the advantage not merely of having read his book, but of having heard most of his views from his own lips. He very justly lays down the rule that, in this connection, it is the first duty of an orator to make himself thoroughly acquainted with the case, a remark which, of course, applies to all portions of a speech. How such knowledge may be acquired I shall explain when I come to the appropriate portion of this work. This knowledge will suggest material for the examination and will supply weapons ready to the speaker's hand. It will also indicate to him the points for which the judge's mind must be prepared in the set speech. For it is by the set speech that the credit of witnesses should be established or demolished, since the effect of evidence on the individual judge depends on the extent to which he has been previously influenced in the direction of believing the witness or the reverse. And since there are 2 classes of witnesses, those who testify of their own free will and those who are summoned to attend in the public courts, of whom the former are available to either party, the latter solely to the accusers, we must distinguish between the duties of the advocate who produces witnesses and the advocate who refutes them. He who produces a voluntary witness is in a position to know what he is likely to say. Consequently, the task of examining him would seem to be rendered easier. But even here, such cases make a great demand on the acumen and watchfulness of the advocate, who must see that his witness is neither timid, inconsistent, nor imprudent. For the opposing counsel have a way of making a witness lose his head, or of leading him into some trap, and once a witness trips, he does more harm to his own side than he would have done good, had he retained his composure and presence of mind. The advocate must therefore put his witnesses through their paces thoroughly in private before they appear in court, and must test them by a variety of questions, such as may well be put to them by his opponent. The result will be that they will not contradict themselves, or, if they do make some slip, can be set upon their feet again by a timely question from the advocate who produces them. Still, even in the case of witnesses whose evidence is consistent, we must be on our guard against treachery. For such witnesses are often put up by one's opponent, and, after promising to say everything that will help our case, give answers of exactly the opposite character, and carry more weight by the admission of facts which tell against us than they would have done had they disproved them. We must therefore discover what motives they have for doing our opponent a hurt, and the fact that they were once his enemies will not suffice our purpose. We must find out whether they have ceased to be ill-disposed to him, or whether they desire, by means of their evidence, to effect a reconciliation with him, in order to assure ourselves that they have not been bribed or repented of their previous attitude and changed their purpose. Such precautions are necessary even with witnesses who know that what they propose to say is true, but it is still more necessary with those who promise to give false evidence, for experience shows that they are more likely to repent of their purpose. Their promises are less to be relied on, and, if they do keep their promise, their evidence is easier to refute. Witnesses appearing in a way to a subpoena may be divided into 2 classes, those who desire to harm the accused and those who do not. The accuser sometimes is aware of their disposition, sometimes unaware. For the moment, let us assume that he is aware of their disposition, although I must point out that in either case the utmost skill is required in their examination. For if an advocate is producing a witness who is desirous of harming the accused, he must avoid letting this desire become apparent, and must not at once proceed to question him on the point at issue. On the contrary, this point must be approached by a circuitous route, in such a manner as to make it seem that the statement which the witness is really desirous of making has been forced from him. Again, he should not press the witness too much, for fear he should impair his credit by the glibness with which he answers every question, but should draw from him just so much as may seem reasonable to elicit from a single witness. On the other hand, in the case of a witness who is reluctant to tell the truth, the essential for successful examination is to extort the truth against his will. This can only be done by putting questions which have all the appearance of irrelevance. If this be done, he will give replies which he thinks can do no harm to the party which he favors, and subsequently will be led on from the admissions which he has made to a position which renders it impossible for him to deny the truth of the facts which he is reluctant to state. For just as in a set speech we usually collect detached arguments, which in themselves seem innocuous to the accused, but taken together prove the case against him, so we must ask the reluctant witness a number of questions relative to acts antecedent or subsequent to the case, places, dates, persons, etc., with a view to luring him into some reply which will force him to make the admissions which we desire, or to contradict his previous evidence. If this fails, we must content ourselves with making it clear that he is reluctant to tell what he knows, and lead him with a view to tripping him up on some point or other, even though it be irrelevant to the case. We must also keep him in the witness box for an unusual length of time, so that by saying everything that can be said, and more than is necessary on behalf of the accused, he may be rendered suspect to the judge. Thus, he will do the accused no less harm than if he had told the truth against him. But if, to proceed to our second supposition, the advocate does not know what the intentions of the witness may be, he must advance gradually, inch by inch, and sound him by examination, and lead him step by step to the particular reply which it is desired to elicit. But since these witnesses are sometimes so artful that their first replies are designed to meet the wishes of the questioner, in order to win all the greater credit when subsequently they answer in a very different way, it will be the duty of the advocate to dismiss a suspect witness while he can still do so with advantage. In the case of advocates for the defense, examination is, in some respects, easier, in some, more difficult. It is more difficult because it is rarely possible for them to have any previous knowledge of what the witness is likely to say, and easier because when they come to cross-examine, they know what he has already said. Consequently, in view of the uncertainty involved, there is need for a careful inquiry, with a view to discovering the character of the witness against the accused, and what are his motives for hostility and what its extent. And all such points about the witness should be set forth in advance and disposed of, whether we desire to represent the evidence against the accused as instigated by hatred, envy, bribery, or influence. Further, if our opponent brings forward only a small number of witnesses, we must attack them on that head. If, on the other hand, they produce an excessive number, we must minimize their importance, while, if they are powerful, we shall accuse our adversaries of bringing undue influence to bear. It will, however, be still more helpful if we expose the motives which they have for desiring to injure the accused, and these will vary according to the nature of the case and the parties concerned. For the other lines of argument mentioned above are often answered by the employment of commonplaces on similar lines, since the prosecutor, if he produce but few witnesses of inconspicuous rank, can parade the simple honesty of his methods on the ground that he had produced none save those who are in position to know the real facts, while, if he produce a number of distinguished witnesses, it is even easier to commend them to the court. But, at times, just as we have to praise individual witnesses, so we may have to demolish them, whether their evidence has been given in documentary form or they have been summoned to appear in person. This was easier and of more frequent occurrence in the days when the examination of the witnesses was not deferred till after the conclusion of the pleading. With regard to what we should say against individual witnesses, no general rules can be laid down, it will depend on the personality of the witness. It remains to consider the technique to be followed in the examination of witnesses. The first essential is to know your witness, for a timid witness may be terrorized, a fool outwitted, an irascible man provoked, and vanity flattered. The shrewd and self-possessed witness, on the other hand, must be dismissed at once as being malicious and obstinate, or refuted not by cross-examination, but by a brief speech from the counsel for the defense, or may be put out of countenance by some jest if a favorable opportunity presents itself, or, if his past life admits of criticism, his credit may be overthrown by the scandalous charges which can be brought against him. It has been found advantageous at times, when confronted with an honest and respectable witness, to refrain from pressing him hard, since it is often the case that those who would have defended themselves manfully against attack are mollified by courtesy. But every question is either concerned with the case itself or with something outside the case. As regards the first type, when counsel for the defense may, by adopting a method which I have already recommended for the prosecutor, namely by commencing his examination with questions of an apparently irrelevant and innocent character, and then by comparing previous with subsequent replies, frequently lead witnesses into such a position that it becomes possible to extort useful admissions from them against their will. The schools, it is true, give no instruction either as to theory or practice in this subject, and skill in examination comes rather from natural talent or practice. If, however, I am asked to point out a model for imitation, I can recommend but one, namely that which may be found in the dialogues of the Socratics, and more especially of Plato, in which the questions put are so shrewd that although individually, as a rule, the answers are perfectly satisfactory to the other side, yet the questioner reaches the conclusion at which he is aiming. Fortune sometimes is so kind that a witness gives an answer involving some inconsistency, while at times, and this is a more frequent occurrence, one witness contradicts another. But acute examination, methodically conducted, will generally reach the same result, which is so often reached by chance. There are also a number of points strictly irrelevant to the case on which questions may be put with advantage. We may, for example, ask questions about the past life of other witnesses, or about the witness's own character, with a view to discovering whether they can be charged with some disgraceful conduct, or degrading occupation, with friendship with the prosecutor, or hostility toward the accused, since, in replying to such questions, they may say something which will help our cause, or may be convicted of falsehood, or of a desire to injure the accused. But above all, our examination must be circumspect, since a witness will often launch some smart repartee in answering counsel for the defense, and thereby win marked favor from the audience in general. Secondly, we must put our questions as far as possible in the language of everyday speech, that the witness, who is often an uneducated man, may understand our meaning, or at any rate, may have no opportunity of saying that he does not know what we mean, a statement which is apt to prove highly disconcerting to the examiner. I must, however, express the strongest disapproval of the practice of sending a suborned witness to sit on the benches of the opposing party, in order that on being called into the witness box from that quarter, he may thereby do all the more damage to the case for the accused, by speaking against the party with whose adherents he was sitting, or, while appearing to help him by his testimony, deliberately giving his evidence in such an extravagant and exaggerated manner, as not only to detract from the credibility of his own statements, but to annul the advantage derived from the evidence of those who were really helpful. I mention this practice not with a view to encourage it, but to secure its avoidance. Documentary evidence is frequently in conflict with oral. Such a circumstance may be turned to advantage by either side, for one party will rest its case on the fact that the witness is speaking on oath, the other on the unanimity of the signatories. Again, there is often a conflict between the evidence and the arguments. One party will agree that the witnesses know the facts and are bound by the sanctity of their oath, while the arguments are naught but ingenious juggling with the facts. The other party will argue that witnesses are procured by influence, fear, money, anger, hatred, friendship, or bribery, whereas arguments are drawn from nature. In giving his assent to the latter, the judge is believing the voice of his own reason. In accepting the former, he is giving credence to another. Such problems are common to a number of cases, and are and always will be the subject of vehement debate. Sometimes there are witnesses on both sides, and the question arises with regard to themselves as to which are the more respectable in character, or with regard to the case which have given the more credible evidence, or with regard to the parties to the case which has brought the greater influence to bear on the witnesses. If to this kind of evidence anyone should wish to add evidence of the sort known as supernatural, based on oracles, prophecies, and omens, I would remind him that there are two ways in which these may be treated. There is the general method, with regard to which there is an endless dispute between the adherents of the Stoics and the Epicureans as to whether the world is governed by providence. The other is special, and is concerned with particular departments of the art of divination, according as they may happen to affect the question at issue. For the credibility of oracles may be established or destroyed in one way, and that of soothsayers, augurs, diviners, and astrologers in another, since the two classes differ entirely in nature. Again, the task of establishing or demolishing such evidence as the following will give the orator plenty to do. As, for example, if certain words have been uttered under the influence of wine, in sleep, or in a fit of madness, or if information has been picked up from the mouths of children, whom the one party will assert to be incapable of invention, while the other will assert that they do not know what they are saying. The following method may not merely be used with great effect, but may even be badly missed when it is not employed. You gave me the money. Who counted it out? Where did this occur, and from what source did the money come? You accuse me of poisoning. Where did I buy the poison, and from whom? What did I pay for it, and whom did I employ to administer it? Who was my accomplice? Practically, all these points are discussed by Cicero in dealing with the charge of poisoning in the Procluentio. This concludes my observations upon inartificial proofs. I have stated them as briefly as I could. End of chapter 7. Book 5, chapters 8 and 9 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The second class of proofs are wholly the work of art, and consist of matters specially adapted to produce belief. They are, however, as a rule, almost entirely neglected, or only very lightly touched on by those who, avoiding arguments as rugged and repulsive things, confine themselves to pleasanter regions, and, like those who, as poets tell, were bewitched by tasting a magic herb in the land of the lotus-eaters, or by the song of the sirens, into preferring pleasure to safety, follow the empty semblance of renown, and are robbed of that victory which is the aim of eloquence. And yet those other forms of eloquence, which have a more continuous sweep and flow, are employed with a view to assisting and embellishing the agreements, and produce the appearance of superinducing a body upon the sinews on which the whole case rests. Thus, if it is asserted that some act has been committed under the influence of anger, fear, or desire, we may expatiate at some length on the nature of each of these passions. It is by these same methods that we praise, accuse, exaggerate, attenuate, describe, deter, complain, console, or exhort. But such rhetorical devices may be employed in connection with matters about which there is no doubt, or at least which we speak of as admitted facts. Nor would I deny that there is some advantage to be gained by pleasing our audience, and a great deal by stirring their emotions. Still, all these devices are more effective when the judge thinks he has gained a full knowledge of the facts of the case, which we can only give him by argument, and by the employment of every other known means of proof. Before, however, I proceed to classify the various species of artificial proof, I must point out that there are certain features common to all kinds of proof. For there is no question which is not concerned either with things or persons, nor can there be any ground for argument save in connection with matters concerning things or persons, which may be considered either by themselves or with reference to something else. While there can be no proof except such as is derived from things consequent or things opposite, which must be sought for either in the time preceding, contemporaneous with, or subsequent to the alleged fact, nor can any single thing be proved save by reference to something else which must be greater, less than, or equal to it. As regards arguments, they may be found either in the questions raised by the case, which may be considered by themselves quite apart from any connection with individual things or persons, or in the case of itself, when anything is discovered in it which cannot be arrived at by the light of common reason, but is peculiar to the subject on which judgment has to be given. Further, all proofs fall into three classes: necessary, credible, and not impossible. Again, there are four forms of proof. First, we may argue that, because one thing is, another thing is not, as, it is day, and therefore not night. Secondly, we may argue that, because one thing is, another thing is, as, the sun is risen, therefore it is day. Thirdly, it may be argued that, because one thing is not, another is, as, it is not night, therefore it is day. Finally, it may be argued that, because one thing is not, another thing is not, as, he is not a reasoning being, therefore he is not a man. These general remarks will suffice by way of introduction, and I will now proceed to details. Chapter 9. Every artificial proof consists either of indications, arguments, or examples. I am well aware that many consider indications to form part of the arguments. My reasons for distinguishing them are twofold. In the first place, indications, as a rule, come under the head of inartificial proofs, for a blood-stained garment, a shriek, a dark blotch, and the like are all evidence analogous to the documentary or oral evidence in rumors. They are not discovered by the orator, but are given him with the case itself. My second reason was that indications, if indubitable, are not arguments, since they leave no room for question, while arguments are only possible in controversial matters. If, on the other hand, they are doubtful, they are not arguments, but require arguments to support them. The two first species into which artificial proofs may be divided are, as I have already said, those which involve a conclusion, and those which do not. The former are those which cannot be otherwise, and are called teichmeria by the Greeks, because they are indications from which there is no getting away. These, however, seem to me scarcely to come under the rules of art. For, where an indication is irrefutable, there can be no dispute as to facts. This happens whenever there can be no doubt that something is being or has been done, or when it is impossible for it to be or have been done. In such cases, there can be no dispute as to the fact. This kind of proof may be considered in connection with past, present, or future time. For example, a woman who is delivered of a child must have had intercourse with a man, and the reference is to the past. When there is a high wind at sea, there must be waves, and the reference is to the present. When a man has received a wound in the heart, he is bound to die, and the reference is to the future. Nor again can there be a harvest where no seed has been sown, nor can a man be at Rome when he is at Athens, nor have been wounded by a sword when he has no scar. Some have the same force when reversed. A man who breathes is alive, and a man who is alive breathes. Some again cannot be reversed, because he who walks moves. It does not follow that he who moves walks. So too a woman who has not been delivered of a child may have had intercourse with a man. There may be waves without a high wind, and the man may die without having received the wound in the heart. Similarly, seed may be sown without a harvest resulting. A man who was never at Athens may never have been at Rome, and a man who has a scar may not have received a sword wound. There are other indications of eikota, that is, probabilities, as the Greeks call them, which do not involve a necessary conclusion. These may not be sufficient in themselves to remove doubt, but may yet be of the greatest value when taken in conjunction with other indications. The Latin equivalent of the Greek semeion is signum, a sign, though some have called it indicium, an indication, or vestigium, a trace. Such signs or indications enable us to infer that something else has happened. Blood, for instance, may lead us to infer that a murder has taken place. But bloodstains on a garment may be the result of the slaying of a victim at a sacrifice, or of bleeding at the nose. Everyone who has a bloodstain on his clothes is not necessarily a murderer. But although such an indication may not amount to proof in itself, yet it may be produced as evidence in conjunction with other indications, such, for instance, as the fact that the man with the bloodstain was the enemy of the murdered man, had threatened him previously, or was in the same place with him. Add the indication in question to these, and what was previously only a suspicion may become a certainty. On the other hand, there are indications which may be made to serve either party, such as livid spots, swellings which may be regarded as symptoms either of poisoning or of bad health, or a wound in the breast which may be treated as a proof of murder or of suicide. The force of such indications depends on the amount of extraneous support which they receive. Hermagoras would include among such indications as do not involve a necessary conclusion an argument such as the following. Atalanta cannot be a virgin, as she has been roaming the woods in the company of young men. If we accept this view, I fear that we shall come to treat all inferences from a fact as indications. Nonetheless, such arguments are, in practice, treated exactly as if they were indications. Nor do the Areopagites, when they condemned a boy for plucking out the eyes of quails, seem to have had anything else in their mind than the consideration that such conduct was an indication of a perverted character which might prove hurtful to many if he had been allowed to grow up. So, too, the popularity of Spurius Melius and Marcus Manlius was regarded as an indication that they were aiming at supreme power. However, I fear that this line of reasoning will carry us too far. For, if it is an indication of adultery that a woman bathes with men, the fact that she revels with young men or even an intimate friendship will also be indications of the same offense. Again, depilation, a voluptuous gait, or womanish attire may be regarded as indications of effeminacy and unmanliness by anyone who thinks that such symptoms are the result of an immoral character, just as blood is the result of a wound. For anything that springs from the matter under investigation and comes to our notice may properly be called an indication. Similarly, it is also usual to give the names of signs to frequently observed phenomena, such as prognostics of the weather, which we may illustrate by the Virgilian, "For wind turns Phoebe's face to ruddy gold," and "The crow, with full voice, good for naught, invites the rain." If these phenomena are caused by the state of the atmosphere, such an appellation is correct enough, for if the moon turns red owing to the wind, her hue is certainly a sign of wind. And if, as the same poet infers, the condensation and rarefication of the atmosphere causes that concert of bird voices of which he speaks, we may agree in regarding it as a sign. We may further note that great things are sometimes indicated by trivial signs, witness the Virgilian crow. That trivial events should be indicated by signs of greater importance is, of course, no matter for wonder. End of chapter 9. Book 5, Chapter 10, Part 1 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. I now turn to arguments, the name under which we comprise the enthymemata, epicheiremata, and apodeixes of the Greeks, terms which, in spite of their difference, have much the same meaning. For the enthymeme, which we translate by commentum or commentatio, there being no alternative, though it should be wiser to use the Greek name, has three meanings. Firstly, it means anything conceived in the mind. This is not, however, the sense of which I am now speaking. Secondly, it signifies a proposition with a reason. And thirdly, a conclusion of an argument, drawn either from denial of a consequence or from incompatibles, although there is some controversy on this point. For there are some who style a conclusion from consequence an epicheireme, while it will be found that the majority hold the view that an enthymeme is a conclusion from incompatibles, wherefore Cornificius styles it a contrarium or argument from contraries. Some again call it a rhetorical syllogism, others an incomplete syllogism, because its parts are not so clearly defined or of the same number as those of the regular syllogism, since such precision is not specially required by the orator. Valgius translates epicheirema by aggressio, that is, an attempt. It would, however, in my opinion, be truer to say that it is not our handling of the subject, but the thing itself which we attempt, which should be called an epicheirema, that is to say, the argument by which we try to prove something, and which, even if it has not yet been stated in so many words, has been clearly conceived by the mind. Others regard it not as an attempted or imperfect proof, but a complete proof, falling under the most special species of proof. Consequently, according to its proper and most generally received appellation, it must be understood in the sense of a definite conception of some thought consisting of at least three parts. Some call an epicheirema a reason, but Cicero is more correct in calling it a reasoning, although he too seems to derive this name from the syllogism rather than anything else, for he calls the syllogistic basis a ratiocinative basis, and quotes philosophers to support him. And, since there is a certain kinship between a syllogism and epicheireme, it may be thought that he was justified in his use of the latter term. An apodeixis is a clear proof, hence the use of the term grammicai apodeixis, linear demonstrations, by the geometricians. Caecilius holds that it differs from the epicheireme solely in the kind of conclusion arrived at, and that an apodeixis is simply an incomplete epicheireme, for the same reason that we said an enthymeme differed from a syllogism. For an epicheireme is also part of a syllogism. Some think that an apodeixis is portion of an epicheireme, namely the part containing the proof. But all authorities, however much they may differ on other points, define both in the same way, insofar as they call both a method of proving what is not certain by means of what is certain. Indeed, this is the nature of all arguments, for what is certain cannot be proved by what is uncertain. To all these forms of argument, the Greeks give the name of pistes, a term which, though the literal translation is fides, a warrant of credibility, is best translated by probatio, proof. But argument has several other meanings. For the plots of plays composed for acting in the theater are called arguments, while Pedianus, when explaining the themes of the speeches of Cicero, says the argument is as follows. Cicero himself, in writing to Brutus, says, "Fearing that I might transfer something from that source to my Cato, although the argument is quite different." It is thus clear that all subjects for writing are so called. Nor is this to be wondered at, since the term is also in common use among artists, hence the Virgilian phrase, a mighty argument. Again, a work which deals with a number of different themes is called rich in argument. But the sense with which we are now concerned is that which provides proof. Celsus, indeed, treats the terms proof, indication, credibility, attempt simply as different names for the same things, in which, to my thinking, he betrays a certain confusion of thought. For proof and credibility are not merely the result of logical processes, but may equally be secured by inartificial arguments. Now, I have already distinguished signs, or, as he prefers to call them, indications from arguments. Consequently, since an argument is a process of reasoning which provides proof and enables one thing to be inferred from another, and confirms facts which are uncertain by reference to facts which are certain, there must need to be something in every case which requires no proof. Otherwise, there will be nothing by which we can prove anything. There must be something which either is or is believed to be true, by means of which doubtful things may be rendered credible. We may regard as certainties, first, those things which we perceive by the senses, things, for instance, that we hear or see, such as signs or indications. Secondly, those things about which there is general agreement, such as the existence of the gods or the duty of loving one's parents. Thirdly, those things which are established by law or have passed into current usage, if not throughout the whole world, at any rate in the nation or state where the case is being pleaded. There are, for instance, many rights which rest not on law but on custom. Finally, there are the things which are admitted by either party, and whatever has already been proved or is not disputed by our adversary. Thus, for instance, it may be argued that, since the world is governed by providence, the state should similarly be governed by some controlling power. It follows that the state must be so governed once it is clear that the world is governed by providence. Further, the man who is to handle arguments correctly must know the nature and meaning of everything and their usual effects. For it is thus that we arrive at probable arguments, or eikota, as the Greeks call them. With regard to credibility, there are 3 degrees. First, the highest, based on what usually happens, as for instance, the assumption that children are loved by their parents. Secondly, there is the highly probable, as for instance, the assumption that a man in the enjoyment of good health will probably live till tomorrow. The third degree is found where there is nothing absolutely against an assumption, such as that a theft committed in a house was the work of one of the household. Consequently, Aristotle, in the second book of his Rhetoric, has made a careful examination of all that commonly happens to things or persons, as, for instance, what is the natural result of wealth, or ambition, or superstition, what meets with the approval of good men, what is the object of a soldier's or a farmer's desires, and by what means everything is sought or shunned. For my part, I do not propose to pursue this subject. It is not merely a long, but an impossible, or rather an infinite task. Moreover, it is within the compass of the common understanding of mankind. If, however, anyone wishes to pursue the subject, I have indicated where he may apply. But all credibility, and it is with credibility that the great majority of arguments are concerned, turns on questions such as the following: whether it is credible that father has been killed by his son, or that a father has committed incest with his daughter, or, to take questions of an opposite character, whether it is credible that a stepmother has poisoned her stepchild, or that a man of luxurious life has committed adultery, or again, whether a crime has been openly committed, or false evidence given for a small bribe, since each of these crimes is the result of a special cast of character as a rule, though not always. If it were always so, there would be no room for doubt and no argument. Let us now turn to consider the places of arguments, although some hold that they are identical with the topics which I have already discussed above. But I do not use this term in its usual acceptance, namely commonplaces, directed against luxury, adultery, and the like, but in the sense of the secret places where arguments reside, and from which they must be drawn forth. For, just as all kinds of produce are not provided by every country, and as you will not succeed in finding a particular bird or beast if you are ignorant of the localities where it has its usual haunts or birthplace, as even the various kinds of fish flourish in different surroundings, some preferring a smooth and others a rocky bottom, and are found on different shores and in diverse regions, you will, for instance, never catch a sturgeon or wrasse in Italian waters, so not every kind of argument can be derived from every circumstance, and consequently our speech requires discrimination. Otherwise, we shall fall into serious error, and after wasting our labor through lack of method, we shall fail to discover the argument which we desire, unless assisted by some happy chance. But if we know the circumstances which give rise to each kind of argument, we shall easily see when we come to a particular place what arguments it contains. Firstly, then, arguments may be drawn from persons, for, as I have already said, all arguments fall into two classes, those concerned with things and those concerned with persons, since causes, time, place, occasion, instruments, means, and the like are all accidents of things. I have no intention of tracing all the accidents of persons, as many have done, but shall confine myself to those from which arguments may be drawn. Such are birth, for persons are generally regarded as having some resemblance to their parents and ancestors, a resemblance which sometimes leads to their living disgracefully or honorably, as the case may be. Then there is nationality, for races have their own character, and the same action is not probable in the case of a barbarian, a Roman, and a Greek. Country is another, for there is a like diversity in the laws, institutions, and opinions of different states. Sex, since, for example, a man is more likely to commit a robbery, a woman to poison. Age, since different actions suit different ages. Education and training, since it makes a great difference who were the instructors and what the method of instruction in each individual case. Bodily constitution, for beauty is often introduced as an argument for lust, strength as an argument for insolence, and their opposites for opposite conduct. Fortune, since the same acts are not to be expected from rich and poor, or from one who is surrounded by troops of relations, friends, or clients, and one who lacks all these advantages. Condition, too, is important, for it makes a great difference whether a man be famous or obscure, a magistrate or a private individual, a father or a son, a citizen or a foreigner, a free man or a slave, married or unmarried, a father or childless. Nor must we pass by natural disposition, for avarice, anger, pity, cruelty, severity, and the like may often be adduced to prove the credibility or the reverse of a given act. It is, for instance, often asked whether a man's way of living be luxurious, frugal, or parsimonious. Then there is occupation, since a rustic, a lawyer, a man of business, a soldier, a sailor, a doctor, all perform very different actions. We must also consider the personal ambitions of individuals, for instance, whether they wish to be thought rich or eloquent, just or powerful. Past life and previous utterances are also a subject for investigation, since we are in the habit of inferring the present from the past. To these some add passion, by which they mean some temporary emotion such as anger or fear. They also add design, which may refer to the past, present, or future. These latter, however, although accidents of persons, should be referred to that class of arguments which we draw from causes, as also should certain dispositions of mind, for example, when we inquire whether one man is the friend or enemy of another. Names also are treated as accidents of persons. This is perfectly true, but names are rarely food for argument, unless they have been given for some special reasons, such as the titles of wise, great, pious, or unless the name has suggested some special thought to the bearer. Lentulus, for instance, had the idea suggested to him by the fact that, according to the Sibylline books and the responses of the soothsayers, the tyranny was promised to 3 members of the Cornelian family, and he considered himself to be the third in succession to Sulla and Cinna, since he too bore the name Cornelius. On the other hand, the conceit employed by Euripides, where he makes Eteocles taunt his brother Polynices on the ground that his name is evidence of character, is feeble in the extreme. Still, a name will often provide the subject for a jest. Witness the frequent jests of Cicero on the name of Verres. Such, then, and the like, are the accidents of persons. It is impossible to deal with them all either here or in other portions of this work, and I must content myself with pointing out the lines on which further enquiry should proceed. I now pass to things. Of these, actions are the most nearly connected with persons, and must therefore be treated first. In regard to every action, the question arises either why, or where, or when, or how, or by what means the action is performed. Consequently, arguments are drawn from the causes of past or future actions. The matter of these causes, by some called hylle, by others dynamis, falls into two genera, which are each divided into 4 species. For the motive for any action is, as a rule, concerned with the acquisition, increase, preservation, and use of things that are good, or with the avoidance, diminution, endurance of things that are evil, or with escape therefrom. All these considerations carry great weight in deliberative oratory as well. But right actions have right motives, while evil actions are the result of false opinions, which originate in the things which men believe to be good or evil. Hence spring errors and evil passions, such as anger, hatred, envy, desire, hope, ambition, audacity, fear, and others of a similar kind. To these accidental circumstances may often be added such as drunkenness or ignorance, which serve sometimes to excuse and sometimes to prove a charge, as for instance when a man is said to have killed one person while lying in wait for another. Further, motives are often discussed not merely to convict the accused of the offense with which he is charged, but also to defend him when he contends that his action was right, that is to say, proceeded from an honorable motive, a theme of which I have spoken more fully in the 3rd book. Questions of definition are also at times intimately connected with motives. Is a man a tyrannicide if he kills a tyrant by whom he has been detected in the act of adultery? Or is he guilty of sacrilege who tore down arms dedicated in a temple to enable him to drive the enemy from the city? Arguments are also drawn from place. With a view to proving our facts, we consider such questions as whether a place is hilly or level, near the coast or inland, planted or uncultivated, crowded or deserted, near or far, suitable for carrying out a given design or the reverse. This is a topic which is treated most carefully by Cicero in his Promilone. These points and the like generally refer to questions of fact, but occasionally to questions of law as well. For we may ask whether a place is public or private, sacred or profane, our own or another's, just as where persons are concerned, we ask whether a man is a magistrate, a father, a foreigner. Hence arise such questions as the following. You have stolen private money, but since you stole it from a temple, it is not theft, but sacrilege. You have killed adulterers, an act permitted by law, but since the act was done in a brothel, it is murder. You have committed an assault, but since the object of your assault was a magistrate, the crime is lèse majesté. Similarly, it may be urged in defense. The act was lawful, because I was a father, a magistrate. But such points afford matter for argument when there is a controversy as to the facts, and matter for enquiry when the dispute turns on a point of law. Place also frequently affects the quality of an action, for the same action is not always lawful or seemly under all circumstances, while it makes considerable difference in what state the enquiry is taking place, for they differ both in custom and law. Further arguments drawn from place may serve to secure approval or the reverse. Ajax, for example, in Ovid says, "What? Do we plead our cause before the ships? And is Ulysses there preferred to me?" Again, one of the many charges brought against Milo was that he killed Claudius on the monument of his ancestors. Such arguments may also carry weight in deliberative oratory, as may those drawn from time, which I shall now proceed to discuss. Time may, as I have said elsewhere, be understood in two different senses, general and special. The first sense is seen in words and phrases such as now, formerly, in the reign of Alexander, in the days of the siege of Troy, and whenever we speak of past, present, or future. The second sense occurs when we speak either of definite periods of time, such as in summer, in winter, by night, by day, or of fortuitous periods, such as in time of pestilence, in time of war, during a banquet. Certain Latin writers have thought it a sufficient distinction to call the general sense time and the special times. In both senses, time is of importance in advisory speeches and demonstrative oratory, but not so frequently as in forensic. For questions of law turn on time, while it also determines the quality of actions and is of great importance in questions of fact. For instance, occasionally it provides irrefragable proofs, which may be illustrated by a case which I have already cited, when one of the signatories to a document has died before the day on which it was signed, or when a person is accused of the commission of some crime, although he was only an infant at the time or not yet born. Further, all kinds of arguments may easily be drawn either from facts previous to a certain act or contemporary or subsequent. As regards antecedent facts, the following example will illustrate my meaning. You threatened to kill him. You went out by night. You started before him. Motives of actions may also belong to past time. Some writers have shown themselves over-subtle in their classification of the second class of circumstances, making a sound was heard an example of circumstances combined with an act, and a shout was raised an instance of circumstances attached to an act. As regards subsequent circumstances, I may cite accusations such as, you hid yourself, you fled, livid spots and swellings appeared on the corpse. The counsel for the defense will employ the same divisions of time to discredit the charge which is brought against him. In these considerations are included everything in connection with words and deeds, but in two distinct ways. For some things are done because something else is like to follow, and others because something else has previously been done, as for instance, when the husband of a beautiful woman is accused of having acted as a procurer on the ground that he bought her after she was found guilty of adultery, or when a debauched character is accused of parricide on the ground that he said to his father, you have rebuked me for the last time. For in the former case, the accused is not a procurer because he bought the woman, but bought her because he was a procurer, while in the latter the accused is not a parricide because he used these words, but used them because he intended to kill his father. With regard to accidental circumstances, which also provide matter for arguments, these clearly belong to subsequent time, but are distinguished by a certain special quality, as for instance, if I should say, Scipio was a better general than Hannibal, for he conquered Hannibal. He was a good pilot, for he was never shipwrecked. He was a good farmer, for he gathered in huge harvests. Or, referring to bad qualities, he was a prodigal, for he squandered his patrimony. His life was disgraceful, for he was hated by all. We must also consider the resources possessed by the parties concerned, more especially when dealing with questions of fact, for it is more credible that a smaller number of persons were killed by a larger, a weaker party by a stronger, sleepers by men that were wide awake, the unsuspecting by the well-prepared, while the converse arguments may be used to prove the opposite. Such considerations arise both in deliberative and forensic oratory. In the latter, they occur in relation to two questions, namely, whether some given person had the will, and whether he had the power to do the deed. For hope will often create the will to act. Hence, the well-known inference in Cicero, Claudius lay in wait for Milo, not Milo for Claudius had a retinue of sturdy slaves, while Milo was with a party of women. Claudius was mounted, Milo in a carriage, Claudius lightly clad, Milo hampered by a cloak. With resources we may couple instruments, which form part of resources and means. But sometimes instruments will provide us with indications as well, as for instance if we find a javelin sticking in a dead body. To these we may add manner, the Greek tropos, in regard to which we ask how a thing was done. Manner is concerned sometimes with quality and the letter of the law. We may, for instance, argue that it was unlawful to kill an adulterer by poison. Sometimes with questions of fact, as for example, if I argue that an act was committed with a good intent, and therefore openly, or with a bad intent, and therefore treacherously, by night, in a lonely place. In all cases, however, in which we inquire into the nature and meaning of an act, and which can be considered by themselves apart from all considerations of persons and all else that gives rise to the actual cause, there are clearly 3 points to which we must give attention, namely, whether it is, what it is, and of what kind it is. But as there are certain places of argument which are common to all 3 questions, this triple division is impracticable, and we must therefore consider these questions rather in connection with those places in which they most naturally arise. Arguments then may be drawn from definition, sometimes called finitio and sometimes finis. Definition is of 2 kinds. We may ask whether a particular quality is a virtue, or make a definition precede and ask what is the nature of a virtue. Such a definition is either stated in general terms, such as rhetoric is a science of speaking well, or in detail, such as rhetoric is the science of correct conception, arrangement, and utterance, coupled with a retentive memory and a dignified delivery. Further, we may define a word by giving its content, as in the preceding instances, or by etymology. We may, for instance, explain assiduus by deriving it from as and do, locoples by deriving it from copia locorum, pecuniosus from copia pecorum. Genus, species, difference, and property seem more especially to afford scope for definition, for we derive arguments from all of these. Genus is of little use when we desire to prove a species, but of great value for its elimination. A tree is not necessarily a plane tree, but that which is not a tree is certainly not a plane tree. Again, virtue is not necessarily the virtue of justice, but that which is not a virtue is certainly not justice. We must proceed from the genus to the ultimate species. For example, to say that man is an animal will not suffice, for animal merely gives us the genus, nor yet will the addition of the words subject to death be adequate, for although this epithet gives us a species, it is common to other animals as well. If, however, we define man as a rational animal, we need nothing further to make our mention clear. On the other hand, species will give us clear proof of genus, but is of little service for its elimination. For example, justice is always a virtue, but that which is not justice may still be a virtue, such as fortitude, constancy, or self-control. Genus, therefore, cannot be eliminated by species, unless all the species included in the genus be eliminated, as for instance in the following sentence: that which is neither rational nor mortal nor an animal is not a man. To these they add property and difference. Properties serve to establish definitions, differences to overthrow them. A property is that which happens to one particular object and that alone. Speech and laughter, for instance, are properties of man. Or it may be something specially belonging to an object, but not to it alone. Heating, for instance, is a property of fire. The same thing may also have a number of properties. Light and heat are both properties of fire. Consequently, the omission of any property in a definition will impair it, but the introduction of a property, whatever it may be, will not necessarily establish a definition. We have, however, often to consider what is a property of some given object. For example, if it should be asserted, on the ground of etymology, that the peculiar property of a tyrannicide is to kill tyrants, we should deny it, for an executioner is not ipso facto a tyrannicide if he executes a tyrant who has been delivered to him for the purpose. Nor again is he a tyrannicide who kills a tyrant unwittingly or against his will. What is not a property will be a difference. It is, for instance, one thing to be a slave and another to be in a state of servitude. hence the distinction raised in connection with persons assigned to their creditors for debt. A slave, if he is manumitted, becomes a freedman, but this is not the case with one who is assigned. There are also other points of difference, which are dealt with elsewhere. Again, the term difference is applied in cases when the genus is divided into species and one species is subdivided. Animal, for instance, is a genus, mortal a species, while terrestrial or biped is a difference, for they are not actually properties, but serve to show the difference between such animals and quadrupeds or creatures of the sea. This distinction, however, comes under the province not so much of argument as of exact definition. Cicero separates genus and species, which latter he calls form, from definition and includes them under relation. For example, if a person to whom another man has left all his silver should claim all his silver money as well, he would base his claim upon genus. On the other hand, if, when a legacy has been left to a married woman holding the position of mater familias, it should be maintained that the legacy is not due to a woman who never came into the power of her husband. The argument is based on species, since there are two kinds of marriage. Cicero further shows that definition is assisted by division, which he distinguishes from partition, making the latter the dissection of a whole into its parts, and the former the division of a genus into its forms or species. The number of parts he regards as being uncertain, as for instance the elements of which a state consists. The forms or species are, however, certain, as for instance the number of forms of government, which we are told are 3, democracy, oligarchy, and monarchy. It is true that he does not use these illustrations, since, as he was writing to Trebatius, he preferred to draw his examples from law. I have chosen my illustrations as being more obvious. Properties have relation to questions of fact as well. For instance, it is the property of a good man to act rightly, of an angry man to be violent in speech or action, and consequently we believe that such acts are committed by persons of the appropriate character, or not committed by persons of inappropriate character. For just as certain persons possess certain qualities, so certain others do not possess certain qualities, and the argument is of precisely the same nature, though from opposite premises. End of chapter 10, part 1. Book 5, chapter 10, part 2 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, part 2. In a similar way, division is valuable, both for proof and refutation. For proof, it is sometimes enough to establish one thing. To be a citizen, a man must either have been born or made such. For refutation, both points must be disproved. He was neither born nor made a citizen. This may be done in many ways, and constitutes a form of argument by elimination, whereby we show sometimes that the whole is false, sometimes that only that which remains after the process of elimination is true. An example of the first of these two cases would be: you say that you lent him money. Either you possessed it yourself, received it from another, found it, or stole it. If you did not possess it, receive it from another, find or steal it, you did not lend it to him. The residue after elimination is shown to be true as follows. This slave whom you claim was either born in your house, or bought, or given you, or left you by will, or captured from the enemy, or belongs to another. By the elimination of the previous suppositions, he is shown to belong to another. This form of argument is risky, and must be employed with care. For if, in setting forth the alternatives, we chance to omit one, our whole case and our audience will be moved to laughter. It is safer to do what Cicero does in the Procaicina, when he asks, if this is not the point at issue, what is? For, thus, all other points are eliminated at one swoop. Or again, two contrary propositions may be advanced, either of which, if established, would suffice to prove the case. Take the following example from Cicero. There can be no one so hostile to Cluentius as not to grant me one thing. If it be a fact that the verdict then given was the result of bribery, the bribes must have proceeded either from Habitus or Opienicus. If I show that they did not proceed from Habitus, I prove that they proceeded from Opienicus. If I demonstrate that they were given by Opienicus, I clear Habitus. Or we may give our opponent the choice between two alternatives, of which one must necessarily be true, and as a result, whichever he chooses, he will damage his case. Cicero does this in the Pro Opio. Was the weapon snatched from his hands when he had attacked Cotta, or when he was trying to commit suicide? And in the Pro Vareno, you have a choice between two alternatives. Either you must show that the choice of this route by Varenus was due to chance, or that it was the result of this man's persuasion and inducement. He then shows that either admission tells against his opponent. Sometimes, again, two propositions are stated of such a character that the admission of either involves the same conclusion, as in the sentence, "We must philosophize, even though we ought not," or as in the common dilemma, "What is the use of a figure if its meaning is clear? And what is its use if it is unintelligible?" Or, "He who is capable of enduring pain will lie if tortured, and so will he who cannot endure pain." As there are three divisions of time, so the orders of events fall into three stages. For everything has a beginning, growth, and consummation, as for instance, a quarrel, blows, murder. Thus arise arguments, which lend each other mutual support, for the conclusion is inferred from the beginning, as in the following case. I cannot expect a purple striped toga when I see that the beginning of the web is black. Or the beginning may be inferred from the conclusion. For instance, the fact that Sulla resigned the dictatorship is an argument that Sulla did not take up arms with the intention of establishing a tyranny. Similarly, from the growth of a situation, we may infer either its beginning or its end, not only in questions of fact, but as regards points of equity, such as whether the conclusion is referable to the beginning, that is, should the man that began the quarrel be regarded as guilty of the bloodshed with which it ended? Arguments are also drawn from similarities. If self-control is a virtue, abstinence is also a virtue. If a guardian should be required to be faithful to his trust, so should an agent. To this class belongs the type of argument called epagoge by the Greeks, induction by Cicero. Or arguments may be drawn from unlikes. It does not follow that if joy is a good thing, pleasure also is a good thing. It does not follow that what applies to the case of a woman applies also to the case of a ward. Or from contraries, frugality is a good thing, since luxury is an evil thing. If he who does harm unwittingly deserves pardon, he who does good unwittingly does not deserve a reward. Or from contradictions, he who is wise is not a fool. Or from consequences necessary or probable. If justice is a good thing, we must give right judgment. If breach of faith is a bad thing, we must not deceive. And such arguments may also be reversed. Similar to these are the following arguments, which must, therefore, be classed under the same head, since it is to this that they naturally belong. A man has not lost what he never had. A man does not wittingly injure him whom he loves. If one man has appointed another as his heir, he regarded, still regards, and will continue to regard him with affection. However, such arguments, being incontrovertible, are of the nature of absolute indications. These, however, I call consequent or accoluta. Goodness, for instance, is consequent on wisdom, while in regard to things which merely have taken place afterwards or will take place, I use the term insequent or parepomena, though I do not regard the question of terminology as important. Give them any name you please, as long as the meaning is clear, and it is shown that the one depends on time, the other on the nature of things. I have therefore no hesitation in calling the following forms of argument also consequential, although they argue from the past to the future. Some, however, divide them into two classes, those concerned with action, as in the pro opio. How could he detain, against their will, those whom he was unable to take to the province against their will? And those concerned with time, as in the variants. If the 1st of January puts an end to the authority of the preacher's edict, why should the commencement of its authority not likewise date from the 1st of January? Both these instances are of such a nature that the argument is reversible, for it is a necessary consequence that those who could not be taken to the province against their will could not be retained against their will. So, too, I feel clear that we should rank as consequential arguments those derived from facts which lend each other mutual support, and are by some regarded as forming a separate kind of argument, which they call ek ton pros allela, arguments from things mutually related, while Cicero styles them arguments drawn from things to which the same line of reasoning applies. Take the following example. If it is honorable for the Rhodians to let out their harbor dues, it is honorable likewise for Hermocreon to take the contract. Or, what it is honorable to learn, it is also honorable to teach. Such also is the fine sentence of Domitius Afer, which has the same effect, though it is not identical in form. I accused, you condemned. Arguments which prove the same thing from opposites are also mutually consequential. For instance, we may argue that he who says that the world was created thereby implies that it is suffering decay, since this is the property of all created things. There is another, very similar form of argument which consists in the inference of facts from their efficient causes, or the reverse, a process known as argument from causes. The conclusion is sometimes necessary, sometimes generally without being necessarily true. For instance, a body casts a shadow in the light, and the shadow, wherever it falls, indicates the presence of a body. There are other conclusions which, as I have said, are not necessary, whether as regards both cause and effect, or only one of the two. For instance, the sun colors the skin, but not every one that is colored receives that color from the sun. A journey makes the traveler dusty, but every journey does not produce dust, nor is every one that is dusty just come from a journey. As examples of necessary conclusions, on the other hand, I may cite the following. If wisdom makes a man good, a good man must needs be wise. And again, it is the part of a good man to act honorably, of a bad man to act dishonorably. Or, those who act honorably are considered good. Those who act dishonorably are considered bad men. In these cases, the conclusion is correct. On the other hand, though exercise generally makes the body robust, not everyone who is robust is given to exercise, nor is everyone that is addicted to exercise robust. Nor again, because courage prevents our fearing death, is every man who has no fear of death to be regarded as a brave man, nor is the sun useless to man because it sometimes gives him a headache. Arguments such as the following belong, in the main, to the hortative department of oratory. Virtue brings renown, therefore it should be pursued. But the pursuit of pleasure brings ill repute, therefore it should be shunned. But the warning that we should not necessarily search for the originating cause is just. An example of such error is provided by the speech of Medea, beginning, "Ha! Would that never there in Pelion's grove," as though her misery or guilt were due to the fact that there the beams of fir had fallen to the ground. Or I might cite the words addressed by Philoctetes to Paris. "Hadst thou been other than thou art, then I had ne'er been plunged in woe." By tracing back causes on lines such as these, we may arrive anywhere. But for the fact that Cicero has done so, I should regard it as absurd to add to these what is styled the conjugate argument, such as Those who perform a just act, act justly. A self-evident fact requiring no proof. Or again, every man has a common right to send his cattle to graze in a common pasture. Some call these arguments derived from causes or efficients, by the Greek name ekbases, that is, results. For, in such cases, the only point considered is how one thing results from another. Those arguments which prove the lesser from the greater from the less, or equals from equals, are styled apposite or comparative. A conjecture as to a fact is confirmed by argument from something greater in the following sentence. If a man commits sacrilege, he will also commit theft. From something less in a sentence such as, he who lies easily and openly will commit perjury. From something equal in a sentence such as, he who has taken a bribe to give a false verdict will take a bribe to give false witness. Points of law may be proved in a similar manner, from something greater, as in the sentence, if it is lawful to kill an adulterer, it is lawful to scourge him. From something less, if it is lawful to kill a man attempting theft by night, how much more lawful it is to kill one who attempts robbery with violence. From something equal, the penalty which is just in the case of parricide is also just in the case of matricide. In all these cases, we follow the syllogistic method. The following type of argument, on the other hand, is more serviceable in questions turning on definition or quality. If strength is good for the body, health is no less good. If theft is a crime, sacrilege is a greater crime. If abstinence is a virtue, so is self-control. If the world is governed by providence, the state also requires a government. If a house cannot be built without a plan, what of a whole city? If naval stores require careful supervision, so also do arms. I am content to treat this type of argument as a genus without going further. Others, however, divide it into species. For we may argue from several things to one, or from one thing to several. Hence, arguments such as, what has happened once may happen often. We may also argue from a part to the whole, from genus to species, from that which contains to that which is contained, from the difficult to the easy, from the remote to the near, and similarly from the opposites of all these to their opposites. Now, all these arguments deal with the greater or the less, or else with things that are equal, and if we follow up such fine distinctions, there will be no limit to our division into species. For the comparison of things is infinite. Things may be more pleasant, more serious, more necessary, more honorable, more useful. I say no more for fear of falling into that very garrulity which I deprecate. The number of examples of these arguments which I might quote is likewise infinite, but I will only deal with a very few. As an example of argument from something greater, take the following example from the Procaikina. Shall we suppose that which alarms whole armies cause no alarm to a peaceful company of lawyers? As an instance of argument from something easier, take this passage from the speech against Claudius and Curio. Consider whether it would have been easy for you to secure the praetorship, when he in whose favor you withdrew failed to secure election. The following provides an example of argument from something more difficult. I beg you, Tubero, to remark that I, who do not hesitate to speak of my own deed, venture to speak of that performed by Ligarius. And again, has not Ligarius reason for hope when I am permitted to intercede with you for another? For an argument drawn from something less, take this passage from the Procaikina. Really, is the knowledge that the men were armed sufficient to prove that violence was offered, and the fact that he fell into their hands insufficient? Well, then, to give a brief summary of the whole question, arguments are drawn from persons, causes, place, and time, which latter we have divided into preceding, contemporary, and subsequent. From resources, under which we include instruments. From manner, that is, how a thing has been done. from definition, genus, species, difference, property, elimination, division, beginnings, increase, consummation, likes, unlikes, contradictions, consequence, efficiency, effects, results, and comparison, which is subdivided into several species. I think I should also add that arguments are drawn not merely from admitted facts, but from fictitious suppositions, which the Greeks style kathypothesin, and that this latter type of argument falls into all the same divisions as those which I have mentioned above, since there may be as many species of fictitious arguments as there are of true arguments. When I speak of fictitious arguments, I mean the proposition of something which, if true, would either solve a problem or contribute to its solution, and secondly, the demonstration of the similarity of our hypotheses to the case under consideration. To make this the more readily intelligible to youths who have not yet left school, I will first of all illustrate it by examples of a kind familiar to the young. There is a law to the effect that the man who refuses to support his parents is liable to imprisonment. A certain man fails to support his parents and nonetheless objects to going to prison. He advances the hypothesis that he would be exempt from such a penalty if he were a soldier, an infant, or if he were absent from home on the service of the state. Again, in the case of where a hero is allowed to choose his reward, we might introduce the hypothesis of his desiring to make himself a tyrant, or to overthrow the temples of the gods. Such arguments are especially useful when we are arguing against the letter of the law, and are thus employed by Cicero in the Procaicina. The interdict contains the words, "Whence you or your household or your agent had driven him." If your steward alone had driven me out, it would not, I suppose, be your household, but a member of your household that had driven me out. If indeed you owned no slave except the one who drove me out, you would cry, "If I possess a household at all, I admit that my household drove you out." Many other examples might be quoted from the same work, but fictitious suppositions are also exceedingly useful when we are concerned with the quality of an act. If Catiline should try this case assisted by a jury composed of those scoundrels whom he led out with him, he would condemn Lucius Murena. It is useful also for amplification. If this had happened to you during dinner in the midst of your deep potations, or again, if the state could speak. Such, in the main, are the usual topics of proof as specified by teachers of rhetoric, but it is not sufficient to classify them generically in our instructions, since from each of them there arises an infinite number of arguments, while it is, in the very nature of things, impossible to deal with all their individual species. Those who have attempted to perform this latter task have exposed themselves in equal degree to two disadvantages, saying too much and yet failing to cover the whole ground. Consequently, the majority of students, finding themselves lost in an inextricable maze, have abandoned all individual effort, including even that which their own wits might have placed within their power, as though they were fettered by certain rigid laws, and keeping their eyes fixed upon their master, have ceased to follow the guidance of nature. But as it is not in itself sufficient to know that all proofs are drawn either from persons or things, because each of these groups is subdivided into a number of different heads, so he who has learned that arguments must be drawn from antecedent, contemporary, or subsequent facts will not be sufficiently instructed in the knowledge of the method of handling arguments to understand what arguments are to be drawn from the circumstances of each particular case, especially as the majority of proofs are to be found in the special circumstances of individual cases, and have no connection with any other dispute, and therefore, while they are the strongest, are also the least obvious, since, whereas we derive what is common to all cases from general rules, we have to discover for ourselves whatever is peculiar to the case which we have in hand. This type of argument may reasonably be described as drawn from circumstances, there being no other word to express the Greek peristasis, or from those things which are peculiar to any given case. For instance, in the case of the priest who, having committed adultery, desired to save his own life by means of the law, which gave him the power of saving one life, the appropriate argument to employ against him would run as follows. You would save more than one guilty person, since, if you were discharged, it would not be lawful to put the adulteress to death. For such an argument follows from the law forbidding the execution of the adulteress apart from the adulterer. Again, take the case falling under the law which lays down that bankers may pay only half of what they owe, while permitted to recover the whole of what they are owed. One banker requires payment of the whole sum owed him by another banker. The appropriate argument supplied by the subject to the creditor is that there was special reason for the insertion of the clause, sanctioning the recovery of the whole of a debt by a banker, since there was no need of such a law as against others, inasmuch as all have the right to recover the whole of a debt from any save a banker. But while some fresh considerations are bound to present themselves in every kind of subject, this is more especially the case in questions turning on the letter of the law, since not merely individual words, but still more whole phrases are frequently ambiguous. And these considerations must vary according to the complexity of laws and other documents, whether they are in agreement or contradictory, since fact throws light on fact and law on law, as in the following argument. I owed you no money. You never summoned me for debt. You took no interest from me. Nay, you actually borrowed money from me. It is laid down by law that he who refuses to defend his father when accused of treason thereby loses his right to inherit. A son denies that he is liable to this penalty unless his father is acquitted. How does he support this contention? There is another law to the effect that a man found guilty of treason shall be banished, and his advocate with him. Cicero in the Procluentio says that Publius Popilius and Tiberius Gutta were not condemned for receiving bribes to give a false verdict, but for attempting to bribe a jury. What is his argument in support of this view? That their accusers, who were themselves found guilty of bribing the jury, were restored in accordance with law after winning their case. But the consideration as to what arguments should be put forward requires no less care than the consideration of the manner in which we are to prove that which we have put forward. Indeed, in this connection, invention, if not the most important, is certainly the first consideration. For, just as weapons are superfluous for one who does not know what his target is, so too arguments are useless unless you see in advance to what they are to be applied. This is a task for which no formal rules can be laid down. Consequently, though a number of orators who have studied the same rules will use similar kinds of arguments, one will discover a greater number of arguments to suit his case than another. Let us take as an example a controversial theme involving problems that have little in common with other cases. When Alexander destroyed Thebes, he found documents showing that the Thebans had lent 100 talents to the Thessalians. These documents he presented to the Thessalians as a reward for the assistance they had given him in the campaign. Subsequently, the Thebans, after the restoration of their city by Cassander, demanded that the Thessalians should repay the money. The case is tried before the Amphictyonic Council. It is admitted that the Thebans lent the money and were not repaid. The whole dispute turns on the allegation that Alexander had excused the Thessalians from payment of the debt. It is also admitted that the Thessalians had received no money from Alexander. The question is therefore whether this gift is equivalent to his having given them money. What use will formal topics of argument be in such a case, unless I first convince myself that the gift of Alexander made no difference, that he had not the power to make it, and that he did not make it? The opening of the Theban plea presents no difficulty, and is likely to win the approval of the judges, since they are seeking to recover by right what was taken from them by force. But out of this point arises a violent controversy as to the right of war, since the Thessalians urge that kingdoms and peoples and the frontiers of nations and cities depend upon these rights. To meet this argument, it is necessary to discover in what respect this case differs from others which are concerned with property that has fallen into the hands of the victor. The difficulty, moreover, lies not so much in the proof as in the way it should be put forward. We may begin by stating that the rights of war do not hold good in any matter which can be brought before a court of justice, and that what is taken by force of arms can only be retained by force of arms, and consequently, wherever the rights of war holds good, there is no room for the functions of a judge, while, on the contrary, where the functions of the judge come into play, the rights of war cease to have any force. The reason why it is necessary to discover this principle is to enable us to bring the following argument into play: that prisoners of war are free on returning to their native land, just because the gains of war cannot be retained except by the exercise of the same violence by which they were acquired. Another peculiar feature of the case is that it is tried before the Amphictyonic Council, and you will remember that we have to employ different methods in pleading a case before the centumviral court and before an arbitrator, though the problems of the cases may be identical. Secondly, we may urge that the right to refuse payment could not have been conferred by the victor, because he possesses only what he holds, but a right, being incorporeal, cannot be grasped by the hand. It is more difficult to discover this principle than, once discovered, to defend it with arguments such as that the position of an heir and a conqueror are fundamentally different, since right passes to the one and property to the other. It is further an argument peculiar to the subject matter of the case that the right over a public debt could not have passed to the victor, because the repayment of a sum of money lent by a whole people is due to them all, and as long as any single one of them survives, he is creditor for the whole amount. But the Thebans were never all of them to a man in Alexander's power. The force of this argument resides in the fact that it is not based on any external support, but holds good in itself. Proceeding to the third line of argument, we may note that the first portion of it is of a more ordinary type, namely that the right to repayment is not based on the actual document, a plea which can be supported by many arguments. Doubt may also be thrown on Alexander's purpose. Did he intend to honor them or to trick them? Another argument peculiar to the subject, indeed it practically introduces a new discussion, is that the Thebans may be regarded as having, in virtue of their restoration, recovered the right, even though it be admitted that they had lost it. Again, Cassandra's purpose may be discussed, but as the case is being pleaded before the Amphictyonic Council, we shall find that the most powerful plea that can be urged is that of equity. I make these remarks not because I think that a knowledge of the places from which arguments may be derived is useless. Had I thought so, I should have passed them by. But to prevent those who have learned these rules from neglecting other considerations and regarding themselves as having a perfect and absolute knowledge of the whole subject, and to make them realize that, unless they acquire a thorough knowledge of the remaining points which I am about to discuss, they will be the possessors of what I can only call a dumb science. For the discovery of arguments was not the result of the publication of textbooks, but every kind of argument was put forward before any rules were laid down, and it was only later that writers of rhetoric noted them and collected them for publication. A proof of this is the fact that the examples which they use are old and quoted from the orators, while they themselves discover nothing new, or that has not been said before. The creators of the art were therefore the orators, though we owe a debt of gratitude also to those who have given us a shortcut to knowledge. For thanks to them, the arguments discovered by the genius of earlier orators have not got to be hunted down and noted in detail. But this does not suffice to make an orator, any more than it suffices to learn the art of gymnastic in school. The body must be assisted by continual practice, self-control, diet, and above all by nature. On the other hand, none of these are sufficient in themselves without the aid of art. I would also have students of oratory consider that all the forms of argument which I have just set forth cannot be found in every case, and that when the subject on which we have to speak has been propounded, it is no use considering each separate type of argument and knocking at the door of each with a view to discovering whether they may chance to serve to prove our point, except while we are in the position of mere learners without any knowledge of actual practice. Such a process merely retards the process of speaking to an incalculable extent, if it is always necessary for us to try each single argument, and thus learn by experiment what is apt and suitable to our case. In fact, I am not sure that it will not be an actual obstacle to progress, unless a certain innate penetration and a power of rapid divination, seconded by study, lead us straight to the arguments which suit our case. For just as the melody of the voice is most pleasing when accompanied by the lyre, yet if the musician's hand be slow, and, unless he first look at the strings and take their measure, hesitate as to which strings match the several notes of the voice, it would be better that he should content himself with the natural music of the voice unaccompanied by any instrument. Even so, our theory of speaking must be adapted, and, like the lyre, attuned to such rules as these. But it is only by constant practice that we can secure that, just as the hands of the musician, even though his eyes be turned elsewhere, produce bass, treble, or intermediate tones by force of habit, so the thought of the orator should suffer no delay owing to the variety and number of possible arguments, but that the latter should present themselves uncalled, and, just as letters and syllables require no thought on the part of a writer, so arguments should spontaneously follow the thought of the orator. End of section 10. Book 5, Chapter 11 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The third kind of proof, which is drawn into the service of the case from without, is styled a paradigma by the Greeks, who apply the term to all comparisons of like with like, but more especially to historical parallels. Roman writers have, for the most part, preferred to give the name of comparison to that which the Greeks style parabole, while they translate paradigma by example, although this latter involves comparison, while the former is of the nature of an example. For my own part, I prefer, with a view to making my purpose easier of apprehension, to regard both as paradigmata, and to call them examples. Nor am I afraid of being thought to disagree with Cicero, although he does separate comparison from example. For he divides all arguments into two classes, induction and ratiocination, just as most Greeks divided into paradigmata and epicheiremata, explaining paradigma as a rhetorical induction. The method of argument chiefly used by Socrates was of this nature. When he had asked a number of questions to which his adversary could only agree, he finally inferred the conclusion of the problem under discussion from its resemblance to the points already conceded. This method is known as induction, and though it cannot be used in a set speech, it is usual in a speech to assume that which takes the form of a question in dialogue. For instance, take the following question: what is the finest form of fruit? Is it not that which is best? This will be admitted. What of the horse? What is the finest? Is it not that which is the best? Several more questions of the same kind follow. Last comes the question: what of man? Is not he the finest type who is best? The answer can only be in the affirmative. Such a procedure is most valuable in the examination of witnesses, but is differently employed in a set speech. For there, the orator either answers his own questions or makes an assumption of that which in dialogue takes the form of a question. What is the finest fruit? The best, I should imagine. What is the finest horse? The swiftest. So too, the finest type of man is not he that is noblest of birth, but he that is most excellent in virtue. All arguments of this kind, therefore, must be from things like or unlike or contrary. Similes are, it is true, sometimes employed for the embellishment of the speech as well, but I will deal with them in their proper place. At present, I am concerned with the use of similitude in proof. The most important of proofs of this class is that which is most properly styled example, that is to say, the adducing of some past action, real or assumed, which may serve to persuade the audience of the truth of the point which we are trying to make. We must therefore consider whether the parallel is complete or only partial, that we may know whether to use it in its entirety or merely to select those portions which are serviceable. We argue from the like when we say, Saturninus was justly killed, as were the Gracchi. From the unlike when we say, Brutus killed his sons for plotting against the state, while Manlius condemned his son to death for his valor. From the contrary when we say, Marcellus restored the works of art which had been taken from the Syracusans who were our enemies, while Verres took the same works of art from our allies. The same divisions apply also to such forms of proof in panegyric or denunciation. It will also be found useful when we are speaking of what is likely to happen to refer to historical parallels. For instance, if the orator asserts that Dionysus is asking for a bodyguard, that, with their armed assistance, he may establish himself as tyrant, he may adduce the parallel case of Pisistratus, who secured the supreme power by similar means. But while examples may at times, as in the last instance, apply in their entirety, at times we shall argue from the greater to the less, or from the less to the greater. Cities have been overthrown by the violation of the marriage bond. What punishment, then, will meet the case of adultery? Flute players have been recalled by the state to the city which they had left. How much more, then, is it just that leading citizens who have rendered good service to their country should be recalled from that exile to which they have been driven by envy? Arguments from unlikes are most useful in exhortation. Courage is more remarkable in a woman than in a man. Therefore, if we wish to kindle someone's ambition to the performance of heroic deeds, we shall find that parallels drawn from the case of Horatius and Torquatus will carry less weight than that of the woman by whose hand Pyrrhus was slain. And if we wish to urge a man to meet death, the cases of Cato and Scipio will carry less weight than that of Lucretia. These are, however, arguments from the greater to the less. Let me then give you separate examples of these classes of argument from the pages of Cicero, for where should I find better? The following passage from the Promurena is an instance of argument from the like. For it happened that I myself, when a candidate, had two patricians as competitors, the one a man of the most unscrupulous and reckless character, the other a most excellent and respectable citizen. Ye I defeated, Catiline, by force of merit, and Galba by my popularity. The Pramilone will give us an example of argument from the greater to the less. They say that he who confesses to having killed a man is not fit to look upon the light of day. Where is the city in which men are such fools as to argue this? It is Rome itself, the city whose first trial on a capital charge was that of Marcus Horatius, the bravest of men, who, though the city had not yet attained its freedom, was nonetheless acquitted by the assembly of the Roman people, in spite of the fact that he confessed that he had slain his sister with his own hand. The following is an example of argument from the less to the greater. I killed, not Spurius Melius, who, by lowering the price of corn and sacrificing his private fortune, fell under the suspicion of desiring to make himself king, because it seemed that he was courting popularity with the common people overmuch. And so on, till we come to, no, the man I killed, for my client would not shrink from the avowal, since his deed had saved his country, was he who committed abominable adultery, even in the shrines of the gods. Then follows the whole invective against Claudius. Arguments from unlikes present great variety, for they may turn on kind, manner, time, place, etc., almost every one of which Cicero employs to overthrow the previous decisions that seem to apply to the case of Cluentius, while he makes use of argument from contraries when he minimizes the importance of the censorial stigma by praising Scipio Africanus, who, in his capacity of censor, allowed one whom he openly asserted to have committed deliberate perjury to retain his horse, because no one had appeared as evidence against him, though he promised to come forward himself to bear witness to his guilt, if any should be found to accuse him. I have paraphrased this passage because it is too long to quote. A brief example of a similar argument is to be found in Virgil. But he whom falsely thou dost call thy father, even Achilles in far otherwise dealt with old Priam, and Priam was his foe. Historical parallels may, however, sometimes be related in full, as in the Promilone, when a military tribune serving in the army of Gaius Marius, to whom he was related, made an assault upon the honor of a common soldier, the latter killed him, for the virtuous youth preferred to risk his life by slaying him to suffering such dishonor. And yet the great Marius acquitted him of all crime and let him go scot-free. On the other hand, in certain cases, it will be sufficient merely to allude to the parallel, as Cicero does in the same speech. For neither the famous Servilius Ahala, nor Publius Nasica, nor Lucius Opimius, nor the Senate, during my consulship, could be cleared of serious guilt, if it were a crime to put wicked men to death. Such parallels will be adduced at greater or less length, according as they are familiar, or as the interests or adornment of our case may demand. A similar method is to be pursued in quoting from the fictions of the poets, though we must remember that they will be of less force as proofs. The same supreme authority, the great master of eloquence, shows us how we should employ such quotations, for an example of this type will be found in the same speech. And it is therefore, gentlemen of the jury, that men of the greatest learning have recorded in their fictitious narratives that one who had killed his mother to avenge his father was acquitted, when the opinion of men was divided as to his guilt, not merely by the decision of a deity, but by the vote of the wisest of goddesses. Again, those fables which, at length, they did not originate with Aesop, for Hesiod seems to have been the first to write them, are best known by Aesop's name, are specially attractive to rude and uneducated minds, which are less suspicious than others in their reception of fictions, and, when pleased, readily agree with the arguments from which their pleasure is derived. Thus, Menenius Agrippa is said to have reconciled the plebs to the patricians by his fable of the limb's quarrel with the belly. Horace also did not regard the employment of fables as beneath the dignity, even of poetry. Witness his lines that narrate, "What the shrewd fox to the sick lion told." The Greeks call such fables ainoi, tales, and, as I have already remarked, Aesopian or Libyan stories, while some Roman writers term them apologues, though the name has not found general acceptance. Similar to these is that class of proverb, which may be regarded as an abridged fable, and is understood allegorically. "The burden is not mine to carry," he said. "The ox is carrying panniers." Simile has a force not unlike that of example, more especially when drawn from things nearly equal, without any admixture of metaphor, as in the following case. Just as those who have been accustomed to receive bribes in the campus martius are especially hostile to those whom they suspect of having withheld the money, so, in the present case, the judges came into court with a strong prejudice against the accused. For parabolē, which Cicero translates by comparison, is often apt to compare things whose resemblance is far less obvious. Nor does it merely compare the actions of men, as Cicero does in the Promurena. But if those who have just come into harbor from the high seas are in the habit of showing the greatest solicitude in warning those who are on the point of leaving port of the state of the weather, the likelihood of falling in with pirates and the nature of the coasts which they are like to visit, for it is a natural instinct that we should take a kindly interest in those who are about to face the dangers from which we have just escaped, what think you should be my attitude, who am now in sight of land after a mighty tossing on the sea, towards this man who, as I clearly see, has to face the wildest weather? On the contrary, similes of this kind are sometimes drawn from dumb animals and inanimate objects. Further, since similar objects often take on a different appearance when viewed from a different angle, I feel that I ought to point out that the kind of comparison which the Greeks call eikon, and which expresses the appearance of things and persons, as for instance in the line of Cassius, "Who is he yonder that doth writhe his face like some old man whose feet are wrapped in wool?" should be more sparingly used in oratory than those comparisons which help prove our point. For instance, if you wish to argue that the mind requires cultivation, you would use a comparison drawn from the soil, which, if neglected, produces thorns and thickets, but if cultivated, will bear fruit. Or, if you are exhorting someone to enter the service of the state, you will point out that bees and ants, though not merely dumb animals, but tiny insects, still toil for the common weal. Of this kind is the saying of Cicero: "As our bodies can make no use of their members without a mind to direct them, so the state can make no use of its component parts, which may be compared to the sinews, blood, and limbs, unless it is directed by law." And just as he draws this simile in the Procluentio from the analogy of the human body, so in the Procornelio he draws a simile from horses, and in the Proarchia from stones. As I have already said, the following type of simile comes more readily to hand. As oarsmen are useless without a steersman, so soldiers are useless without a general. Still, it is always possible to be misled by appearances in the use of simile, and we must therefore use our judgment in their employment. For though a new ship is more useful than one which is old, this simile will not apply to friendship. And again, though we praise one who is liberal with her money, we do not praise one who is liberal with her embraces. In these cases, there is similitude in the epithets old and liberal, but their force is different when applied to ships and friendship, money and embraces. Consequently, it is all important in this connection to consider whether the simile is really applicable. So, in answering those Socratic questions which I mentioned above, the greatest care must be taken to avoid giving an incautious answer, such as those given by the wife of Xenophon to Aspasia in the dialogues of Aeschines the Socratic. The passage is translated by Cicero as follows: "Tell me, pray, wife of Xenophon, if your neighbor has finer gold ornaments than you, would you prefer hers or yours?" "Hers," she replied. "Well then, if her dress and the rest of her ornaments are more valuable than yours, which would you prefer, hers or yours?" "Hers," she replied. "Come then," said she, "if her husband is better than yours, would you prefer yours or hers?" At this the wife of Xenophon not unnaturally blushed, for she had answered ill, in replying that she would prefer her neighbor's gold ornaments to her own, since it would be wrong to do so. If, on the other hand, she had replied that she would prefer her ornaments to be of the same quality as those of her neighbor, she might have answered without putting herself to the blush, that she would prefer her husband to be like him who was superior in virtue. I am aware that some writers have shown pedantic zeal in making a minute classification of similes, and have pointed out that there is lesser similitude, such as that of a monkey to a man, or a statue when first blocked out to its original. A greater similitude, for which compare the proverb, "as like as egg to egg." A similitude in things dissimilar, an elephant, for instance, and an ant both belong to the genus animal. And dissimilitude in things similar. Puppies and kids, for example, are unlike the parents, for they differ from them in point of age. So, too, they distinguish between contraries. Some are opposites, as night to day, some hurtful, as cold water to a fever, some contradictory, as truth to falsehood, and some negative, as things which are not hard when contrasted with things which are hard. but I cannot see that such distinctions have any real bearing on the subject under discussion. It is more important for our purpose to note that arguments may be drawn from similar, opposite, and dissimilar points of law. As an example of the first, take the following passage from the Topica of Cicero, where he argues that a man to whom the usufruct of a house has been left will not restore it in the interest of the heir if it collapses, just as he would not replace a slave if he should die. The following will provide an example of an argument drawn from opposite points of law. The absence of a formal contract is no bar to the legality of a marriage, provided the parties cohabit by mutual consent. An instance of an argument drawn from dissimilar points of law occurs in the Procaechina of Cicero. If anyone had driven me from my house by armed violence, I should have ground for action against him. Have I then no ground, if he has prevented me from entering my house? The similar points may be illustrated by the following example. Because a man has bequeathed all his silver to a given person, and this bequest is regarded as including silver coin as well as plate, it does not follow that he intended all outstanding debts to be paid to the legatee. Some draw a distinction between analogy and similarity, but personally, I regard the former as included under the latter. For the statement that the relation of 1 to 10 is the same as that of 10 to 100 certainly involves similarity, just as does the statement that a bad citizen may be compared to an actual enemy. But arguments of this kind are carried still further. If connection with a male slave is disgraceful to the mistress of the house, so is the connection of the master with a female slave. If pleasure is an end sought by dumb animals, so also must it be with men. But these arguments may readily be met by arguments from dissimilars. It is not the same thing for the master of the house to have intercourse with a female slave as for the mistress to have intercourse with a male slave. Nor does it follow that because dumb animals pursue pleasure, reasoning beings should do likewise. Or they may even be met by arguments from opposites, as for instance, because pleasure is an end sought by dumb animals, it should not be sought by reasoning beings. Authority also may be drawn from external sources to support a case. Those who follow the Greeks, who call such arguments krises, style them judgments or adjudications, thereby referring not to matters on which judicial sentence has been pronounced, for such decisions form examples or precedents, but to whatever may be regarded as expressing the opinion of nations, peoples, philosophers, distinguished citizens, or illustrious poets. Nay, even common sayings and popular beliefs may be found to be useful, for they form a sort of testimony which is rendered all the more impressive by the fact that it was not given to suit special cases, but was the utterance or action of minds swayed neither by prejudice or influence, simply because it seemed the most honorable or honest thing to say or do. For instance, if I am speaking of the misfortunes of this mortal life, surely it will help me to adduce the opinion of those nations who hold that we should weep over the newborn child and rejoice over the dead. Or, if I am urging the judge to show pity, surely my argument may be assisted by the fact that Athens, the wisest of all states, regarded pity not merely as an emotion, but even as a god. Again, do we not regard the precepts of the 7 wise men as so many rules of life? If an adulteress is on her trial for poisoning, is she not already to be regarded as condemned by the judgment of Marcus Cato, who asserted that every adulteress was as good as a poisoner? As for reflections drawn from the poets, not only speeches, but even the works of the philosophers are full of them. For although the philosophers think everything inferior to their own precepts and writings, they have not thought it beneath their dignity to quote numbers of lines from the poets to lend authority to their statements. Again, a remarkable example of the weight carried by authority is provided by the fact that when the Megarians disputed the possession of Salamis with the Athenians, the latter prevailed by citing a line from Homer, which is not, however, found in all editions, to the effect that Ajax united his ships with those of the Athenians. Generally received sayings also become common property, owing to the very fact that they are anonymous, as, for instance, friends are a treasure, or conscience is as good as 1,000 witnesses, or, to quote Cicero, in the words of the old proverb, birds of a feather flock together. Sayings such as these would not have acquired immortality had they not carried conviction of their truth to all mankind. Some include under this head the supernatural authority that is derived from oracles, as for instance the response asserting that Socrates was the wisest of mankind. Indeed, they rank it above all other authorities. Such authority is rare, but may prove useful. It is employed by Cicero in his speech on the replies of the soothsayers, and in the oration in which he denounced Catiline to the people, when he points to the statue of Jupiter crowning a column, and again in the Proligario, where he admits the cause of Caesar to be the better because the gods have decided in his favor. When such arguments are inherent in the case itself, they are called supernatural evidence. When they are adduced from without, they are styled supernatural arguments. Sometimes, again, it may be possible to produce some saying or action of the judge, of our adversary, of his advocate, in order to prove our point. There have, therefore, been some writers who have regarded examples, and the use of authorities of which I am speaking, as belonging to inartificial proofs, on the ground that the orator does not discover them, but receives them ready-made. But the point is of great importance, for witnesses and investigation and the like all make some pronouncement on the actual matter under trial, whereas arguments drawn from without are in themselves useless, unless the pleader has the wit to apply them in such a manner as to support the points which he is trying to make. End of chapter 11. Book 5, Chapter 12 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Such, in the main, are the views about proof which I have either heard from others or learned by experience. I would not venture to assert that this is all there is to be said. Indeed, I would exhort students to make further researches on the subject, for I admit the possibilities of making further discoveries. Still, anything that may be discovered will not differ greatly from what I have said here. I will now proceed to make a few remarks as to how proofs should be employed. It has generally been laid down that an argument, to be effective, must be based on certainty, for it is obviously impossible to prove what is doubtful by what is no less doubtful. Still, some things which are adduced as proof require proof themselves. You killed your husband, for you were an adulteress. Adultery must first be proved. Once that is certain, it can be used as an argument to prove what is uncertain. Your javelin was found in the body of the murdered man. He denies that it was his. If the point is to serve as a proof, it must itself be proved. It is, however, necessary in this connection to point out that there are no stronger proofs than those in which uncertainty has been converted into certainty. You committed the murder, for your clothes were stained with blood. This argument is not so strong if the accused admits that his clothes were blood-stained as if the fact is proved against his denial. For if he admits it, there are still a number of ways in which the blood could have got onto his clothes. If, on the other hand, he denies it, he makes his whole case turn on this point, and if his contention is disproved, he will be unable to make a stand on any subsequent ground. For it will be thought that he would never have told a lie in denying the allegation unless he had felt it a hopeless task to justify himself if he admitted it. In insisting on our strongest arguments, we must take them singly, whereas our weaker arguments should be massed together, for it is undesirable that those arguments which are strong in themselves should have their force obscured by the surrounding matter, since it is important to show their true nature. On the other hand, Arguments which are naturally weak will receive mutual support if grouped together. Consequently, arguments which have no individual force on the ground of strength will acquire force in virtue of their number, since all tend to prove the same thing. For instance, if one man is accused of having murdered another for the sake of his property, it may be argued as follows. You had expectations of succeeding to the inheritance, which was moreover very large. You were a poor man, and at the time in question were especially hard-pressed by your creditors. You had also offended him whose heir you were, and knew that he intended to alter his will. These arguments are trivial and commonplace in detail, but their cumulative force is damaging. They may not have the overwhelming force of a thunderbolt, but they will have all the destructive force of hail. There are certain arguments which must not merely be stated, but supported as well. If we say, the motive for the crime was greed, we must show the force of greed as a motive. If we say that anger was the motive, we must show the sway that this passion has over the minds of men. Thus our arguments will not only be strengthened, but will be more ornamental as well, since we shall have produced something more than a mere fleshless skeleton. It also makes an enormous difference, supposing that we allege hatred as the motive for a crime, whether such hatred was due to envy, injury, or unlawful influence, whether it was recent or of long standing, whether it was directed against an inferior, an equal, or a superior, against a stranger or a relative. There are special methods for the treatment of all these arguments, and the treatment to be selected will depend on the interests of the case which we are defending. On the other hand, we must not always burden the judge with all the arguments we have discovered, since by doing so we shall at once bore him, and render him less inclined to believe us. For he will hardly suppose those proofs to be valid which we ourselves who produce them regard as insufficient. On the other hand, where the facts are fairly obvious, it would be as foolish to argue about them as to bring some artificial light into broad sunlight. To these proofs some authorities would add those which they call pathetic or emotional. Aristotle, indeed, holds that the strongest argument in support of a speaker is that he is a good man. This no doubt is the best support, but to seem good is also of value, though the semblance is but a bad second to the reality. Of this nature is the noble defense of Scaurus. Quintus Varius of Sucro asserts that Aemilius Scaurus has betrayed the interests of the Roman people. Aemilius Scaurus denies it. A similar defense is said to have been employed by Iphicrates. He asked Aristophon, who was accusing him on a similar charge of treason, whether he would consent to betray his country for a bribe. When Aristophon replied in the negative, he continued, "Have I then done what you would have refused to do?" We must, however, take the character of the judge into consideration, and seek out such arguments as will appeal to him. I have already spoken of this in the rules which I laid down for the exordium and for deliberative oratory. Another form of proof is provided by asseveration, as in, "I did this," "You told me this," or "Oh, outrageous crime," and the like. Every pleading should contain some such asseverations. If it does not, the loss will be considerable. Still, asseverations must not be regarded as supports of the first importance, since they can be produced by either party in the same case with the same emphasis. A most forcible kind of proof is that drawn from character, and supported by some plausible reason, as for instance, it is not likely that a wounded man, or one who has lost his son, would accuse anyone who is not guilty, since if he accused an innocent man, he would free the real offender from all risk of punishment. It is from such arguments that fathers seek support when pleading against their sons, or one relative against another. The further question has been raised as to whether the strongest arguments should be placed first to take possession of the judge's mind, or last to leave an impression upon it, or whether they should be divided between the commencement and close of the proof, adopting the Homeric disposition of placing the weakest in the center of the column, so that they may derive strength from their neighbors. But in the disposition of our arguments, we must be guided by the interests of the individual case. There's only one exception to this general rule, in my opinion, namely, that we should avoid descending from the strongest proofs to the weakest. I have been content to give a brief outline of my views concerning these points, and have put them forward in such a way as to show as clearly as was in my power the various topics and kinds of arguments. Others have dealt with the subject at greater length, preferring to deal with the whole subject of commonplaces and to show how each topic may be treated. This seems to me unnecessary, since it is, as a rule, obvious what should be said against the injurious conduct or avarice of our opponents, or against a hostile witness or powerful friends. To say everything on all these subjects is an endless task, as endless, in fact, as if I were to attempt to lay down rules for dealing with every dispute that can ever occur, and all the questions, arguments, and opinions thereby involved. I do not venture to suppose that I have pointed out all the circumstances that may give rise to arguments, but I think that I have done so in the majority of cases. This was a task which required all the more careful handling, because the declamations which we used to employ as foils wherewith to practice for the duels of the forum have long since departed from the true form of pleading, and owing to the fact that they are composed solely with the design of giving pleasure, have become flaccid and nerveless. Indeed, the claimers are guilty of exactly the same offense as slave dealers who castrate boys in order to increase the attractions of their beauty. For just as the slave dealer regards strength and muscle, and above all, the beard and other natural characteristics of manhood as blemishes, and softens down all that would be sturdy if allowed to grow, on the ground that it is harsh and hard, even so we conceal the manly form of eloquence and power of speaking closely and forcibly by giving it a delicate complexion of style, and, so long as what we say is smooth and polished, are absolutely indifferent as to whether our words have any power or not. But I take nature for my guide, and regard any man whatsoever as fairer to view than an eunuch, nor can I believe that Providence is ever so indifferent to what itself has created as to allow weakness to be an excellence, nor again can I think that the knife can render beautiful that which, if produced in the natural course of birth, would be regarded as a monster. A false resemblance to the female sex may in itself delight lust, if it will, but depravity of morals will never acquire such ascendancy as to succeed in giving real value to that to which it has succeeded in giving a high price. Consequently, although this debauched eloquence, for I intend to speak with the utmost frankness, may please modern audiences by its effeminate and voluptuous charms, I absolutely refuse to regard it as eloquence at all, for it retains not the slightest trace of purity and virility in itself, not to say of these qualities in the speaker. When the masters of sculpture in hand desired to carve or paint forms of ideal beauty, they never fell into the error of taking some Bagos or Megabyzes as models, but rightly selected the well-known Doryphorus, equally adapted either for the fields of war or for the wrestling school, and other warlike and athletic youths as types of physical beauty. Shall we then, who are endeavoring to mold the ideal orator, equip eloquence not with weapons but with timbrels? Consequently, let the youth whom we are training devote himself, as far as in him lies, to the imitation of truth, and, in view of the fact that the battles of the forum that await him are not few, let him strive for victory in the schools and learn how to strike the vitals of his foe and protect his own. And let his instructor insist on his doing this above all else, and reserve his special approval for the master of this art. For, though young men may be lured to evil practices by praise, they still prefer to be praised for what is right. At the present time, the misfortune is that teachers, more often than not, pass over what is necessary in silence, and utility is not accounted one of the good qualities of eloquence. But I have dealt with these points in another work, and shall often have to recur to them in this. I will now return to my prescribed course. End of chapter 12. Book 5, Chapter 13 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Refutation may be understood in two senses. For the duty of the defense consists wholly in refutation, while whatever is said by our opponents must be rebutted, whether we are speaking for the defense or the prosecution. It is in this sense that refutation is assigned the fourth place in pleadings, but the methods required in either case are identical. For the principles of argument in refutation can only be drawn from the same sources as those used in proof, while topics and thoughts, words and figures will all be on the same lines. As a rule, no strong appeal to the emotions is made in refutation. It is not, however, without reason that, as Cicero so often testifies, the task of defense has always been considered harder than that of prosecution. In the first place, accusation is a simpler task, for the charge is put forward in one definite form, but its refutation may take a number of different forms, since, as a rule, it is sufficient for the accuser that his charge should be true, whereas counsel for the defense may deny or justify the facts, raise the question of competence, make excuses, plead for mercy, soften, extenuate, or divert the charge, express contempt or derision. The task of the accuser is consequently straightforward, and, if I may use the phrase, vociferous. But the defense requires 1,000 arts and stratagems. Moreover, the prosecutor generally produces a speech which he has prepared at home, while the counsel for the defense has frequently to deal with quite unexpected points. The prosecutor brings forward his witnesses, while counsel for the defense has to refute the charge by arguments drawn from the case itself. The prosecutor draws his material from the odium excited by the charges, even though it have no justification, denouncing parricide, sacrilege, or treason, whereas counsel for the defense can only deny them. Consequently, quite moderate speakers have proved adequate in prosecution, while no one can be a good counsel for the defense unless he possesses real eloquence. In a word, it is just so much easier to accuse than to defend, as it is easier to inflict than to heal a wound. The nature of the arguments put forward by our opponent and the manner in which he produces them will, however, make an enormous difference to our task. We must therefore first consider what it is to which we have to reply, whether it is part and parcel of the actual case or has been introduced from circumstances lying outside the case. For in the former case we must deny or justify the facts or raise the question of competence, for these are practically the sole methods of defense available in the courts. Pleas for mercy, which are not in any sense a method of actual defense, can rarely be used, and only before judges who are not limited to some precise form of verdict. Even those speeches delivered before Gaius Caesar and the triumvirs on behalf of members of the opposite party, although they do employ such pleas for mercy, also make use of the ordinary methods of defense. For I think you will agree with me that the following passage contains arguments of a strongly defensive character. What was our object, Tubero, save that we might have the power that Caesar has now? But if, when pleading before the emperor or any other person who has power either to acquit or condemn, it is incumbent on us to urge that, while our client has committed an office that deserves the death penalty, it is still the duty of a merciful judge to spare him, despite his sins. It must be noted in the first place that we have to deal, not with our adversary, but with the judge, and secondly, that we shall have to employ the deliberative rather than the forensic style. For we shall urge the judge to fix his desire rather on the glory that is won by clemency than on the pleasure that is given by vengeance. On the other hand, when we are pleading before judges who have to give their verdict in accordance with the prescriptions of law, it would be absurd to give them advice as to how they should deal with a criminal who admits his guilt. Consequently, when it is impossible either to deny the facts or to raise the question of competence, we must attempt to justify the facts as best we can, or else throw up the case. I have pointed out that there are two ways in which a fact can be denied. It can be denied absolutely, or it may be denied that a fact is of the nature alleged. When it is impossible to plead justification or to raise the question of competence, we must deny the facts, and that not merely when a definition of the facts will serve our case, but even when nothing except an absolute denial is left for us. If witnesses are produced, there is much that may be said to discredit them. If a document is put forward, we may hold forth on the similarity of the handwritings. In any case, there can be no worse course than confession of guilt. When denial and justification are both impossible, we must, as a last resort, base our defense on the legal point of competence. Still, there are some cases in which none of these three courses is possible. She is accused of adultery on the ground that after a widowhood of 12 months, she was delivered of a child. In this case, there is no ground for dispute. Consequently, I regard as the height of folly the advice that is given in such cases, that what cannot be defended should be ignored and passed over in silence. At any rate, if the point in question is that on which the judge has to give his decision. On the other hand, if the allegation is irrelevant to the actual case and no more than accessory, I should prefer simply to state that it has nothing to do with the question at issue, that it is not worth our attention, and that it has not the importance given to it by our opponent, though in such a case I should be prepared to pardon a policy of ignoring the charge such as I have just mentioned. For a good advocate ought not to be afraid of incurring a trivial censure for negligence if such apparent negligence is likely to save his client. We must further consider whether we should attack our opponent's arguments en masse or dispose of them singly. We shall adopt the former course if the arguments are so weak that they can be overthrown simultaneously, or so embarrassing that it would be inexpedient to grapple with them individually. For in such a case, we must fight with all the force at our disposal and make a frontal attack. Sometimes, if it is difficult to refute the statements made by our opponents, we may compare our arguments with theirs, at least if by such a procedure it is possible to prove the superiority of our own. On the other hand, those arguments which rely on their cumulative force must be analyzed individually, as for example in the case which I cited above. You were the heir, you were poor, and were summoned by your creditors for a large sum. You had offended him and knew that he intended to change his will. The cumulative force of these arguments is damaging, but if you refute them singly, the flame which derived its strength from the mass of fuel will die down as soon as the material which fed it is separated. Just as if we divert a great stream into a number of channels, we may cross it where we will. We shall therefore adapt our method of refutation to the exigencies of our case, now dealing with individual arguments, and now treating them in bulk. For, at times, we may include in a single proposition the refutation of an argument which our opponent has constructed of a number of different points. For instance, if the accuser alleged that the accused had a number of motives for committing a crime, we may make a general denial of the fact without dealing singly with each alleged motive, because the fact that a man has had a motive for committing a crime does not prove that he has actually committed it. It will, however, as a rule, be expedient for the prosecution to employ massed arguments, and for the accused to refute them in detail. We must, however, also consider the manner in which we should refute the arguments of our opponents. If his statements be obviously false, it will be sufficient to deny them. This is done by Cicero in the Procluentio, where he denies that the man alleged by the accuser to have fallen dead on the spot after drinking the contents of the cup died on the same day. Again, it requires no skill to rebut arguments which are obviously contradictory, superfluous, or foolish, and consequently, I need give no examples nor instructions as to the method to be employed. There is also the type of charge which is known as obscure, where it is alleged that an act was committed in secret, without witnesses or any evidence to prove it. This suffers from an inherent weakness, since the fact that our opponent can produce no proof is sufficient for our purpose. The same applies to arguments which are irrelevant to the case. It is, however, sometimes an orator's duty to make it appear that some argument of his opponent is contradictory or irrelevant or incredible or superfluous or really favorable to his own client. Oppius is charged with having embezzled the supplies intended to feed the troops. It is a serious charge, but Cicero shows that it contradicts other charges, since the same accusers also charged Oppius with desiring to corrupt the army by bribes. The accuser of Cornelius offers to produce witnesses to show that he read out the law when tribune. Cicero makes this argument superfluous by admitting it. Quintus Caecilius demands to be entrusted with the task of accusing Verres on the ground that he had been the letter's questor. Cicero actually makes this argument tell in his own favor. As regards other charges, they may all be dealt with by very similar methods, for they may be demolished either by conjecture, when we shall consider whether they are true, by definition, when we shall examine whether they are relevant to the case, by quality, when we shall consider whether they are dishonorable, unfair, scandalous, inhuman, cruel, or deserve any other epithet coming under the head of quality. Such questions have to be considered, not merely in connection with the statement of the charges or the reasons alleged, but with reference to the nature of the case in its entirety. For instance, the question of cruelty is considered with regard to the charge of high treason brought against Rabirius by Labienus, of inhumanity in the case of Tubero, who accused Ligarius when he was in exile and attempted to prevent Caesar from pardoning him, of arrogance, as in the case of the charge brought against Oppius on the strength of a letter of Cotta. Similarly, it may be shown that charges are hasty, insidious, or vindictive. The strongest argument, however, which can be brought against a charge is that it involves peril to the community or to the judges themselves. We find an example of the former in the Protulio, where Cicero says, "Whoever laid down such a principle as this, or who could be allowed, without grave peril to the community, to kill a man just because he asserts that he feared that he himself might be killed by him?" An instance of the latter occurs in the Pro Oppio, where Cicero warns the judges at some length not to permit such an action to be brought against the equestrian order. On the other hand, there are certain arguments which, at times, may best be treated with contempt, as being trivial or irrelevant. This course is frequently pursued by Cicero. Indeed, this affectation of indifference is sometimes carried so far that we trample disdainfully underfoot arguments which we should never succeed in refuting by counter-argument. Since, however, the majority of such arguments are based on similarity, we must make diligent search to discover if any discrepancy is to be found in what is put forward. It is easy to do this where points of law are concerned, for the law was drafted to cover cases quite other than the present, and consequently it is all the easier to show the difference between case and case. As to parallels drawn from dumb animals or inanimate objects, they are easy to make light of. Examples drawn from facts, if damaging to our case, must be treated in various ways. If they are ancient history, we may call them legendary, while if they are undoubted, we may lay stress on their extreme dissimilarity, for it is impossible for two cases to be alike in every detail. For instance, in the case of Ahala, by whom Milius was killed, is quoted to justify Nasica for the slaying of Tiberius Gracchus. We may argue that Milius was endeavoring to make himself king, while all that Gracchus had done was to bring forward laws in the interest of the people, and that while Ahala was master of the horse, Nasica was a private citizen. In the last resort, if all else prove unavailing, we must see if we can show that the action adduced as a parallel was itself unjustifiable. These remarks as to examples apply also to private decisions in the courts. With regard to my statement that the manner in which the accuser stated his charges was of importance, I would point out in this connection that if he had spoken but feebly, we may repeat his actual words, while if has used bitter and violent language, we may restate the facts in milder terms, as Cicero does in the Pro Cornelio, where he says, "He put his hand to the tablet containing the law." And we do this in such a way as to defend our client. For instance, if our client is addicted to luxury, we may say, "He has been charged with living in a somewhat too liberal style." So too, we may call a mean man thrifty, and a slanderous tongue-free. But we must never, under any circumstances, repeat our opponent's charges together with their proofs, nor emphasize any of his points by amplifying them, unless we do so with a view to making light of them, as for instance in the following passage. "You have been with the army," he says, "and have not set foot in the forum for so many years, and do you now, on returning after so long an interval, seek to compete for a post of high dignity with those who have made the forum their home?" Again, when we are replying to the accuser, we may sometimes set forth the whole charge, as Cicero does in the Proscauro with reference to the death of Butler, where he virtually parodies the speech of his opponent. Or we may take a number of points raised in the course of the accusation and put them together, as in the Pro Vareno. They have asserted that, when he was journeying with Pompilianus through a lonely stretch of country, he fell in with the slaves of Ancarius, that Pompilianus was then killed, and Varenus imprisoned on the spot until such time as this man should indicate what he wished to be done with him. Such a procedure is useful if the sequence of facts alleged by the prosecution is incredible and likely to lose its force by restatement. Sometimes, on the other hand, we may destroy the cumulative force of a number of statements by refuting them singly. In fact, this is generally the safest course. Sometimes, again, the different portions of our reply will be independent of one another, a case which requires no illustration. Common arguments are readily appropriated, not merely because they can be used by either party, but because they are of greater service to the speaker who is replying. For I shall not scruple to repeat the warning which I have often given already. The speaker who is first to employ such an argument makes it tell against himself. For an argument must needs tell against a speaker if it be one which his opponent can use with effect. But, you say, it is not probable that a crime of this magnitude was designed by Marcus Cotta. Is it probable, then, that a crime of this magnitude was attempted by Oppius? On the other hand, it is a task for a real artist to discover inconsistencies, real or apparent, in the speech of his opponent, though such inconsistencies are sometimes evident from the bare facts, as for instance in the case of Caelius, where Clodia asserts on the one hand that she lent Caelius money, which is an indication of great intimacy, and on the other hand that he got poison to murder her, which is a sign of violent hatred. Tubero, similarly, accuses Ligarius of having been in Africa, and complains that Ligarius refused to allow him to land in Africa. At times, however, some ill-advised statement by our opponent will give us an opportunity of demolishing his arguments. This is especially likely to occur with speakers who have a passion for producing impressive thoughts, for the temptation to air their eloquence is such that they take no heed of what they have said already, being absorbed by the topic immediately before them, to the detriment of the interests of the case as a whole. What is there likely to tell so heavily against Cluentius as the stigma inflicted by the censors? What can be more damaging than the fact that Ignatius disinherited his son on the ground that he had been bribed to give a false verdict in the trial in which Cluentius secured the condemnation of Opienicus. But Cicero shows that the two facts tell against one another. But, Accius, I would urge you to give the closest consideration to the following problem. Which do you desire to carry the greater weight, the judgment of the censors or of Ignatius? If the latter, you regard the judgment of the censors in other cases as counting for little, since they expelled this same Cnaeus Ignatius, on whose authority you lay such stress, from his place in the Senate. On the other hand, if you attach most weight to the judgment of the censors, I must point out that the censors retained the younger Ignatius, whom his father disinherited by an act resembling a censorial decision in his position as senator, although they had expelled his father. As regards errors such as the following, the folly shown in their commission is out of all proportion to the skill required to deal with them. I refer to mistakes such as advancing a disputable argument as indisputable, a controversial point as admitted, a point common to a number of cases as peculiar to the case in hand, or the employment of trite, superfluous, or incredible arguments. For careless speakers are liable to commit a host of errors. They will exaggerate a charge which has still got to be proved, will argue about an act when the question is who committed it, will attempt impossibilities, drop an argument as if it were complete, whereas it is scarcely begun, speak of the individual in preference to the case, and attribute personal faults to circumstances, as for instance, if a speaker should attack the decemvirate instead of Appius. They will also contradict what is obvious, speak ambiguously, lose sight of the main issue of the case, or give replies which have no relation to the charges made. This latter procedure may, it is true, be occasionally employed when we have a bad case, which requires to be supported by arguments drawn from matters foreign to the case. The trial of Verres provides an example. When accused of peculation, it was alleged that he had shown courage and energy in his defense of Sicily against the pirates. The same rules apply to objections which we may have to meet. But there is one point which requires special attention, since in such cases many speakers fall into two very different faults. For some event in the courts will pass by such objections when raised by their opponents as troublesome and vexatious details, and, contenting themselves with the arguments which they have brought ready-made from their study, will speak as if their opponent did not exist. This error is, of course, far more common in the schools, for there objections are not merely disregarded, but the subjects for declamation are generally framed in such a way that there is nothing to be said on the opposite side. On the other hand, there are some who suffer from excess of zeal, and think it their duty to reply to every word, and even every trifling reflection, a task which is at once endless and superfluous. For it is not the case, but the pleader whom they are refuting. Personally, I should always prefer that a speaker should reveal his eloquence in such a way that, if what he says advances his case, the credit will be given to his talent and not to the nature of his case, while, if what he says damages his case, the blame will attach to the case and not to his powers. Consequently, when we come across denunciations such as that directed against Rullus for the obscurity of his language, or against Piso for his utter incapacity as a speaker, or against Antony for his lack of taste and his complete ignorance both of words and things, we shall give them our sanction as reasonable concessions to passion and just resentment, and as useful in stirring up hatred against those whom it is desired to render unpopular. The method of reply to our opponent's counsel should be on different lines. Sometimes, however, we are justified in attacking, not merely their manner of speaking, but also their character, their appearance, their gait or bearing. Indeed, in his attack on Quincius, Cicero does not confine himself to these topics, but even attacks his purple-bordered toga that goes trailing to his heels, for Quincius had caused Cluentius grave embarrassment by his turbulent harangues. Sometimes, in order to dispel the unpopularity excited by a bitter criticism, the latter may be disposed of by a jest, as for example Cicero disposes of Triarius. For, to the allegation that the pillars destined for the house of Scaurus were carried on wagons through the city streets, he replied, "I got my pillars from the quarries of Alba, and had them brought in panniers." Such tactics are more readily allowed against an accuser, for the duties of counsel for the defense sometimes force him to make such personal attacks. On the other hand, there is no objection to complaining of the conduct of the advocates on either side, so long as our complaint follows accepted practice, and does not overstep the limits imposed by good manners. I refer to complaints such as that our opponents have abridged, obscured, or postponed the discussion of some point, or with deliberate cunning have avoided discussing it at all. A change in the tactics of defense is also often selected for censure. For example, Attius, in his speech against Cluentius, complains that Cicero insists on the letter of the law, and Aeschines, in his speech against Ctesiphon, complains that Demosthenes refuses to consider the legal aspect of the case. It is, however, necessary to issue a special warning to declaimers that they should not put forward opinions that can easily be met or assume that their opponent is a fool. As it is, owing to our tendency to think that the subject matter of our speech may be drawn from our own fancy, florid commonplaces and epigrams designed to bring down the house occur to our minds with the utmost readiness, with the result that we should do well to bear in mind these lines. A shrewd retort, could it be otherwise? A foolish question makes for smart replies. But such a practice will be fatal in the courts, where we have to answer our opponent and not ourselves. It is said that Accius, when asked why he did not turn advocate, in view of the extraordinary skill in making apt replies which his tragedies revealed, replied that in his place the characters said what he himself wanted them to say, whereas in the courts his adversaries would probably say just what he least wanted them to say. It is therefore ridiculous in exercises which prepare the student for the actual courts to consider what answer can be made before ever giving a thought to what the opposing counsel is likely to say. And the good teacher should commend a pupil no less for his skill in thinking out arguments that may be put forward for the opposite side than in discovering arguments to prove his own case. Again, there is another practice which is always permissible in the schools, but rarely in the courts. For when we speak first as claimants in a real case, how can we raise objections, seeing that our opponent has so far said nothing? Still, many fall into this error, either because they have acquired the habit in declamation, or simply owing to a passion for hearing their own voice, thereby affording fine sport to those who reply. For sometimes the latter will remark sarcastically that they never said anything of the kind, and have no intention of saying anything so idiotic, and sometimes that they are grateful for the admirable warning so kindly given by their opponent. But most often they will say, and this is the strongest line they can take, that their opponent would never have replied to objections which had never been raised had he not realized that these objections were justified and been driven to admit it by his consciousness of the fact. We may find an example of this in the Procluentio of Cicero. You have frequently asserted that you are informed that I intend to base my defense on the letter of the law. Really, I suppose that my friends have secretly betrayed me, and that there is one among those whom I believe to be my friends who reports my designs to my opponent. Who gave you this information? Who was the traitor? And to whom did I ever reveal my design? No one, I think, is to blame. It must have been the law itself that told you. But there are some who, not content with raising imaginary objections, develop whole passages on such themes, saying that they know their opponents will say this and will proceed to argue thus and thus. I remember that Vibius Crispus, in our own day, disposed of this practice very neatly, for he was a humorous fellow with a very pretty wit. I do not make those objections which you attribute to me, he said. For what use would it be to make them twice? Sometimes, however, it may be possible to put forward something not unlike such objections, if some point included by our opponent in the depositions which he produces has been discussed among his advocates. For then we shall be replying to something which they have said, and not to an objection which has been invented by ourselves. Or, again, this will be possible if the case is of such a nature that we are in position to state certain definite objections which are absolutely essential to our opponent's case. For instance, if stolen goods have been discovered in a house, the accused must of necessity allege either that they were brought there without his knowledge, or deposited with him, or given to him. And we may therefore answer all these points even although they have not been put forward. On the other hand, in the schools, we are quite justified in answering both statements and imaginary objections, for by these means we shall train ourselves at one and the same time for speaking either first or second. Unless we do this, we shall have no chance of employing objections, since there is no adversary to whom we can reply. There is another serious fault into which pleaders fall: the anxious over-elaboration of points. Such a procedure makes his case suspect to the judges, while frequently arguments which, if stated without more ado, would have removed all doubt, lose their force, owing to the delay caused by the elaborate preparations made for their introduction, due to the fact that the advocate thinks that they require additional support. Our orator must therefore adopt a confident manner, and should always speak as if he thought his case admirable. This quality, like all other good qualities, is particularly evident in Cicero, for the extraordinary care which he takes gives the impression of confidence and carries such weight when he speaks that it does not permit us to feel the least doubt, and has all the force of genuine proof. Further, the advocate who knows what the strongest point in his own and his opponent's case will easily be able to decide what points it will be most necessarily for him to emphasize or to counter. As regards order, there is no part of a case which involves less trouble, for if we are prosecuting, our first duty will be to prove our own case, our second to refute the arguments brought against it. If, on the other hand, we are defending, we must begin by refutation. But from our answers to objections, fresh objections will arise, a process which may be carried to some length. The strokes of gladiators provide a parallel. If the first stroke was intended to provoke the adversary to strike, the second will lead to the third, while if the challenge be repeated, it will lead to the fourth stroke, so that there will be 2 parries and 2 attacks. And the process may be prolonged still further. But refutation also includes that simple form of proof which I described above, based on an appeal to the emotions and mere assertion. For an example, see the words of Scaurus which I have already quoted. Nay, I am not sure that this form of proof is not actually of more frequent occurrence when something is denied. It is, however, specially important for both parties that they should see where the main issue lies, for it often happens that the points raised in pleading are many, although those on which a decision is given are few. Such are the elements of the methods of proof and refutation, but they require to be embellished and supported by the powers of the speaker. For although our arguments may be admirably adapted to express what we desire, they will nonetheless be slight and weak, unless the orator makes a special effort to give them life. Consequently, the commonplaces on the subject of witnesses, documentary evidence, arguments, and the like make a great impression on the minds of the judges, as also do those topics which are peculiar to the case, those, I mean, in which we praise or blame any action, or show that it is just or unjust, or make it seem more or less important, or more or less harsh than it really is. Of these topics, some are adapted to the comparison of individual arguments, other to the comparison of a number, while others may serve to influence the success or failure of the whole case. Some again prepare the mind of the judge, while others confirm it in opinions already formed. But such preparation or confirmation will sometimes apply to the whole case, sometimes only to particular portions, and must therefore be employed with due regard to circumstances. I am consequently surprised that there should be a violent dispute between the leaders of two opposite schools as to whether such commonplaces should be applied to individual questions, which is the view of Theodorus, or whether the judge should be instructed in the facts before any appeal is made to his feelings, the latter being the view of Apollodorus, as though no middle course were possible, and no regard were to be had to the exigencies of the case itself. Those who lay down such rules have no experience of speaking in the actual courts, the result being that textbooks composed in the calm leisure of the study are sadly upset by the necessities of forensic strife. For practically all those who have set forth the law of speaking as though it were a profound mystery have tied us down, not merely to fixed topics for argument, but to definite rules as to how we should draw our conclusions. I propose, after making a few preliminary remarks on the subject, to give a frank expression of my own views, or, in other words, to set forth what I perceive to have been the practice of the most distinguished orators. End of chapter 13. Book 5, Chapter 14 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The term enthymeme is applied not merely to the actual argument, that is to say, the matter adduced to prove something else, but also to its expression, the nature of which, as I have already pointed out, is twofold. It may be drawn from denial of consequence, when it will consist of a proposition immediately followed by a proof, as in the following passage from the Proligario. At that point, the justice of the cause was doubtful, since there was something to be said on both sides. But now we can only regard that cause as superior, which even the gods supported. Here we have a proposition and a reason, but no formal conclusion. It is therefore the incomplete syllogism known as an enthymeme. It may, on the other hand, be drawn from incompatibles, in which case the proof will be much stronger. Indeed, some restrict the title of enthymeme to this form of argument. The following passage from the Promilone of Cicero will provide a parallel. You are then sitting there to avenge the death of a man whom you would refuse to restore to life, even if you thought it within your power to do so. This form of argument may even at times consist of a number of clauses, as in the following passage from the same speech. Was he resolved then to kill, to the dissatisfaction of some, a man whom he refused to kill to the satisfaction of all? Are we to believe that he did not hesitate, in defiance of the law, and despite the unfavorable circumstances, both of time and place, and the risk involved to his own life, to kill one whom he did not venture to kill when he might have done so legally, at his own time and place, and without the least danger to himself? The most effective kind of enthymeme seems, however, to be that in which a reason is subjoined to a dissimilar or contrary proposition, as in the following passage from Demosthenes. For if at any time an act has been committed contrary to law, and you have imitated it, it does not therefore follow that you should go scot-free. On the contrary, it is an additional reason why you should be condemned. For if any of those who transgressed the law had been condemned, you would not have proposed this. And further, if you are condemned, no one else will propose anything of the kind. As regards the epicheireme, some authorities hold that it consists of 4, 5, and even 6 parts. Cicero urges that there are not more than 5 at most, that is, the major premise and its reason, the minor premise and its proof, and fifthly, its conclusion. But since at times the major premise does not require a reason, nor the minor a proof, while occasionally even the conclusion is not necessary, he holds that the epicheireme may consist of only 4, 3, or even 2 parts. Personally, however, I follow the majority of authorities, in holding that there are not more than 3 parts. For it follows from the very nature of reasoning that there must be something to form the subject of enquiry, and something else to provide the proof, while the third element, which has to be added, may be regarded as resulting from the agreement of the 2 previous elements. Thus, the first part will be the major, the second, the minor premise, and the third, the conclusion. For the confirmation and development of both premises may reasonably be included in the parts to which they belong. Let us then take an example from Cicero of the epicheireme consisting of 5 parts. Those things which are controlled by reason are better governed than those which are not. This they call the first part, and consider that it requires to be established by various reasons and a copious display of eloquence. Personally, I hold that the whole of this together with its reason forms but one part. Otherwise, if the reason is to be treated as a separate part, and if there are a variety of reasons, this will involve an addition to the number of parts. Next, he produces the minor premise. But there is nothing better administered than the universe. The proof of this minor premise is treated as the 4th part of the epicheireme. My criticism of this statement is identical with my criticism of the preceding. The 5th place they assign to the conclusion, which either merely makes the necessary inference from the preceding parts, that is, therefore the universe is governed by reason, or after briefly bringing major and minor premise together, adds what is deduced from them with the following result. But if on the one hand, things that are controlled by reason are better governed than things which are not, and on the other, nothing is better administered than the universe, then it follows that the universe is governed by reason. As regards this part of the epicheireme, I agree. I have said that the epicheireme consists of 3 parts. Its form is not, however, invariable. There is firstly the form in which the conclusion is identical with what has already been stated in the major premise. The soul is immortal, since whatever derives its motion from itself is immortal, but the soul derives its motion from itself. Therefore, the soul is immortal. This process occurs not merely in individual arguments, but in whole cases, provided they are of a simple character, and also in questions. For cases and questions always have first a major premise, such as, you have committed sacrilege, or not every one who has killed a man is guilty of murder. Second comes a reason, which is stated at greater length in cases and questions than in separate arguments, while finally comes the conclusion, in which, as a rule, they set forth the point they have proved, either by enumeration of particulars or in the form of a hasty conclusion. In this type of epicheireme, the major premise is doubtful, since it is still under investigation. There is another form of conclusion which is not actually identical with the major premise, but has the same force. Death is nothing to us, for that which is dissolved into its elements is devoid of feeling, and that which is devoid of feeling is nothing to us. There's a third form, in which the major premise and the conclusion are different. All animate things are better than inanimate, but there's nothing better than the universe, wherefore the universe is animate. It may be thought that, in this case, there's no real major premise, since it would be possible to state the reasoning in the following form. The universe is animate, for all things animate are better than inanimate, etc. This major premise is either an admitted fact, as in the last example, or requires to be proved, as in the following. He who wishes to live a happy life must be a philosopher. For this is not an acknowledged truth, and the premises must be established before we can arrive at the conclusion. Sometimes, again, the minor premise is an admitted fact, as for instance, but all men wish to live a happy life, while sometimes it requires to be proved, as for example the statement quoted above, that which is dissolved into its elements is devoid of feeling, since it is doubtful whether the soul is immortal after its release from the body, or only continues to exist for a time. Some call this a minor premise, some a reason. There's no difference between the epikeireme and the syllogism, except that the latter has a number of forms and infers truth from truth, whereas the epikeireme is frequently concerned with statements that are no more than credible. For if it were always possible to prove controversial points from admitted premises, the orator would have little to do in this connection. For what skill does it require to say, "The property is mine, for I am the only son of the deceased," or "I am the sole heir, since possession of the testator's estate is given by the law of property in accordance with the terms of his will. The property therefore belongs to me." But when the reason given is itself disputable, we must establish the certainty of the premises by which we are proposing to prove what is uncertain. For example, if our opponent says, "You are not his son," or "You are illegitimate," or "You are not his only son," or, again, "You are not entitled to inherit," or "You have co-heirs," we must prove the validity of the reason on which we base our claims that the property should be adjudicated to us. But when a reason of unusual length intervenes, it is necessary to state the final conclusion, otherwise the major premise and the reason would suffice. Laws are silent in the midst of arms, and do not require us to await their sanction when the circumstances are such that he who would await their sanction is certain to be the victim of an unjust penalty before ever the just penalty can be claimed. Hence, it has been asserted that the form of enthymeme, which is based on denial of consequence, resembles a reason. But sometimes, again, it is sufficient to state a single proposition, as in the example just quoted. The laws are silent in the midst of arms. We may also begin with the reason, and then proceed to the conclusion, as in another passage from the same speech. But if the 12 tables permitted the killing of a thief by night under any circumstances, and by day if he used a weapon to defend himself, who is there who will contend that the slayer must be punished under whatever circumstances a man has been killed? The process is still further varied by Cicero, and the reason placed third, as in the phrase, "When he sees that the sword is sometimes placed in our hands by the laws themselves." On the other hand, he places the various parts in the regular order, in the following instance. How can it be unjust to kill a robber who lies in wait for his victim? Next comes the reason. What is the object of our escorts and our swords? Last comes the conclusion, resulting from the major premise and the reason, which we certainly should not be permitted to have if we were absolutely forbidden to use them. This form of proof may be countered in 3 ways. That is to say, it may be attacked in all its parts. For either the major premise or minor or the conclusion, or occasionally all 3, are refuted. The major premise is refuted in the following case. I was justified in killing him as he lay in wait for me. For the very first question in the defense of Milo is, whether it is right that he who confesses that he has killed a man should look upon the light of day. The minor premise is refuted by all the methods which we mentioned in dealing with refutation. As to the reason, it must be pointed out that it is sometimes true when the proposition to which it is attached is not true, but may, on the other hand, sometimes be false, although the proposition is true. For example, virtue is a good thing is true, but if the reason, because it brings us wealth, be added, we shall have an instance of a true major premise and a false reason. With regard to the conclusion, we may either deny its truth when it infers something which does not logically result from the premises, or we may treat it as irrelevant. The truth is denied in the following case. We are justified in killing one who lies in wait for us, for since, like an enemy, he threatened us with violence, we ought to repulse his attack as though he were an enemy. Therefore, Milo was justified in killing Claudius as an enemy. The conclusion is not valid, since we have not yet proved that Claudius lay in wait for him. But the conclusion that we are therefore justified in killing one who lies in wait for us is perfectly true, though irrelevant to the case, for it is not yet clear that Claudius lay in wait for Milo. But while the major premise and the reason may both be true and the conclusion false, yet if both are false, the conclusion can never be true. Some call the enthymeme a rhetorical syllogism, while others regard it as a part of the syllogism, because whereas the latter always has its premises and conclusion and effects its proof by the employment of all its parts, the enthymeme is content to let its proof be understood without explicit statement. The following is an example of a syllogism. Virtue is the only thing that is good, for that alone is good, which no one can put to a bad use. But no one can make a bad use of virtue. Virtue, therefore, is good. The enthymeme draws its conclusion from denial of consequence. Virtue is a good thing because no one can put it to a bad use. On the other hand, take the following syllogism. Money is not a good thing, for that is not good which can be put to a bad use. Money may be put to a bad use, therefore money is not a good thing. The enthymeme draws its conclusion from incompatibles. Can money be a good thing when it is possible to put it to a bad use? The following argument is couched in syllogistic form. If money in the form of silver coin is silver, the man who bequeaths all his silver to a legatee includes all money in the form of coined silver. But for the orator, it would be sufficient to say, since he bequeathed all his silver, he included in his bequest all his silver money. I think I have now dealt with all the precepts of those who treat oratory as a mystery. But these rules still leave scope for free exercise of the judgment. For although I consider that there are occasions when the orator may lawfully employ the syllogism, I am far from desiring him to make his whole speech consist of, or even be crowded with, a mess of opiheiremes and enthymemes. For a speech of that character would resemble dialogues and dialectical controversies rather than pleadings of the kind with which we are concerned. And there is an enormous difference between the two. For, in the former, we are confronted with learned men seeking for truth among men of learning. Consequently, they subject everything to a minute and scrupulous inquiry with a view to arriving at clear and convincing truths, and they claim for themselves the task of invention and judgment, calling the former topike, or the art of selecting the appropriate material for treatment, and the latter kritike, or the art of criticism. We, on the other hand, have to compose our speeches for others to judge, and have frequently to speak before an audience of men who, if not thoroughly ill-educated, are certainly ignorant of such arts as dialectic, and unless we attract them by the charm of our discourse, or drag them by its force, and occasionally throw them off their balance by an appeal to their emotions, we shall be unable to vindicate the claims of truth and justice. Eloquence aims at being rich, beautiful, and commanding, and will attain to none of these qualities if it be broken up into conclusive inferences, which are generally expressed in the same monotonous form. On the contrary, its meanness will excite contempt, its severity dislike, its elaboration satiety, and its sameness boredom. Eloquence, therefore, must not restrict itself to narrow tracts, but range at large over the open fields. Its streams must not be conveyed through narrow pipes like the water of fountains, but flow as mighty rivers flow, filling whole valleys, and if it cannot find a channel, it must make one for itself. For what can be more distressing than to be fettered by petty rules, like children who trace the letters of the alphabet which others have first written for them, or, as the Greeks say, insist on keeping the coat their mother gave them? Are we to have nothing but premises and conclusions from consequents and incompatibles? Must not the orator breathe life into the argument and develop it? Must he not vary and diversify it by 1,000 figures, and do all this in such a way that it seems to come into being as the very child of nature, not to reveal an artificial manufacture and a suspect art, nor at every moment to show traces of an instructor's hand? What orator ever spoke thus? Even in Demosthenes we find but few traces of such a mechanism. And yet, the Greeks of today are even more prone than we are, though this is the only point in which their practice is worse than ours, to bind their thoughts in fetters and to connect them by an inexorable chain of argument, making inferences where there was never any doubt, proving admitted facts, and asserting that, in so doing, they are following the orators of old, although they always refuse to answer the question who it is that they are imitating. However, of figures I shall speak elsewhere. For the present, I must add that I do not even agree with those who hold that arguments should always be expressed in language which is not only pure, lucid, and distinct, but also as free as possible from all elevation and ornateness. I readily admit that arguments should be distinct and clear, and further, that in arguments of a minor character, the language and words should be as appropriate and as familiar as possible. But if the subject be one of real importance, every kind of ornament should be employed, so long as it does nothing to obscure our meaning. For metaphor will frequently throw a flood of light upon a subject. Even lawyers, who spend so much trouble over the appropriateness of words, venture to assert that the word litus is derived from eludere, because the shore is a place where the waves break and play. Further, the more unattractive the natural appearance of anything, the more does it require to be seasoned by charm of style. Moreover, an argument is often less suspect when thus disguised, and the charm with which it is expressed makes it all the more convincing to our audience. Unless, indeed, we think that Cicero was in error when he introduced phrases such as the following into an argumentative passage. The laws are silent in the midst of arms, and a sword is sometimes placed in our hands by the laws themselves. However, we must be careful to observe a happy mean in the employment of such embellishments, so that they may prove a real ornament and not a hindrance. End of chapter 14. Book 6, Preface of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Preface. I undertook my present task, Marcellus Victorius, mainly to gratify your request, but also with a view to assist the more earnest of our young men as far as lay in my power, while, latterly, the energy with which I have devoted myself to my labors has been inspired by the almost imperative necessity imposed by the office conferred on me, though all the while I have had an eye to my own personal pleasure. For I thought that this work would be the most precious part of the inheritance that would fall to my son, whose ability was so remarkable that it called for the most anxious cultivation on the part of his father. Thus, if, as would have been but just and devoutly to be wished, the fate had torn me from his side, he would still have been able to enjoy the benefit of his father's instruction. Night and day I pursued this design, and strove to hasten its completion, in the fear that death might cut me off with my task unfinished, when misfortune overwhelmed me with such suddenness that the success of my labors now interests no one less than myself. A second bereavement has fallen upon me, and I have lost him of whom I had formed the highest expectations, and in whom I reposed all the hopes that should solace my old age. What is there left for me to do? Or what further use can I hope to be on earth when heaven thus frowns upon me? For it so chances that just at the moment when I began my book on the causes of the decline of eloquence, I was stricken by a like affliction. Better had I thrown that ill-omened work and all my ill-starred learning upon the flames of that untimely pyre that was to consume the darling of my heart, and had not sought to burden my unnatural persistence in this wicked world with the fatigue of fresh labors. For what father, with a spark of proper feeling, would pardon me for having the heart to pursue my researches further, and would not hate me for my insensibility, had I other use for my voice than to rail against high heaven for having suffered me to outlive all my nearest and dearest, and to testify that Providence deigns not at all to watch over this earth of ours. If this is not proved by my own misfortune, and yet my only fault is that I still live, it is most surely manifest in theirs, who were cut off thus untimely. Their mother was taken from me earlier still. She had borne me 2 sons ere the completion of her 19th year. But for her, though she too died most untimely, death was a blessing. Yet for me, her death alone was such a blow that thereafter no good fortune could bring me true happiness. For she had every virtue that is given to a woman to possess, and left her husband prey to irremediable grief. Nay, so young was she when death took her, that if her age be compared with mine, her decease was like the loss not merely of a wife, but of a daughter. Still, her children survived her, and I too lived on by some unnatural ordinance of fate, which, for all its perversity, was what she herself desired. And thus, by her swift departure from this life, she escaped the worst of tortures. My youngest boy was barely 5 when he was the first to leave me, robbing me, as it were, of one of my 2 eyes. I have no desire to flaunt my woes in the public gaze, nor to exaggerate the cause I have for tears. Would that I had some means to make it less. But how can I forget the charm of his face, the sweetness of his speech, his first flashes of promise, and his actual possession of a calm and, incredible though it may seem, a powerful mind? Such a child would have captivated my affections, even had he been another's. Nor was this all. To enhance my agony, the malignity of designing fortune had willed that he should devote all his love to me, preferring me to his nurses, to his grandmother who brought him up, and all those who, as a rule, win the especial affection of infancy. I am, therefore, grateful to the grief that came to me some few months before his loss in the death of his mother, the best of women, whose virtues were beyond all praise. For I have less reason to weep my own fate than to rejoice at hers. After these calamities, all my hopes, all my delight were centred on my little Quintilian, and he might have sufficed to console me, for his gifts were not merely in the bud like those of his brother. As early as his 9th birthday he had put forth sure and well-formed fruit. By my own sorrows, by the testimony of my own sad heart, by his departed spirit, the deity at whose shrine my grief does worship, I swear that I discerned in him such talent, not merely in receiving instruction, although in all my wide experience I have never seen his like, nor in his power of spontaneous application, to which his teachers can bear witness, but such upright, pious, humane, and generous feelings as alone might have sufficed to fill me with the dread of the fearful thunderstroke that has smitten me down. For it is a matter of common observation that those who ripen early die young, and that there is some malign influence that delights in cutting short the greatest promise and refusing to permit our joys to pass beyond the bound allotted to mortal man. He possessed every incidental advantage as well, a pleasing and resonant voice, a sweetness of speech, and a perfect correctness in pronouncing every letter, both in Greek and Latin, as though either were his native tongue. But all these were but the promise of greater things. He had finer qualities, courage and dignity, and the strength to resist both fear and pain. What fortitude he showed during an illness of 8 months, till all his physicians marvelled at him. How he consoled me during his last moments. how even in the wanderings of delirium did his thoughts recur to his lessons and his literary studies, even when his strength was sinking and he was no longer ours to claim. Child of my vain hopes, did I see your eyes falling in death, and your breath take its last flight? Had I the heart to receive your fleeting spirit, as I embraced your cold pale body, and to live on breathing the common air? Justly do I endure the agony that now is mine, and the thoughts that torment me. Have I lost you, at the moment when adoption by a counselor had given hope that you would rise to all the high offices of state, when you were destined to be the son-in-law of your uncle the praetor, and gave promise of rivaling the eloquence of your grandsire? And do I, your father, survive only to weep? May my endurance, not my will to live, for that is gone from me, prove me worthy of you through all my remaining years. For it is in vain that we impute all our ills to fortune. No man grieves long save through his own fault. But I still live, and must find something to make life tolerable, and must needs put faith in the verdict of the wise, who held that literature alone can provide true solace in adversity. Yet, if ever the violence of my present grief subside, and admit the intrusion of some other thought on so many sorrowful reflections, I may with good cause ask pardon for the delay in bringing my work to completion. Who can wonder that my studies have been interrupted, when the real marvel is that they have not been broken off altogether? Should certain portions therefore betray a lack of finish, compared with what was begun in the days when my affliction was less profound, I would ask that the imperfection should be regarded with indulgence, as being due to the cruel tyranny of fortune, which, if it has not utterly extinguished, has at any rate weakened such poor powers of intellect as I once possessed. But, for this very reason, I must rouse myself to face my task with greater spirit, since it is easy to despise fortune, though it may be hard to bear her blows. For there is nothing left that she can do to me, since out of my calamities she has wrought for me a security which, full of sorrow though it be, is such that nothing can shake it. And the very fact that I have no personal interest in persevering with my present work, but am moved solely by the desire to serve others, if indeed anything that I write can be of such service, is a reason for regarding my labours with an indulgent eye. Alas, I shall bequeath it, like my patrimony, for others than those to whom it was my design to leave it. End of Preface. Book 6, Chapter 1 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The next subject which I was going to discuss was the peroration, which some call the completion and others the conclusion. There are two kinds of peroration, for it may deal either with facts or with the emotional aspect of the case. The repetition and grouping of the facts, which the Greeks call anakephalaiosis, and some of our own writers call the enumeration, serves both to refresh the memory of the judge and to place the whole of the case before his eyes, and, even although the facts may have made little impression on him in detail, their cumulative effect is considerable. This final recapitulation must be as brief as possible, and, as the Greek term indicates, we must summarize the facts under the appropriate heads. For, if we devote too much time thereto, the peroration will cease to be an enumeration, and will constitute something very like a second speech. On the other hand, the points selected for enumeration must be treated with weight and dignity, enlivened by apt reflections, and diversified by suitable figures. For there is nothing more tiresome than a dry repetition of facts, which merely suggests a lack of confidence in the judge's memory. There are, however, innumerable ways in which this may be done. The finest example is provided by Cicero's prosecution of Verres. If your own father were among your judges, what would he say when these facts were proved against you? Then follows the enumeration. Another admirable example may be found in the same speech where the enumeration of the temples which the preacher had despoiled takes the form of invoking the various deities concerned. We may also at times pretend to be in doubt whether we have not omitted something, and to wonder what the accused will say in reply to certain points, or what hope the accuser can have after the manner in which we have refuted all the charges brought against us. But the most attractive form of peroration is that which we may use when we have an opportunity of drawing some argument from our opponent's speech, as for instance when we say, "He omitted to deal with this portion of the case," or "He preferred to crush us by exciting odium against us," or "He had good reason for resorting to entreaty, since he knew certain facts." But I must refrain from dealing with the various methods individually, for fear that the instances that I produce should be regarded as exhaustive, whereas our opportunities spring from the nature of the particular case, from the statements of our opponents, and also from fortuitous circumstances. Nor must we restrict ourselves to recapitulating the points of our own speech, but must call upon our opponent to reply to certain questions. This, however, is only possible if there is time for him to do so, and if the arguments which we have put forward are such as not to admit of refutation. For to challenge points which tell in our opponent's favor is not to argue against him, but to play the part of prompter to him. The majority of Athenians and almost all philosophers who have left anything in writing on the art of oratory have held that the recapitulation is the sole form of peroration. I imagine that the reason why the Athenians did so was that appeals to the emotions were forbidden to Athenian orators, a proclamation to this effect being actually made by the court usher. I am less surprised at the philosophers taking this view, for they regard susceptibility to emotion as a vice, and think it immoral that the judge should be distracted from the truth by an appeal to his emotions, and that it is unbecoming for a good man to make use of vicious procedure to serve his ends. Nonetheless, they must admit that appeals to emotion are necessary if there are no other means for securing the victory of truth, justice, and the public interest. It is, however, admitted by all that recapitulation may be profitably employed in other portions of the speech as well, if the case is complicated and a number of different arguments have been employed in the defense, though no one will doubt but that there are many cases in which no recapitulation at all is necessary at any point, assuming, that is, that the cases are both brief and simple. This part of the peroration is common both to the prosecution and the defense. Both parties, as a general rule, may likewise employ the appeal to the emotions, but they will appeal to different emotions, and the defender will employ such appeals with greater frequency and fullness. For the accuser has to rouse the judge, while the defender has to soften him. Still, even the accuser will sometimes make his audience weep by the pity excited for the man whose wrongs he seeks to avenge, while the defendant will at times develop no small vehemence when he complains of the injustice of the calumny or conspiracy of which he is the victim. It will therefore be best to treat these duties separately. As I have already said, they are much the same in the peroration as in the exordium, but are freer and wider in scope in the former. For our attempts to sway the judges are made more sparingly at the commencement of the speech, when it is enough that such an attempt should gain admittance, and we have the whole speech before us. On the other hand, in the peroration, we have to consider what the feelings of the judge will be when he retires to consider his verdict, for we shall have no further opportunity to say anything, and cannot any longer reserve arguments to be produced later. It is therefore the duty of both parties to seek to win the judge's goodwill and to divert it from their opponent, as also to excite or assuage his emotions. and the following brief rule may be laid down for the observation of both parties, that the orator should display the full strength of his case before the eyes of the judge, and, when he has made up his mind what points in his case actually deserve dislike or pity, should dwell on those points by which he himself would be most moved were he trying the case. But it will be safer to discuss these considerations in detail. The points likely to commend the accuser to the judge have already been stated in my remarks on the exordium. There are, however, certain things which require fuller treatment in the peroration than in the exordium, where it is sufficient merely to outline them. This fuller treatment is specially required if the accused be a man of violent, unpopular, or dangerous character, or if the condemnation of the accused is likely to cover the judges with glory, or his acquittal with disgrace. Calvus, for example, in his speech against Vatinius, makes an admirable remark. "You know, gentlemen, that bribery has been committed, and everybody knows that you know it." Cicero again in the Variants says that the ill name acquired by the courts may be effaced by the condemnation of Verres, a statement that comes under the head of the conciliatory methods mentioned above. The appeal to fear also, if it is necessary to employ it to produce a like effect, occupies a more prominent place in the peroration than in the exordium, but I have expressed my views on this subject in an earlier book. The peroration also provides freer opportunities for exciting the passions of jealousy, hatred, or anger. As regards the circumstances likely to excite such feelings in the judge, jealousy will be produced by the influence of the accused, hatred by the disgraceful nature of his conduct, and anger by his disrespectful attitude to the court, if, for instance, he be contumacious, arrogant, or studiously indifferent. Such anger may be aroused not merely by specific acts or words, but by his looks, bearing, and manner. In this connection, the remark made by the accuser of Cossutianus Capito in my young days was regarded with great approval. The words used were Greek, but may be translated thus: "You blush to fear even Caesar." The best way, however, for the accuser to excite the feelings of the judge is to make the charge which he brings against the accused seem as atrocious, or, if feasible, as deplorable as possible. Its atrocity may be enhanced by considerations of the nature of the act, the position of its author or the victim, the purpose, time, place, and manner of the act, all of which may be treated with infinite variety. Suppose that we are complaining that our client has been beaten. We must first speak of the act itself. We shall then proceed to point out that the victim was an old man, a child, a magistrate, an honest man, or a benefactor to the state. We shall also point out that the assailant was a worthless and contemptible fellow, or, to take the opposite case, was in a position of excessive power, or was the last man who should have given the blow, or again, that the occasion was a solemn festival, or that the act was committed at a time when such crimes were punished with special severity by the courts, or when public order was at a dangerously low ebb. Again, the hatred excited by the act will be enhanced if it was committed in the theatre, in a temple, or at a public assembly, and if the blow was given not in mistake or in a moment of passion, or, if it was the result of passion which was quite unjustifiable, being due to the fact that the victim had gone to the assistance of his father, or had made some reply, or was a candidate for the same office as his assailant. Or, finally, we may hint that he wished to inflict more serious injury than he succeeded in inflicting. But it is the manner of the act that contributes most to the impression of its atrocity. If, for example, the blow was violent or insulting. Thus, Demosthenes seeks to excite hatred against Midias by emphasizing the position of the blow, the attitude of the assailant, and the expression of his face. It is in this connection that we shall have to consider whether a man was killed by sword or fire or poison, by one wound or several, and whether he was slain on the spot or tortured by being kept in suspense. The accuser will also frequently attempt to excite pity by complaining of the fate of the man whom he is seeking to avenge, or of the desolation which has fallen upon his children or parents. The judges may also be moved by drawing a picture of the future, of the fate which awaits those who have complained of violence and wrong if they fail to secure justice. They must go into exile, give up their property, or endure to the end whatever their enemy may choose to inflict upon them. But it will more frequently be the duty of the accuser to divert the judge from all the temptations to pity which the accused will place before him, and to incite him to give a strong and dispassionate verdict. It will also be his duty in this connection to forestall the arguments and actions to which his opponent seems likely to have recourse. For it makes a judge more cautious in observing the sanctity of his oath, and destroys the influence of those who are going to reply to us when the arguments used by the defense have already been dealt with by the prosecution, since they lose their novelty. An instance of this will be found in the speech of Messala against Ophidia, where he warned Servius Sulpicius not to talk about the peril which threatens the signatories to the document and the defendant herself. Against Aeschines foretells the line of defense which Demosthenes will pursue. There are also occasions when the judges should be told what answer they should make to requests on behalf of the accused, a proceeding which is a form of recapitulation. If we turn to the defendant, we must note that his worth, his manly pursuits, the scars from wounds received in battle, his rank, and the services rendered by his ancestors will all commend him to the goodwill of the judges. Cicero, as I have already pointed out, and Asinius both make use of this form of appeal. Indeed, they may almost be regarded as rivals in this respect, since Cicero employed it when defending the elder Scaurus, Asinius when defending the son. Again, the cause which has brought the accused into peril may serve to produce the same effect if, for example, it appears that he has incurred enmity on account of some honorable action. Above all, his goodness, humanity, or pity may be emphasized with this end in view. For it adds to the apparent justice of his claim, if all that he asks of the judge is that he should grant to him what he himself has granted to others. We may also in this connection lay stress on the interests of the state, the glory which will accrue to the judges, the importance of the precedent which their verdict will set, and the place it will hold in the memory of after generations. But the appeal which will carry most weight is its appeal to pity, which not merely forces the judge to change his views, but even to betray his emotions by tears. Such appeals to pity will be based either on the previous or present sufferings of the accused, or on those which await him if condemned. And the force of our appeal will be doubled if we contrast the fortune which he now enjoys with that to which he will be reduced if he fail. In this connection, great play may be made by reference to the age and sex of the accused, or to his nearest and dearest, that is, his children, parents, and kindred, all of which topics are treated in different ways. Sometimes the advocate himself may even assume the role of close intimacy with his client, as Cicero does in the Promilone, where he cries, "Alas, unhappy that I am! Alas, my unfortunate friend! You succeeded by the agency of those who are now your judges in recalling me to my native land, and cannot I, through the same agency, retain you in yours?" Such a method is especially serviceable when, as was the case with Milo, entreaty is not in keeping with the character of the accused. Who would have endured to hear Milo pleading for his life when he admitted that he had killed a man of noble birth because it was his duty to do so? Consequently, Cicero sought to win the judge's goodwill for Milo by emphasizing the staunchness of his character, and himself assumed the role of suppliant. Impersonation may also be employed with profit in such passages, and by impersonations I mean fictitious speeches supposed to be uttered, such as an advocate puts into the mouth of his client. The bare facts are no doubt moving in themselves, but when we pretend that the persons concerned themselves are speaking, the personal note adds to the emotional effect. For then, the judge seems no longer to be listening to a voice bewailing another's ills, but to hear the voice and feelings of the unhappy victims, men whose appearance alone would call forth his tears, even though they uttered never a word. And as their plea would awaken yet greater pity if they urged it with their own lips, so it is rendered to some extent all the more effective when it is, as it were, put into their mouth by their advocate. We may draw a parallel from the stage, where the actor's voice and delivery produce greater emotional effect when he is speaking in an assumed role than when he speaks in his own character. Consequently, Cicero, to quote him once again, although he will not put entreaties into Milo's mouth and prefers to commend him by his staunchness of character, still lends him words in the form of such complaint as may become a brave man. Alas, he says, my labors have been in vain. Alas for my blighted hopes. Alas for my baffled purpose. Appeals to pity should, however, always be brief, and there is good reason for the saying that nothing dries so quickly as tears. Time assuages even genuine grief, and it is therefore inevitable that the semblance of grief portrayed in our speech should vanish yet more rapidly. And if we spend too much time over such portrayal, our hearer grows weary of his tears, and returns once more to the rational attitude from which he has been distracted by the impulse of the moment. We must not, therefore, allow the effect which we have produced to fall flat, and must consequently abandon our appeal to the emotion just when that emotion is at its height, nor must we expect anyone to weep for long over another's illness. For this reason, our eloquence ought to be pitched higher in this portion of our speech than in any other, since, wherever it fails to add something to what has preceded, it seems even to diminish its previous effect, while a diminuendo is merely a step towards the rapid disappearance of the emotion. Actions as well as words may be employed to move the court to tears. Hence the custom of bringing accused persons into court wearing squalid and unkempt attire, and of introducing their children and parents. And it is with this in view that we see blood-stained swords, fragments of bone taken from the wound, and garments spotted with blood, displayed by the accusers, wounds stripped of their dressings, and scourged bodies bared to view. The impression produced by such exhibitions is generally enormous, since they seem to bring the spectators face to face with the cruel facts. For example, the sight of the blood-stains on the purple-bordered toga of Gaius Caesar, which was carried at the head of his funeral procession, aroused the Roman people to fury. They knew he had been killed. They had even seen his body stretched upon the bier. But his garment, still wet with his blood, brought such a vivid image of the crime before their minds that Caesar seemed not to have been murdered, but to be being murdered before their very eyes. Still, I would not for this reason go so far as to approve a practice of which I have read, and which indeed I have occasionally witnessed, of bringing into court a picture of the crime painted on wood or canvas, that the judge might be stirred to fury by the horror of the sight. For the pleader who prefers a voiceless picture to speak for him in place of his own eloquence must be singularly incompetent. On the other hand, I know that the wearing of mourning and the presentation of an unkempt appearance and the introduction of relatives similarly arrayed has proved of value, and that entreaties have been of great service to save the accused from condemnation. The practice, therefore, of appealing to the judges by all that is near and dear to them will be of great service to the accused, especially if he, too, has children, a wife, and parents. Invocation of the gods, again, usually gives the impression that the speaker is conscious of the justice of his cause, while it may produce a good effect if the accused throws himself on the ground and embraces the knees of the judges, unless his character, his past life and station prohibit a resort to this device, for there are some acts which require to be defended with no less boldness than was required for their commission. but we must take care not to carry matters with too high a hand, for fear of creating a bad impression by an appearance of overconfidence. The most effective of all such methods was, in times past, that by which more than anything else Cicero is considered to have saved Lucius Murena from the attacks of his accusers, who were men of the greatest distinction. For he persuaded the court that nothing was more necessary in view of the critical position of affairs than that Murena should assume the consulship on the 31st of December. This form of appeal is now, however, almost entirely obsolete, since the safety of the state is today dependent on the watchful care of a single ruler, and cannot conceivably be imperiled by the result of a trial. I have spoken of accusers and accused because it is in situations involving danger that the emotional appeal is most serviceable. But private cases also admit of both kinds of perorations, namely, that which consists in the recapitulation of the proofs, and that which takes the form of an appeal for pity, the latter being employed when the position or reputation of the litigant seems to be in danger. For to embark on such tragic methods in trivial cases would be like putting the mask and buskins of Hercules on a small child. It is also worthwhile pointing out that, in my opinion, the manner in which the client whose sorrows we parade before the court conforms his behavior to the methods of his advocate is of the utmost importance. For sometimes our appeal falls flat owing to the ignorance, rusticity, indifference, or uncouthness of our client, and it is consequently most important that the advocate should take all necessary precautions in this connection. I have often seen clients whose behavior was wholly out of keeping with the line adopted by their counsel, since their expressions showed not the slightest emotion, while they displayed a most unseasonable cheerfulness and even aroused laughter by their looks or actions. Such incongruity is especially frequent when the appeal is of a theatrical character. On one occasion, an advocate produced a girl alleged to be the sister of the opposing party, for it was on this point that the dispute turned, and led her across to the benches occupied by his opponents, as though to leave her in the arms of her brother. I, however, had given the brother timely warning, and he had left his seat. The advocate, although as a rule an eloquent speaker, was struck dumb by the unexpected turn of events, and took his little girl back again in the tamest possible manner. There was another advocate who was defending a woman who thought to secure a great effect by producing the portrait of her husband, but sent the court into repeated peals of laughter, for the persons entrusted with duty of handing in the portrait had no idea of the nature of a peroration, and displayed it whenever the advocate looked their way, and when at last it was produced at the proper moment, it destroyed all the good effect of his previous eloquence by its hideousness, for it was a wax cast taken from an old man's corpse. We are also familiar with the story of what happened to Glycon, nicknamed Spiridion. He asked a boy whom he produced in court why he was crying, to which the boy replied that his pedagogus was pinching him. But the most effective warning as to the perils which beset the peroration is the story told by Cicero about the Sepasiae. But all these perils may be boldly faced by those who have no difficulty in changing their line of pleading. Those, however, who cannot get away from what they have written are reduced to silence by such emergencies, or else led into making false statements, as, for instance, if an advocate should say, "He stretches out suppliant hands to embrace your knees," or "The unhappy man is locked in the embrace of his children," or "See, he recalls me to the point," although the person in question is doing none of these things. Such faults are due to the practice of the schools, where we are free to feign what we will with impunity, because we are at liberty to invent facts. But this is impossible when we are confronted with realities, and it was an excellent remark that Cassius made to a young orator who said, "Why do you look so fiercely at me, Severus?" To which he replied, "I was doing nothing of the kind, but if it is in your manuscript, here you are." And he fixed his eyes on him with the most ferocious scowl that he could muster. There is one point which it is especially important to remember, that we should never attempt to move our audience to tears without drawing on all the resources of our eloquence. For, while this form of emotional appeal is the most effective of all, when successful, its failure results in anticlimax, and if the pleader is a feeble speaker, he would have been wiser to leave the pathos of the situation to the imagination of the judges. For look and voice, and even the expression on the face of the accused, to which the attention of the court is drawn, will generally awaken laughter, where they fail to awaken compassion. Therefore, the pleader must measure and make a careful estimate of his powers, and must have a just comprehension of the difficulty of the task which he contemplates. For there is no halfway house in such matters between tears and laughter. The task of the peroration is not, however, confined to exciting pity in the judges. It may also be required to dispel the pity which they feel, either by a set speech designed to recall them from their tears to a consideration of the justice of the case, or by a few witticisms, such as, "Give the boy some bread to stop him crying," or the remark made by counsel to a corpulent client whose opponent, a mere child, had been carried round the court by his advocate. "What am I to do? I cannot carry you." Such jests should not, however, descend to buffoonery. Consequently, I cannot give my approval to the orator, although he was one of the most distinguished speakers of his day, who, when his opponent brought in some children to enhance the effect of his peroration, threw some dice among them, with the result that they began to scramble for them. For their childish ignorance of the perils with which they were threatened might in itself have awakened compassion. For the same reason, I cannot commend the advocate who, when his opponent, the accuser, produced a blood-stained sword in court, fled suddenly from the benches, as though in an agony of terror, and then, when his turn came to plead, peeped out of the crowd with his head half covered by his robe, and asked whether the man with the sword had gone away. For, though he caused a laugh, he made himself ridiculous. Still, theatrical effects of the kind we are discussing can be dispelled by the power of eloquence. Cicero provides most admirable examples of the way in which this may be done, both in the Prorabidio, where he attacks the production in court of the portrait of Saturninus in the most dignified language, and in the Provareno, where he launches a number of witticisms against a youth whose wound had been unbound at intervals in the course of the trial. There are also milder kinds of peroration, in which, if our opponent is of such a character that he deserves to be treated with respect, we strive to ingratiate ourselves with him, or give him some friendly warning, or urge him to regard us as his friends. This method was admirably employed by Passienus, when he pleaded in a suit brought by his wife Domitia against her brother Ahenobarbus for the recovery of a sum of money. He began by making a number of remarks about the relationship of the two parties, and then, referring to their wealth, which was in both cases enormous, added, "There's nothing either of you need less than the subject of this dispute." All these appeals to emotion, although some hold that they should be confined to the exordium and the peroration, which are, I admit, the places where they are most often used, may be employed in other portions of the speech as well, but more briefly, since most of them must be reserved for the opening or the close. But it is in the peroration, if anywhere, that we must let loose the whole torrent of our eloquence. For, if we have spoken well in the rest of our speech, we shall now have the judges on our side, and shall be in a position, now that we have emerged from the reefs and shoals, to spread all our canvas, while, since the chief task of the peroration consists of amplification, we may legitimately make free use of words and reflections that are magnificent and ornate. It is at the close of our drama that we must really stir the theatre, when we have reached the place for the phrase with which the old tragedies and comedies used to end. Friends, give us your applause. In other portions of the speech, we must appeal to the emotions as occasion may arise. For it would clearly be wrong to set forth facts calling for horror and pity without any such appeal, while, If the question arises as to the quality of any fact, such an appeal may justifiably be subjoined to the proofs of the fact in question. When we are pleading a complicated case, which is really made up of several cases, it will be necessary to introduce a number of passages resembling perorations, as Cicero does in the Variants, where he laments over Philodamus, the ship's captains, the crucifixion of the Roman citizen, and a number of other tragic incidents. Some call these merikoi epilogoi, by which they mean a peroration distributed among different portions of a speech. I should regard them rather as species than as parts of the peroration, since the terms epilogue and perorations both clearly indicate that they form the conclusion of a speech. End of chapter 1. Book 6, Chapter 2 of On the Education of an Orator, by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The peroration is the most important part of forensic pleading, and in the main consists of appeals to the emotions, concerning which I have consequently been forced to say something. But I have not yet been able to give the topic specific consideration as a whole, nor should I have been justified in doing so. We have still, therefore, to discuss a task which forms the most powerful mean of obtaining what we desire, and is also more difficult than any of those which we have previously considered, namely, that of stirring the emotions of the judges, and of molding and transforming them to the attitude which we desire. The few remarks which I have already made on this subject were only such as were essential to my theme, while my purpose was rather to show what ought to be done than to set forth the manner in which we can secure our aim. I must now review the whole subject in a more exhaustive fashion. There is scope for an appeal to the emotions, as I have already said, in every portion of a speech. Moreover, these emotions present great variety, and demand more than cursory treatment, since it is in their handling that the power of oratory shews itself at its highest. Even a slight and limited talent may, with the assistance of practice or learning, perhaps succeed in giving life to other departments of oratory, and in developing them to a serviceable extent. At any rate, there are, and have always been, a considerable number of pleaders capable of discovering arguments adequate to prove their points. I am far from despising such, but I consider that their utility is restricted to providing the judge with such facts as it is necessary for him to know, and to be quite frank, I regard them merely as suitable persons to instruct pleaders of real eloquence in the facts of a case. But few indeed are those orators who can sweep the judge with them, lead him to adopt that attitude of mind which they desire, and compel him to weep with them or share their anger. And yet, it is this emotional power that dominates the court. It is this form of eloquence that is the queen of all. For, as a rule, arguments arise out of the case itself, and the better cause has always the larger number to support it, so that the party who wins by means of them will have no further satisfaction than that of knowing that his advocate did not fail him. But the peculiar task of the orator arises when the minds of the judges require force to move them, and their thoughts have actually to be led away from the contemplation of the truth. No instruction from the litigant can secure this, nor can such power be acquired merely by the study of a brief. Proofs, it is true, may induce the judges to regard our case as superior to that of our opponent, but the appeal to the emotions will do more, for it will make them wish our case to be the better. And what they wish, they will also believe. For as soon as they begin to be angry, to feel favorably disposed, to hate or pity, they begin to take a personal interest in the case. And just as lovers are incapable of forming a reasoned judgment on the beauty of the object of their affections, because passion forestalls the sense of sight, so the judge, when overcome by his emotions, abandons all attempt to inquire into the truth of the arguments, is swept along by the tide of passion, and yields himself unquestioning to the torrent. Thus the verdict of the court shows how much weight has been carried by the arguments and the evidence, but when the judge has been really moved by the orator, he reveals his feelings while he is still sitting and listening to the case. When those tears, which are the aim of most perorations, well forth from his eyes, is he not giving his verdict for all to see? It is to this, therefore, that the orator must devote all his powers. There lie the task and toil. Without this, all else is bare and meagre, weak and devoid of charm. For it is in its power over the emotions that the life and soul of oratory is to be found. Emotions, however, as we learn from ancient authorities, fall into two classes. The one is called pathos by the Greeks, and is rightly and correctly expressed in Latin by affectus, emotion. The other is called ethos, a word for which, in my opinion, Latin has no equivalent. It is, however, rendered by mores, morals, and consequently, the branch of philosophy known as ethics is styled moral philosophy by us. But close consideration of the nature of the subject leads me to think that in this connection it is not so much morals in general that is meant as certain peculiar aspects, for the term morals includes every attitude of the mind. The more cautious writers have preferred to give the sense of the term rather than to translate it into Latin. They therefore explain pathos as describing the more violent emotions, and ethos as designating those which are calm and gentle. In the one case, the passions are violent, in the other, subdued. The former command and disturb, the latter persuade and induce a feeling of goodwill. Some add that ethos is continuous, while pathos is momentary. While admitting that this is usually the case, I still hold that there are some subjects which demand that the more violent emotions should be continuous. But, although the gentler emotions require less force and impetus, they call for no less art and experience than the more vehement, and are demanded in a greater number of cases. Indeed, in a certain sense, they are required in all. For as everything treated by the orator may be regarded from the ethical standpoint, we may apply the word ethos whenever he speaks of what is honorable and expedient, or of what ought or ought not to be done. Some regard commendation and excuse as the peculiar spheres of ethos, but while I admit that they do fall within its sphere, I do not regard them as being alone in so doing. Indeed, I would add that pathos and ethos are sometimes of the same nature, differing only in degree. Love, for instance, comes under the head of pathos, affection of ethos. Sometimes, however, they differ, a distinction which is important for the peroration, since ethos is generally employed to calm the storm aroused by pathos. I ought, however, to explain what is meant by ethos in greater detail, since the term is not in itself sufficiently expressive of its meaning. The ethos which I have in my mind, and which I desiderate in an orator, is commended to our approval by goodness more than aught else, and is not merely calm and mild, but in most cases ingratiating and courteous, and such as to excite pleasure and affection in our hearers, while the chief merit in its expression lies in making it seem that all that we say derives directly from the nature of the facts and persons concerned, and in the revelation of the character of the orator, in such a way that all may recognize it. This kind of ethos should be especially displayed in cases where the persons concerned are intimately connected, whenever we tolerate or pardon any act, or offer satisfaction or admonition, in all of which cases there should be no trace of anger or hatred. On the other hand, the moderation shown by a father to his son, a guardian to his ward, or a husband to his wife, will differ from that which is shown by an old man to a youthful stranger who has insulted him, or by a man of high rank to his inferior, since in the former cases they emphasize their affection for the wrongdoer, and there's no desire to do anything that will excite dislike against them, save by the manifestation of the fact that they still love them, while in the one case, the offended party should be no more than provoked, in the other, he should be really deeply moved. Of the same character, though less violent, is the emotion to be shown when we ask pardon for the errors of the young, or apologize for some youthful amour. Sometimes again, gentle raillery or another's passion may derive its tone from ethos, though only to a partial extent. More closely dependent on ethos are the skillful exercise of feigned emotion, or the employment of irony in making apologies or asking questions, irony being the term which is applied to words which mean something other than they seem to express. From the same source springs also that more powerful method of exciting hatred, when, by a feigned submission to our opponents, we pass silent censure on their violence. For the very fact of our yielding serves to demonstrate their insupportable arrogance, while orators who have a passion for abuse or are given to affect freedom of speech fail to realize that it is a far more effective course to make your antagonist unpopular than to abuse him. For the former course makes our antagonists disliked, the latter ourselves. The emotion of love and longing for our friends and connections is perhaps of an intermediate character, being stronger than ethos and weaker than pathos. There's also good reason for giving the name of ethos to those scholastic exercises in which we portray rustics, misers, cowards, and superstitious persons, according as our theme may require. For, if ethos denotes moral character, our speech must necessarily be based on ethos when it is engaged in portraying such character. Finally, ethos in all its forms requires the speaker to be a man of good character and courtesy. For it is most important that he should himself possess, or be thought to possess, those virtues, for the possession of which it is his duty, if possible, to commend his client as well, while the existence of his own character will make his pleading all the more convincing, and will be of the utmost service to the cases which he undertakes. For the orator who gives the impression of being a bad man while he is speaking, is actually speaking badly, since his words seem to be insincere, owing to the absence of ethos which would otherwise have revealed itself. Consequently, the style of oratory employed in such cases should be calm and mild, with no trace of pride, elevation, or sublimity, all of which would be out of place. It is enough to speak appropriately, pleasantly, and persuasively, and therefore the intermediate style of oratory is most suitable. The pathos of the Greeks, which we correctly translate by emotion, is of a different character, and I cannot better indicate the nature of the difference than by saying that ethos rather resembles comedy and pathos tragedy. For pathos is almost entirely concerned with anger, dislike, fear, hatred, and pity. It will be obvious to all what topics are appropriate to such appeals, and I have already spoken on the subject in discussing the exordium and the peroration. I wish, however, to point out that fear is of two kinds, that which we feel and that which we cause in others. Similarly, there are two kinds of invidia, hatred, envy, to which the two adjectives invidus, envious, and invidiosus, invidious, hateful, correspond. The first supplies an epithet for persons, the second for things, and it is in this latter connection that the orator's task is even more onerous. For though some things are hateful in themselves, such as parricide, murder, poisoning, other things have to be made to seem hateful. This latter contingency arises when we attempt to show that what we have suffered is of a more horrible nature than what are usually regarded as great evils. Virgil will provide an example in the lines, "O blessed beyond all maidens, Priam's child, beneath Troy's lofty bulwarks doomed to die, upon the tomb of him that was thy foe." For how wretched was the lot of Andromache, if Polyxena be accounted happy in comparison with her! Again, the same problem arises when we endeavor to magnify our wrongs by saying that other, far lesser ills are intolerable. For example, if you had merely struck him, your conduct would have been indefensible, but you did more, you wounded him. However, I will deal with this subject more fully when I come to speak of amplification. Meanwhile, I will content myself with the observation that the aim of appeal to the emotion is not merely to show the bitter and grievous nature of ills that actually are so, but also at once make ills, which are usually regarded as tolerable, seem unendurable, as for instance when we represent insulting words as inflicting more grievous injury than an actual blow, or represent disgrace as being worse than death. For the force of eloquence is such that it not merely compels the judge to the conclusion toward which the nature of the facts leads him, but awakens emotions which either do not naturally arise from the case, or are stronger than the case would suggest. This is known as deinosis, that is to say, language giving additional force to things unjust, cruel, or hateful, an accomplishment in which Demosthenes created immense and special effect. If I thought it sufficient to follow traditional rules, I should regard it as adequate treatment for this topic to omit nothing that I have read or been taught, provided that it be reasonably sound. But my design is to bring to light the secret principles of this art, and to open up the inmost recesses of the subject, giving the result not of teaching received from others, but of my own experience and the guidance of nature herself. The prime essential for stirring the emotions of others is, in my opinion, first to feel those emotions oneself. It is sometimes positively ridiculous to counterfeit grief, anger, and indignation if we content ourselves with accommodating our words and looks and make no attempt to adapt our feelings to the emotions to be expressed. What other reason is there for the eloquence with which mourners express their grief, or for the fluency which anger lends even to the uneducated, save the fact that their minds are stirred to power by the depth and sincerity of their feelings? Consequently, if we wish to give our words the appearance of sincerity, we must assimilate ourselves to the emotions of those who are genuinely so affected, and our eloquence must spring from the same feeling that we desire to produce in the mind of the judge. Will he grieve who can find no trace of grief in the words with which I seek to move him to grief? Will he be angry if the orator who seeks to kindle his anger shows no sign of laboring under the emotion which he demands from his audience? Will he shed tears if the pleader's eyes are dry? It is utterly impossible. Fire alone can kindle, and moisture alone can wet, nor can one thing impart any color to another, save that which it possesses itself. Accordingly, the first essential is that those feelings should prevail with us, that we wish to prevail with the judge, and that we should be moved ourselves before we attempt to move others. But how are we to generate these emotions in ourselves, since emotion is not in our power? I will try to explain as best I may. There are certain experiences which the Greeks call phantasiae and the Romans visions, whereby things absent are presented to our imagination with such extreme vividness that they seem actually to be before our very eyes. It is the man who is really sensitive to such impressions who will have the greatest power over the emotions. Some writers describe the possessor of this power of vivid imagination, whereby things, words, and actions are presented in the most realistic manner, by the Greek word euphantasiotos, and it is a power which all may readily acquire if they will. When the mind is unoccupied or is absorbed by fantastic hopes or daydreams, we are haunted by these visions of which I am speaking to such an extent that we imagine that we are traveling abroad, crossing the sea, fighting, addressing the people, or enjoying the use of wealth that we do not actually possess, and seem to ourselves not to be dreaming but acting. Surely, then, it may be possible to turn this form of hallucination to some profit. I am complaining that a man has been murdered. Shall I not bring before my eyes all the circumstances which it is reasonable to imagine must have occurred in such a connection? Shall I not see the assassin burst suddenly from his hiding-place, the victim tremble, cry for help, beg for mercy, or turn to run? Shall I not see the fatal blow delivered and the stricken body fall? Will not the blood, the deathly pallor, the groan of agony, the death rattle, be indelibly impressed upon my mind? From such impressions arises that energia which Cicero calls illumination and actuality, which makes us seem not so much to narrate as to exhibit the actual scene, while our emotions will be no less actively stirred than if we were present at the actual occurrence. Is it not from visions such as these that Virgil was inspired to write, "Sudden her fingers let the shuttle fall, and all the thread was spilled," or "In his smooth breast the gaping wound," or the description of the horse at the funeral of Pallas, his trappings laid aside, and how vivid was the image of death conceived by the poet when he wrote, "And dying sees his own dear Argive home." Again, when we desire to awaken pity, we must actually believe that the ills of which we complain have befallen our own selves, and must persuade our minds that this is really the case. We must identify ourselves with the persons of whom we complain, that they have suffered grievous, unmerited, and bitter misfortune, and must plead their case, and for a brief space feel their suffering as though it were our own, while our words must be such as we should use if we stood in their shoes. I have often seen actors, both in tragedy and comedy, leave the theatre still drowned in tears after concluding the performance of some moving role. But if the mere delivery of words written by another has the power to set our souls on fire with fictitious emotions, what will the orator do whose duty it is to picture to himself the facts, and who has it in his power to feel the same emotion as his client whose interests are at stake? Even in the schools, it is desirable that the student should be moved by his theme, and should imagine it to be true. Indeed, it is all the more desirable then, since, as a rule in scholastic declamations, the speaker more often appears as the actual litigant than as his advocate. Suppose we are impersonating an orphan, a shipwrecked man, or one in grave peril. What profit is there in assuming such a role, unless we also assume the emotions which it involves? I have thought it necessary not to conceal these considerations from my reader, since they have contributed to the acquisition of such reputation for talent as I possess or once possessed. I have frequently been so much moved while speaking that I have not merely been wrought upon to tears, but have turned pale and shown all the symptoms of genuine grief. End of chapter 2. Book 6, Chapter 3, Part 1 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. I now turn to a very different talent, namely that which dispels the graver emotions of the judge by exciting his laughter, frequently diverts his attention from the facts of the case, and sometimes even refreshes him and revives him when he has begun to be bored or wearied by the case. How hard it is to attain success in this connection is shown by the cases of the two great masters of Greek and Roman oratory. For many think that Demosthenes was deficient in this faculty, and that Cicero used it without discrimination. Indeed, it is impossible to suppose that Demosthenes deliberately avoided all display of humor, since his few jests are so unworthy of his other excellences that they clearly show that he lacked the power, not merely that he disliked to use it. Cicero, on the other hand, was regarded as being unduly addicted to jests, not merely outside the courts, but in his actual speeches as well. Personally, though whether I am right in this view or have been led astray by an exaggerated admiration for the prince of orators I cannot say, I regard him as being the possessor of a remarkable turn of wit. For his daily speech was full of humor, while in his disputes in court and in his examination of witnesses he produced more good jests than any other, while the somewhat insipid jokes which he launches against Verres are always attributed by him to others and produced as evidence. Wherefore, the more vulgar they are, the more probable is it that they are not the invention of the orator, but were current as public property. I wish, however, that Tiro, or whoever it may have been that published the 3 books of Cicero's jests, had restricted their number, and had shown more judgment in selecting than zeal in collecting them. For he would then have been less exposed to the censure of his calumniators, although the latter will, in any case, as in regard to all the manifestations of his genius, find it easier to detect superfluities than deficiencies. The chief difficulty which confronts the orator in this connection lies in the fact that sayings designed to raise a laugh are generally untrue, and falsehood always involves a certain meanness, and are often deliberately distorted, and further never complimentary, while the judgments formed by the audience on such jests will necessarily vary, since the effect of a jest depends not on the reason, but on an emotion which it is difficult, if not impossible, to describe. For I do not think that anybody can give an adequate explanation, though many have attempted to do so, of the cause of laughter, which is excited not merely by words or deeds, but sometimes even by touch. Moreover, there is great variety in the things which raise a laugh, since we laugh not merely at those words or actions which are smart or witty, but also at those which reveal folly, anger, or fear. Consequently, the cause of laughter is uncertain, since laughter is never far removed from derision. For, as Cicero says, laughter has its basis in some kind or other of deformity or ugliness, and whereas, when we point to such a blemish in others, the result is known as wit, it is called folly when the same jest is turned against ourselves. Now, though laughter may be regarded as a trivial matter, and an emotion frequently awakened by buffoons, actors, or fools, it has a certain imperious force of its own, which it is very hard to resist. It often breaks out against our will, and extorts confession of its power, not merely from our face and voice, but convulses the whole body as well. Again, it frequently turns the scale in matters of great importance, as I have already observed. For instance, it often dispels hatred or anger. A proof of this is given by the story of the young men of Tarentum, who had made a number of scurrilous criticisms of Pyrrhus over the dinner table. They were called upon to answer for their statements, and, since the charge was one that admitted neither of denial nor of excuse, they succeeded in escaping, thanks to a happy jest which made the king laugh. For one of the accused said, "Yes, and if the bottle hadn't been empty, we should have killed you," a jest which succeeded in dissipating the animosity which the charge had aroused. Still, whatever the essence of humor may be, and although I would not venture to assert that it is altogether independent of art, for it involves a certain power of observation, and rules for its employment have been laid down by writers both of Greece and Rome, I will insist on this much, that it depends mainly on nature and opportunity. The influence of nature consists not merely in the fact that one man is quicker or cleverer than another in the invention of jests, for such a power can be increased by teaching, but also in the possession of some peculiar charm of look or manner, the effect of which is such that the same remarks would be less entertaining if uttered by another. Opportunity, on the other hand, is dependent on circumstances, and is of such importance that, with its assistance, not merely the unlearned, but even mere country bumpkins are capable of producing effective witticisms, while much again may depend on some previous remark made by another, which will provide opportunity for repartee. For wit also appears to greater advantage in reply than in attack. We are also confronted by the additional difficulty that there are no specific exercises for the development of humor, nor professors to teach it. Consequently, while convivial gatherings and conversation give rise to frequent displays of wit, since daily practice develops the faculty, oratorical wit is rare, for it has no fixed rules to guide it, but must adapt itself to the ways of the world. There has, however, never been anything to prevent the composition of themes such as will afford scope for humor, so that our controversial declamations may have an admixture of jests, while special topics may be set which will give the young student practice in the play of wit. Nay, even those pleasantries in which we indulge on certain occasions of festive license, and to which we give the name of mots, as indeed they are, if only a little more good sense were employed in their invention, and they were seasoned by a slight admixture of seriousness, might afford a most useful training. As it is, they serve merely to divert the young and merrymakers. There are various names by which we describe wit, but we have only to consider them separately to perceive their specific meaning. First, there is urbanitas, which, I observe, denotes language with a smack of the city in its words, accent, and idiom, and further suggests a certain tincture of learning derived from associating with well-educated men. In a word, it represents the opposite of rusticity. The meaning of venustus is obvious. It means that which is said with grace and charm. Salsus is, as a rule, applied only to what is laughable, but this is not its natural application, although whatever is laughable should have the salt of wit in it. For Cicero, when he says that whatever has the salt of wit is Attic, does not say this because persons of the Attic school are specially given to laughter. And again, when Catullus says, "In all her body not a grain of salt," he does not mean that there is nothing in her body to give cause for laughter. When, therefore, we speak of the salt of wit, we refer to wit about which there is nothing insipid, wit, that is to say, which serves as a simple seasoning of language, a condiment which is silently appreciated by our judgment, as food is appreciated by the palate, with the result that it stimulates our taste and saves a speech from becoming tedious. But just as salt, if sprinkled freely over food, gives a special relish of its own, so long as it is not used to excess, so in the case of those who have the salt of wit, there is something about their language which arouses in us a thirst to hear. Again, I do not regard the epithet facetus as applicable solely to that which raises a laugh. If that were so, Horace would never have said that nature had granted Virgil the gift of being facetus in song. I think that the term is rather applied to a certain grace and polished elegance. This is the meaning which it bears in Cicero's letters, where he quotes the words of Brutus. In truth, her feet are graceful and soft as she goes delicately on her way. This meaning suits the passage in Horace, to which I have already made reference. To Virgil gave a soft and graceful wit. Jocus is usually taken to mean the opposite of seriousness. This view is, however, somewhat too narrow, for to feign, to terrify, or to promise are all at times forms of jesting. Dikakitas is no doubt derived from diko, and is therefore common to all forms of wit, but is specially applied to the language of banter, which is a humorous form of attack. Therefore, while the critics allow that Demosthenes was urbanus, they deny that he was dikax. The essence, however, of the subject which we are now discussing is the excitement of laughter, and consequently the whole of this topic is entitled perigeloiou by the Greeks. It has the same primary division as other departments of oratory, that is to say, It is concerned with things and words. The application of humor to oratory may be divided into 3 heads, for there are 3 things out of which we may seek to raise a laugh, to wit, others, ourselves, or things intermediate. In the first case, we either reprove or refute or make light of or retort or deride the arguments of others. In the second, we speak of things which concern ourselves in a humorous manner, and, to quote the words of Cicero, say things which have a suggestion of absurdity. For there are certain sayings which are regarded as folly if they slip from us unawares, but as witty if uttered ironically. The third kind consists, as Cicero also tells us, in cheating expectations, in taking words in a different sense from what was intended, and in other things which affect neither party to the suit, and which I have, therefore, styled intermediate. Further, things designed to raise a laugh may either be said or done. In the latter case, laughter is sometimes caused by an act possessing a certain amount of seriousness as well, as in the case of Marcus Cilius the praetor, who, when the consul Asauricus broke his curule chair, had another put in its place, the seat of which was made of leather thongs, by way of allusion to the story that the consul had once been scourged by his father. Sometimes, again, it is aroused by an act which passes the grounds of decency, as in the case of Cilius's box, a jest which was not fit for an orator or any respectable man to make. On the other hand, the joke may lie in some remark about a ridiculous look or gesture. Such jests are very attractive, more especially when delivered with every appearance of seriousness, for there are no jests so insipid as those which parade the fact that they are intended to be witty. Still, although the gravity with which a jest is uttered increases its attraction, and the mere fact that the speaker does not laugh himself makes his words laughable, there is also such a thing as a humorous look, manner, or gesture, provided always that they observe the happy mean. Further, a jest will either be free and lively, like the majority of those uttered by Aulus Galba, or abusive, like those with which Junius Bassus recently made us familiar, or bitter, like those of Cassius Severus, or gentle, like those of Domitius Afer. Much depends on the occasion on which a jest is uttered. For, in social gatherings and the intercourse of every day, a certain freedom is not unseemly in persons of humble rank, while liveliness is becoming to all. Our jests should never be designed to wound, and we should never make it our ideal at once lose a friend sooner than lose a jest. Where the battles of the courts are concerned, I am always better pleased when it is possible to indulge in gentle raillery, although it is, of course, permissible to be abusive or bitter in the words we use against our opponents, just as it is permissible to accuse them openly of a crime and to demand the last penalty of the law. But in the courts, as elsewhere, it is regarded as inhuman to hit a man when he's down, either because he is the innocent victim of misfortune, or because such attacks may recoil on those who make them. Consequently, the first points to be taken into consideration are who the speaker is, what is the nature of the case, who's the judge, who is the victim, and what is the character of the remarks that are made. It is most unbecoming for the orator to distort his features or use uncouth gestures, tricks that arouse such merriment in farce. No less unbecoming are ribald jests, and such as are employed upon the stage. As for the obscenity, it should not merely be banished from his language, but should not even be suggested. For even if our opponent has rendered himself liable to such a charge, our denunciation should not take the form of a jest. Further, although I want my orator to speak with wit, he must not give the impression of striving after it. Consequently, he must not display his wit on every possible occasion, but must sacrifice a jest sooner than sacrifice his dignity. Again, no one will endure an accuser who employs jests to season a really horrible case, nor an advocate for the defense who makes merry over one that calls for pity. Moreover, there is a type of judge whose temperament is too serious to allow him to tolerate laughter. It may also happen that a jest directed against an opponent may apply to the judge or to our own client, although there are some orators who do not refrain even from jests that may recoil upon themselves. This was the case with Sulpicius Longus, who, despite the fact that he was himself surpassingly hideous, asserted of a man against whom he was appearing in a case involving his status as a freeman, that even his face was the face of a slave. To this, Domitius Afer replied, "Is it your profound conviction, Longus, that an ugly man must be a slave? Insolence and arrogance are likewise to be avoided, nor must our jests seem unsuitable to the time or place, or give the appearance of studied premeditation, or smell of the lamp, while those directed against the unfortunate are, as I have already said, inhuman. Again, some advocates are men of such established authority and such known respectability that any insolence shown them would only hurt the assailant. As regards the way in which we should deal with friends, I have already given instructions. It is the duty not merely of an orator, but of any reasonable human being, when attacking one whom it is dangerous to offend, to take care that his remarks do not end in exciting serious enmity or the necessity for a groveling apology. Sarcasm that applies to a number of persons is injudicious. I refer to cases where it is directed against whole nations or classes of society, or against rank and pursuits which are common to many. A good man will see that everything he says is consistent with his dignity and the respectability of his character, for we pay too dear for the laugh we raise if it is at the cost of our own integrity. It is, however, a difficult task to indicate the sources from which laughter may be legitimately derived or the topics where it may be naturally employed. To attempt to deal exhaustively with the subject would be an interminable task and a waste of labor. For the topics suitable to jests are no less numerous than those from which we may derive reflections, as they are called, and are, moreover, identical with the latter. The powers of invention and expression come into play no less where jests are concerned, while, as regards expression, its force will depend in part on the choice of words, in part on the figures employed. Laughter, then, will be derived either from the physical appearance of our opponent or from his character as revealed in his words and actions, or from external sources. For all forms of raillery come under one or other of these heads. If the raillery is serious, we style it as severe. If, on the other hand, it is of a lighter character, we regard it as humorous. These themes for jest may be pointed out to the eye, or described in words, or indicated by some mote. It is only on rare occasions that it is possible to make them visible to the eye, as Gaius Julius did when Helvius Mancia kept clamoring against him. "I will show you what you're like," he cried, and then, as Mancia persisted in asking him to do so, pointed with his finger at the picture of a Gaul painted on a Cimbric shield, a figure to which Mancia bore a striking resemblance. There were shops round the forum, and the shield had been hung up over one of them by way of a sign. The narration of a humorous story may often be used with clever effect, and is a device eminently becoming to an orator. Good examples are the story told of Cepasius and Fabricius, which Cicero tells in the Procluentio, or the story told by Celius of the dispute between Decimus Laelius and his colleague, when they were both in a hurry to reach their province first. But in all such cases, the whole narrative must possess elegance and charm, while the orator's own contribution to the story should be the most humorous element. Take, for instance, the way in which Cicero gives a special relish to the flight of Fabricius. And so, just at the moment when he thought his speech was showing him at his best, and he had uttered the following solemn words designed to prove a master stroke of art. "Look at the fortunes of mankind, gentlemen. Look at the aged form of Gaius Fabricius." Just at that very moment, I say, when he had repeated the word look several times by way of making his words all the more impressive, he looked himself and found that Fabricius had slunk out of court with his head hanging down. I will not quote the rest of the passage, for it is well known, but he developed the theme still further, although the plain facts amount simply to this, that Fabricius had left the court. The whole of the story told by Silius is full of wit and invention, but the gem of the passage is its conclusion. He followed him, but now he crossed the straits. Whether it was in a ship or a fisherman's boat, no one knew. But the Sicilians, being of a lively turn of wit, said that he rode on a dolphin and effected his crossing like a second Arian. Cicero thinks that humor belongs to narrative and wit to sallies against the speaker's antagonist. Domitius' author showed remarkable finish in this department, for, while narratives of the kind I have described are frequent in his speeches, several books have been published of his witticisms as well. This latter form of wit lies not merely in sallies and brief displays of wit, but may be displayed at greater length. Witness the story told by Cicero in the second book of his De Oratory, in which Lucius Crassus dealt with Brutus, against whom he was appearing in court. Brutus was prosecuting Gnaeus Plancus, and had produced 2 readers, to show that Lucius Crassus, who was counsel for the defense, in the speech which he delivered on the subject of the colony of Narbo, had advocated measures contrary to those which he recommended in speaking of the Servilian law. Crassus, in reply, called for 3 readers, and gave them the dialogues of Brutus's father to read out. One of these dialogues was represented as taking place on his estate at Privernum, the second on his estate at Alba, and the third on his estate at Tibur. Crassus then asked where these estates were. Now, Brutus had sold them all, and in those days it was considered somewhat discreditable to sell one's paternal acres. Similar attractive effects of narrative may be produced by the narration of fables, or at times even of historical anecdotes. On the other hand, brevity in wit gives greater point and speed. It may be employed in 2 ways, according as we are the aggressors or are replying to our opponents. The method, however, in both cases is to some extent the same. For there is nothing that can be said in attack that cannot be used in riposte. But there are certain points which are peculiar to reply. For remarks designed for attack are usually brought ready-made into court after long thought at home, whereas those made in reply are usually improvised during a dispute or the cross-examination of witnesses. But though there are many topics on which we may draw for our jests, I must repeat that not all these topics are becoming to orators. Above all, double entendres and obscenity, such as is dear to the Atellan farce, are to be avoided, as also are those coarse jibes so common on the lips of the rabble, where the ambiguity of words is turned to the service of abuse. I cannot even approve of a similar form of jest that sometimes slipped out even from Cicero, though not when he was pleading in the courts. For example, once when a candidate, alleged to be the son of a cook, solicited someone else's vote in his presence, he said, "Ego quoque tibi favebo." I say words capable of 2 different meanings, but because such jests are rarely effective, unless they are helped out by actual facts as well as similarity of sound. For example, I regard the jest which Cicero leveled against that same Isauricus, whom I mentioned above, as being little less than sheer buffoonery. "I wonder," he said, "why your father, the steadiest of men, left behind him such a stripy gentleman as yourself." On the other hand, the following instance of the same type of wit is quite admirable. When Milo's accuser, by way of proving that he had lain in wait for Claudius, alleged that he had put up at Boville before the 9th hour in order to wait until Claudius left his villa, and kept repeating the question, "When was Claudius killed?" Cicero replied, "Late," a retort which in itself justifies us in refusing to exclude this type of wit altogether. Sometimes, too, The same word may be used not merely in several senses, but in absolutely opposite senses. For example, Nero said of a dishonest slave, "No one was more trusted in my house. There was nothing closed or sealed to him." Such ambiguity may even go so far as to present all the appearance of a riddle. Witness the jest that Cicero made at the expense of Platorius, the accuser of Fonteius. His mother, he said, kept a school while she lived and masters after she was dead. The explanation is that in her lifetime women of infamous character used to frequent her house, while after her death her property was sold. I may note, however, that ludus is used metaphorically in the sense of school, while magistri is used ambiguously. A similar form of jest may be made by use of the thing known as metalepsis, as when Fabius Maximus complained of the meagerness of the gifts made by Augustus to his friends, and said that his congiaria were heminaria, for congiarium implies at once liberality in a particular measure, and Fabius put a slight on the liberality of Augustus by reference to the measure. This form of jest is as poor as is the invention of punning names by the addition, subtraction, or change of letters. I find, for instance, a case where a certain Asiscalus was called Pasiscalus because of some compact which he had made, while one Placidus was nicknamed Acidus because of his sour temper, and one Tullius was dubbed Tullius because he was a thief. Such puns are more successful with things than with names. It was, for example, a neat hit of Offers when he said that Manlius Sura, who kept rushing to and fro while he was pleading, waving his hands, letting his toga fall and replacing it, was not merely pleading, but giving himself a lot of needless trouble. For there is a spice of wit about the word satagere in itself, even if there were no resemblance to any other word. Similar jests may be produced by the addition or removal of the aspirate, or by splitting up a word or joining it to another. The effect is generally poor, but the practice is occasionally permissible. Jests drawn from names are of the same type. Cicero introduces a number of such jests against Verres, but always as quotations from others. On one occasion he says that he would sweep everything away, for his name was Verres. On another that he had given more trouble to Hercules, whose temple he had pillaged, than was given by the Erymanthine boar. Or another that he was a bad priest, who had left so worthless a pig behind him. For Verres' predecessor was named Sacerdos. Sometimes, however, a lucky chance may give us an opportunity of employing such jests with effect, as, for instance, when Cicero in the Procaicina says of the witness Sextus Claudius Formio, he was not less black or less bold than the Formio of Terence. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Book 6, Chapter 3, Part 2 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. We may note, therefore, that jests which turn on the meaning of things are at once more pointed and more elegant. In such cases, resemblances between things produce the best effects, more especially if we refer to something of an inferior or more trivial nature, as in the jests of which our forefathers were so fond when they called Lentulus Spinther and Scipio Serapio. But such jests may be drawn not merely from the names of men, but from animals as well. For example, when I was a boy, Junius Bassus, one of the wittiest of men, was nicknamed the White Ass, and Sarmentus compared Messius Cicerus to a wild horse. The comparison may also be drawn from inanimate objects. For example, Publius Blasius called a certain Julius, who was dark, lean, and bent, the iron buckle. This method of raising a laugh is much in vogue today. Such resemblances may be put to the service of wit, either openly or allusively. Of the latter type is the remark of Augustus, made to a soldier who showed signs of timidity in presenting a petition. Don't hold it out as if you were giving a penny to an elephant. Some of these jests turn on similarity of meaning. Of this kind was the witticism uttered by Vatinius when he was prosecuted by Calvus. Vatinius was wiping his forehead with a white handkerchief, and his accuser called attention to the unseemliness of the act. Whereupon Vatinius replied, "Though I am on my trial, I go on eating white bread all the same." Still more ingenious is the application of one thing to another on the ground of some resemblance, that is to say, the adaptation to one thing of a circumstance which usually applies to something else, a type of jest which we may regard as being an ingenious form of fiction. For example, when ivory models of captured towns were carried in Caesar's triumphal procession, and a few days later wooden models of the same kind were carried at the triumph of Fabius Maximus, Chrysippus remarked that the latter were the cases for Caesar's ivory towns. And Peto said of a heavy-armed gladiator who was pursuing another armed with a net and failed to strike him, "He wants to catch him alive." Resemblance and ambiguity may be used in conjunction. Galba, for example, said to a man who stood very much at his ease when playing ball, "You stand as if you were one of Caesar's candidates." The ambiguity lies in the word stand, while the indifference shown by the player supplies the resemblance. I need to say no more on this form of humor, but the practice of combining different types of jest is very common, and those are best which are of this composite character. Thus, a Roman knight was once drinking at the games, and Augustus sent him the following message: "If I want to dine, I go home." To which the other replied, "Yes, but you are not afraid of losing your seat." Contraries fight rise to more than one kind of jest. For instance, the following jests made by Augustus and Galba differ in form. Augustus was engaged in dismissing an officer with dishonor from his service. The officer kept interrupting him with entreaties and said, "What shall I say to my father?" Augustus replied, "Tell him that I fell under your displeasure." Galba, when a friend asked him for the loan of a cloak, said, "I cannot lend it to you, as I am going to stay at home," the point being that the rain was pouring through the roof of his garret at the time. I will add a third example, although out of respect to its author I withhold his name. "You are more lustful than an eunuch," where we are surprised by the appearance of a word which is the very opposite of what we should have expected. Under the same heading, although it is quite different from any of the preceding, we must place the remark made by Marcus Vestinus when it was reported to him that a certain man was dead. "Some day, then, he will cease to stink," was his reply. But I shall overload this book with illustrations, and turn it into a common jest book, if I continue to quote each jest that was made by our forefathers. All forms of argument afford equal opportunity for jests. Augustus, for example, employed definition when he said of two ballet dancers who were engaged in a contest, "Turn and turn about," as to who could make the most exquisite gestures, that one was a dancer, and the other merely interrupted the dancing. Galba, on the other hand, made use of partition when he replied to a friend who asked him for a cloak, "It is not raining, and you don't need it. If it does rain, I shall wear it myself." Similar material for jests is supplied by genus, species, property, difference, conjugates, adjuncts, antecedents, consequents, contraries, causes, effects, and comparisons of things greater, equal, or less, as it is also by all forms of trope. Are not a large number of jests made by means of hyperbole? Take for instance Cicero's remark about a man who was remarkable for his height. He bumped his head against the Fabian arch. Or the remark made by Publius Oppius about the family of the Lentuli, to the effect that since the children were always smaller than their parents, the race would perish by propagation. Again, what of irony? Is not even the most severe form of irony a kind of jest? Afer made a witty use of it when he replied to Didius Gallus, who, after making the utmost efforts to secure a provincial government, complained on receiving the appointment that he had been forced into accepting. "Well, then, do something for your country's sake." Cicero also employed metaphor to serve his jest, when, on receiving a report of uncertain authorship to the effect that Vatinius was dead, he remarked, "Well, for the meantime, I shall make use of the interest." He also employed allegory in the witticism that he was fond of making about Marcus Caelius, who was better at bringing charges than at defending his client against them, to the effect that he had a good right hand but a weak left. As an example of the use of emphasis, I may quote the jest of Aulus Villius that Tussius was killed by his sword falling upon him. Figures of thought, which the Greeks call schemata dianoias, may be similarly employed, and some writers have classified jests under their various headings. For we ask questions, express doubts, make assertions, threaten, wish, and speak in pity or in anger. And everything is laughable that is obviously a pretense. It is easy to make fun of folly, for folly is laughable in itself, but we may improve such jests by adding something of our own. Titius Maximus put a foolish question to Campasius, who was leaving the theatre, when he asked him if he had been watching the play. "No," replied Campasius, "I was playing ball in the stalls," whereby he made the question seem even more foolish than it actually was. Refutation consists in denying, rebutting, defending, or making light of a charge, and each of these affords scope for humor. Manius Curius, for example, showed humor in the way in which he denied a charge that had been brought against him. His accuser had produced a canvas, in every scene of which he was depicted either as naked and in prison, or as being restored to freedom by his friends, paying off his gambling debts. His only comment was, "Did I never win then?" Sometimes we rebut a charge openly, as Cicero did when he refuted the extravagant lies of Vibius Curius about his age. "Well then," he remarked, "in the days when you and I used to practice declamation together, you were not even born." At other times we may rebut it by pretending to agree. Cicero, for example, when Fabia, the wife of Dolabella, asserted that her age was 30, remarked, "That is true, for I have heard it for the last 20 years. Sometimes, too, it is effective to add something more biting in place of the charge which is denied, as was done by Junius Bassus when Domitia, the wife of Passienus, complained that, by way of accusing her of meanness, he had alleged that she even sold old shoes. "No," he replied, "I never said anything of the sort. I said you bought them." A witty travesty of defense was once produced by a Roman knight who was charged by Augustus with having squandered his patrimony. "I thought it was my own," he answered. As regards making light of a charge, there are two ways in which this may be done. We may throw cold water on the excessive boasts of our opponent, as was done by Gaius Caesar when Pomponius displayed a wound in his face, which he had received in the rebellion of Sulpicius, and which he boasted he had received while fighting for Caesar. "You should never look round," he retorted, "when you are running away." Or we may do the same with some charge that is brought against us, as was done by Cicero when he remarked to those who reproached him for marrying Publilia, a young unwedded girl, when he was already over 60. "Well, she will be a woman tomorrow." Some style this type of jest consequent, and, on the ground that both jests seem to follow so naturally and inevitably, class it with the jest which Cicero levelled against Curio, who always began his speeches by asking indulgence for his youth. "You will find your exordium easier every day," he said. Another method of making light of a statement is to suggest a reason. Cicero employed this method against Vatinius. The latter was lame, and wishing to make it seem that his health was improved, said that he could now walk as much as 2 miles. "Yes," said Cicero, "for the days are longer." Again, Augustus, when the inhabitants of Tarraco reported that a palm had sprung up on the altar dedicated to him, replied, "That shows how often you kindle fire upon it." Cassius Severus showed his wit by transferring a charge made against him to a different quarter. For, when he was reproached by the praetor on the ground that his advocates had insulted Lucius Varus, an Epicurean and a friend of Caesar, he replied, "I do not know who they were who insulted him. I suppose they were Stoics." Of retorts, there are a number of forms, the wittiest being that which is helped out by a certain verbal similarity, as in the retort made by Trachellus to Suelius. The latter had said, "If that is the case, you go into exile," to which Trachellus replied, "And if it is not the case, you go back into exile." Cassius Severus baffled an opponent who reproached him with the fact that Proculeius had forbidden him to enter his house by replying, "Do I ever go there?" But one jest may also be defeated by another. For example, Augustus of blessed memory, when the Gauls gave him a golden necklet weighing 100 pounds, and Dolabella, speaking in jest, but with an eye to the success of his jest, said, "General, give me your necklet," replied, "I had rather give you the crown of oak leaves." So, too, one lie may be defeated by another. Galba, for instance, when someone told him that he once bought a lamprey 5 feet long for half a denarius in Sicily, replied, "There's nothing extraordinary in that, for they grow to such a length in those seas that the fishermen tie them round their waists in lieu of ropes." Then there is the opposite of denial, namely a feigned confession, which likewise may show no small wit. Thus Afer, when pleading against a freedman of Claudius Caesar, and when another freedman called out from the opposite side of the court, "You are always speaking against Caesar's freedmen," replied, "Yes, but I make precious little headway." A similar trick is not to deny a charge, though it is obviously false, and affords good opportunity for an excellent reply. For example, when Philippus said to Catullus, "Why do you bark so?" the latter replied, "I see a thief." To make jokes against oneself is scarcely fit for any save professed buffoons, and is strongly to be disapproved in an orator. This form of jest has precisely the same varieties as those which we make against others, and therefore I pass it by, although it is not infrequently employed. On the other hand, scurrilous or brutal jests, although they may raise a laugh, are quite unworthy of a gentleman. I remember a jest of this kind being made by a certain man against an inferior who had spoken with some freedom against him. "I will smack your head, and bring an action against you for having such a hard school." In such cases, it is difficult to say whether the audience should laugh or be angry. There remains the prettiest of all forms of humor, namely, the jest which depends for success on deceiving anticipations, or taking another's words in a sense other than he intended. The unexpected element may be employed by the attacking party, as in the example cited by Cicero. "What does this man lack save wealth and virtue?" Or in the remark of Afer, "For pleading causes he is most admirably dressed." Or it may be employed to meet a statement made by another, as it was by Cicero on hearing a false report on Vatinius's death. He had met one of the latter's freedmen and asked him, "Is all well?" The freedman answered, "All is well." To which Cicero replied, "Is he dead then?" But the loudest laughter of all is produced by simulation and dissimulation, proceedings which differ but little and are almost identical. But whereas simulation implies the pretense of having a certain opinion of one's own, dissimulation consists in feigning that one does not understand someone else's meaning. Afer employed simulation when his opponents in a certain case kept saying that Sulcina, who was an influential lady, knew all about the facts, and he, pretending to believe that she was a man, said, "Who is he?" Cicero, on the other hand, employed dissimulation when Sextus Analyst gave evidence damaging to the client whom he was defending, and the accuser kept pressing him with the question, "Tell me, Marcus Tullius, what have you to say about Sextus Analyst?" To which he replied by beginning to recite the 6th book of the Annals of Ennius, which commences with the line, "Who may the causes of vast war unfold?" This kind of jest finds its most frequent opportunity in ambiguity, as for example when Caecilius, on being consulted by a client who said, "I wish to divide my ship," replied, "You will lose it then." But there are also other ways of distorting the meaning. We may, for instance, give a serious statement a comparatively trivial sense, like the man who, when asked what he thought of a man who had been caught in the act of adultery, replied that he had been too slow in his movements. Of a similar nature are jests whose point lies in insinuation. Such was the reply which Cicero quotes as given to the man who complained that his wife had hung herself on a fig tree. "I wish," said someone, "you would give me a slip of that tree to plant." For there the meaning is obvious, though it is not expressed in so many words. Indeed, the essence of all wit lies in the distortion of the true and natural meaning of words. A perfect instance of this is when we misrepresent our own or another's opinions, or assert some impossibility. Juba misrepresented another man's opinion when he replied to one who complained of being bespattered by his horse. "What, do you think I'm a centaur?" Gaius Cassius misrepresented his own when he said to a soldier whom he saw hurrying into battle without his sword, "Shew yourself a handy man with your fists, comrade." So too did Galba, when served some fish that had been partially eaten the day before and had been placed on the table with the uneaten sides turned uppermost. "We must lose no time," he said, "for there are people under the table at work on the other side." Lastly, there is the jibe that Cicero made against Curius, which I have already cited, for it was clearly impossible that he should be still unborn at a time when he was already declaiming. There is also a form of misrepresentation which has its basis in irony, of which a saying of Gaius Caesar will provide an example. A witness asserted that the accused attempted to wound him in the thighs, and although it would have been easy to ask him why he attacked that portion of his body above all others, he merely remarked, "What else could he have done when you had a helmet and breastplate?" Best of all is it when pretense is met by pretense, as was done in the following instance by Domitius Afer. He had made his will long ago, and one of his more recent friends, in the hopes of securing a legacy if he could persuade him to change it, produced a fictitious story and asked him whether he should advise a senior centurion who, being an old man, had already made his will to revise it, to which Afer replied, "Don't do it, you will offend him." But the most agreeable of all jests are to which are good-humored and easily digested. Take another example from Afer. Noting that an ungrateful client avoided him in the forum, he sent his servant to him to say, "I hope you are obliged to me for not having seen you." Again, when his steward, being unable to account for certain sums of money, kept saying, "I have not eaten it. I live on bread and water," he replied, "Master Sparrow, pay what you owe." Such jests the Greeks style hypotoetos, or adapted to character. It is a pleasant form of jest to reproach a person with less than would be possible, as Afer did when, in answer to a candidate who said, "I have always shown my respect for your family," he replied, although he might easily have denied the statement, "You are right, it is quite true." Sometimes it may be a good joke to speak of oneself, while one may often raise a laugh by reproaching a person to his face with things that it would have been merely bad-mannered to bring up against him behind his back. Of this kind was the remark made by Augustus when a soldier was making some unreasonable request, and Marcianus, whom he suspected of intending to make some no less unfair request, turned up at the same moment. "I will no more grant your request, comrade, than I will that which Marcianus is just going to make." Apt quotation of verse may add to the effect of the wit. The lines may be quoted in their entirety without alteration, which is so easy a task that Ovid composed an entire book against bad poets out of lines taken from the quatrains of Macer. Such a procedure is rendered specially attractive if it be seasoned by a spice of ambiguity, as in the line which Cicero quoted against Lartius, a shrewd and cunning fellow who was suspected of unfair dealing in a certain case. Had not Ulysses Lartius intervened? Or the words may be slightly altered, as in the line quoted against the senator who, although he had always in private times been regarded as an utter fool, was, after inheriting an estate, asked to speak first on a motion. What men call wisdom is a legacy, where legacy is substituted for the original faculty. Or again, we may invent verses resembling well-known lines, a trick-styled parody by the Greeks. A neat application of proverbs may also be effective, as when one man replies to another, a worthless fellow, who had fallen down and asked to be helped to his feet. Let someone pick you up who does not know you. Or we may show our culture by drawing on legend for a jest, as Cicero did in the trial of Verres, when Hortensius said to him, as he was examining a witness, "I do not understand these riddles." "You ought to, then," said Cicero, "as you have got the Sphinx at home." Hortensius had received a bronze Sphinx of great value as a present from Verres. Effects of mild absurdity are produced by the simulation of folly, and would indeed themselves be foolish were they not fictitious. Take as an example the remark of the man who, when people wondered why he had bought a stumpy candlestick, said, "It will do for lunch." There are also sayings closely resembling absurdities which derive great point from their sheer irrelevance, like the reply of Dolabella's slave, who, on being asked whether his master had advertised a sale of his property, answered, "He has sold his house." Sometimes you may get out of a tight corner by giving a humorous explanation of your embarrassment, as the man did who asked a witness, who alleged that he had been wounded by the accused, whether he had any scar to show for it. The witness proceeded to show a huge scar on his thigh, on which he remarked, "I wish he had wounded you in the side." A happy use may also be made of insult. Hispo, for example, when the accuser charged him with scandalous crimes, replied, "You judge my character by your own." While Fulvius Propinquus, when asked by the representative of the emperor whether the documents which he produced were autographs, replied, "Yes, sir, and the handwriting is genuine too." Such I have either learned from others or discovered from my own experience to be the commonest sources of humor. But I must repeat that the number of ways in which one may speak wittily are of no less infinite variety than those in which one may speak seriously, for they depend on persons, place, time, and chances, which are numberless. I have therefore touched on the topics of humor, that I may not be taxed with having omitted them, but with regard to my remarks on the actual practice and manner of jesting, I venture to assert that they are absolutely indispensable. To these, Domitius Marsus, who wrote an elaborate treatise on urbanity, adds several types of saying, which are not laughable, but rather elegant sayings with a certain charm and attraction of their own, which are suitable even to speeches of the most serious kind. They are characterized by a certain urbane wit, but not of a kind to raise a laugh. And as a matter of fact, his work was not designed to deal with humor, but with urbane wit, a quality which he regards as peculiar to this city, though it was not till a late period that it was understood in this sense, after the word urbs had come to be accepted as indicating Rome without the addition of any proper noun. He defines it as follows: urbanity is a certain quality of language compressed into the limits of a brief saying, and adapted to delight and move men to every kind of emotion, but specially suitable to resistance or attack, according as the person or circumstances concerned may demand. But this definition, if we accept the quality of brevity, includes all the virtues of oratory, for it is entirely concerned with persons and things to deal with, which, in appropriate language, is nothing more nor less than the task of perfect eloquence. Why he insisted on brevity I do not know, since in the same book he asserts that many speakers have revealed their urbanity in narrative. And a little later, he gives the following definition, which is, as he says, based on the views expressed by Cato. Urbanity is the characteristic of a man who has produced many good sayings and replies, and who, whether in conversation, in social or convivial gatherings, in public speeches, or under any other circumstances, will speak with humor and appropriateness. If any orator do this, he will undoubtedly succeed in making his audience laugh. But if we accept these definitions, we shall have to allow the title of urbane to anything that is well said. It was natural, therefore, that the author of this definition should classify such sayings under three heads: serious, humorous, and intermediate, since all good sayings may be thus classified. But, in my opinion, there are certain forms of humorous saying that may be regarded as not possessing sufficient urbanity. For, to my thinking, urbanity involves the total absence of all that is incongruous, coarse, unpolished, and exotic, whether in thought, language, voice, or gesture, and resides not so much in isolated sayings as in the whole complexion of our language, just as for the Greeks, Atticism meant that elegance of taste that was peculiar to Athens. However, out of respect for the judgment of Marsus, who was a man of the greatest learning, I will add that he divides serious utterances into three classes: the honorific, the derogatory, and the intermediate. As an example of the honorific, he quotes the words uttered by Cicero in the Proligario, with reference to Caesar: "You who forget nothing save injuries." The derogatory he illustrates by the words used by Cicero of Pompey and Caesar in a letter to Atticus: "I know whom to avoid, but whom to follow I know not." Finally, he illustrates the intermediate, which he calls apophthegmatic, as it is, by the passage from Cicero's speech against Catiline, where he says, "Death can never be grievous to the brave, nor premature for one who has been consul, nor a calamity to one that is truly wise." All these are admirable sayings, but what special title they have to be called urbane, I do not see. If it is not merely, as I think, the whole complexion of our oratory that deserves this title, but if it is to be claimed for individual sayings as well, I should give the name only to those sayings that are of the same general character as humorous sayings, without actually being humorous. I will give an illustration of what I mean. It was said of Asinius Pollio, who had equal gifts for being grave or gay, that he was a man for all hours, and of a pleader who was a fluent speaker extempore, that his ability was all in ready money. Of the same kind, too, was the remark recorded by Marsus as having been made by Pompey to Cicero when the latter expressed distrust of his party: "Go over to Caesar, and you will be afraid of me." Had this last remark been uttered on a less serious subject, and with less serious purpose, or had it not been uttered by Pompey himself, we might have counted it among examples of humor. I may also add the words used by Cicero in a letter to Cerealia to explain why he endured the supremacy of Caesar so patiently. These ills must either be endured with the courage of Cato or the stomach of Cicero, for here again the word stomach has a spice of humor in it. I felt that I ought not to conceal my feelings on this point. If I am wrong in my views, I shall not, at any rate, lead my readers astray, since I have stated the opposite view as well, which they are at a liberty to adopt if they prefer it. End of chapter 3. Book 6, Chapter 4 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. With regard to the principles to be observed in forensic debate, it might seem that I should delay such instructions until I had finished dealing with all the details of continuous speaking, since such debates come after the set speeches are done. But since the art of debate turns on invention alone, does not admit of arrangement, has little need for the embellishments of style, and makes no large demand on memory or delivery, I think that it will not be out of place to deal with it here before I proceed to the second of the 5 parts, since it is entirely dependent on the first. Other writers have omitted to deal with it on the ground perhaps that they thought the subject had been sufficiently covered by their precepts on other topics. For debate consists in attack and defense, on which enough has already been said, since whatever is useful in a continuous speech for the purpose of proof must necessarily be of service in the brief and discontinuous form of oratory. For we say the same things in debate, though we say them in a different manner, since debate consists of questions and replies, a topic with which we have dealt fairly exhaustively in connection with the examination of witnesses. But since this work is designed on an ample scale, and since no one can be called a perfect orator unless he be an expert debater, we must devote a little special attention to this accomplishment as well, which, as a matter of fact, is not seldom the deciding factor in a forensic victory. For, just as the continuous speech is the predominant weapon in general questions of quality, where the inquiry is as to whether an act was right or wrong, and as a rule is adequate to clear up questions of definition and almost all those in which the facts are ascertained or inferred by conjecture from artificial proof, so, on the other hand, those cases which are the most frequent of all and depend on proofs which are either entirely inartificial or of a composite character, give rise to the most violent debates. In fact, I should say that there is no occasion when the advocate has to come to closer grips with his adversary. For all the strongest points of the argument have to be sharply impressed on the memory of the judge, while we have also to make good all the promises we may have made in the course of our speech, and to refute the lies of our opponents. There's no point of a trial where the judge's attention is keener, and even mediocre speakers have not, without some reason, acquired the reputation of being good speakers simply by their excellence in debate. Some, on the other hand, think they have done their duty to their clients by an ostentatious and fatiguing display of elaborate declamation, and straightway march out of court attended by an applauding crowd, and leave the desperate battle of debate to uneducated performers, who often are of but humble origin. As a result, in private suits, you will generally find that different counsel are employed to plead and to prove the case. If the duties of advocacy are to be thus divided, the latter duty must surely be accounted the more important of the two, and it is a disgrace to oratory that inferior advocates should be regarded as adequate to render the greater service to the litigants. In public cases, at any rate, the actual pleader is cited by the usher as well as the other advocates. For debate, the chief requisites are a quick and nimble understanding and a shrewd and ready judgment. For there is no time to think. The advocate must speak at once and return the blow almost before it has been dealt by his opponent. Consequently, while it is most important for every portion of the case that the advocate should not merely have given a careful study to the whole case, but that he should have it at his fingers' ends, when he comes to the debate, it is absolutely necessary that he should possess a thorough acquaintance with all the persons, instruments, and circumstances of time and place involved. Otherwise, he will often be reduced to silence and forced to give a hurried assent to those who prompt him as to what he should say, suggestions which are often perfectly fatuous, owing to excess of zeal on the part of the prompter. As a result, it sometimes happens that we are put to the blush by too ready acceptance of the foolish suggestions of another. Moreover, we have to deal with others beside these prompters who speak for our ear alone. Some go so far as to turn the debate into an open brawl. For you may sometimes see several persons shouting angrily at the judge and telling him that the arguments thus suggested are contrary to the truth, and calling his attention to the fact that some point which is prejudicial to the case has been deliberately passed over in silence. Consequently, the skilled debater must be able to control his tendency to anger. There is no passion that is a greater enemy to reason, while it often leads an advocate right away from the point and forces him both to use gross and insulting language and to receive it in return. Occasionally, it will even excite him to such an extent as to attack the judges. Moderation, and sometimes even long-suffering, is the better policy, for the statements of our opponents have not merely to be refuted. They are often best treated with contempt, made light of, or held up to ridicule. Methods which afford unique opportunity for the display of wit. This injunction, however, applies only so long as the case is conducted with order and decency. If, on the other hand, our opponents adopt turbulent methods, we must put on a bold front and resist their impudence with courage. For there are some advocates so brazen-faced that they bluster and bellow at us, interrupt us in the middle of a sentence, and try to throw everything into confusion. While, then, it would be wrong to pay them the compliment of imitation, we must nonetheless repel their onslaughts with vigor by crushing their insolence and making frequent appeals to the judges or presiding magistrates to insist on the observance of the proper order of speaking. The debater's task is not one that suits a meek temper or excessive modesty, and we are apt to be misled, because that which is really weakness is dignified by the name of honesty. But the quality which is the most serviceable in debate is acumen, which, while it is not the result of art, for natural gifts cannot be taught, may nonetheless be improved by art. In this connection, the chief essential is never for a moment to lose sight either of the question at issue or the end which we have in view. If we bear this in mind, we shall never descend to mere brawling, nor waste the time allotted to the case by indulging in abuse, while we shall rejoice if our adversary does so. Those who have given a careful study to the arguments that are likely to be produced by their opponents, or the replies which may be made by themselves, are almost always ready for the fray. There is, however, a further device available, which consists in suddenly introducing into the debate arguments which were deliberately concealed in our set speech. It is a procedure which resembles a surprise attack, or a sally from an ambush. The occasion for its employment arises when there is some point to which it is difficult to improvise an answer, though it would not be difficult to meet if time were allowed for consideration. For solid and irrefutable arguments are best produced at once in the actual pleading, in order that they may be repeated and treated at greater length. I think I need hardly insist on the necessity for the avoidance in debate of mere violence and noise and such forms of pleasantry as are dear to the uneducated. For unscrupulous violence, although annoying to one's antagonist, makes an unpleasant impression on the judge. It is also bad policy to fight hard for points which you cannot prove, for where defeat is inevitable, it is wisest to yield, since, if there are a number of other points in dispute, we shall find it easier to prove what remains, while, if there is only one point at issue, surrender with a good grace will generally secure some mitigation of punishment. For obstinacy in the defense of a suit, more especially after detection, is simply the commission of a fresh fault. While the battle still rages, the task of luring on our adversary when he has once committed himself to error, and of forcing him to commit himself as deeply as possible, even to the extent at times of being puffed up with extravagant hopes of success, requires great prudence and skill. It is therefore wise to conceal some of our weapons. Our opponents will often press their attack and stake everything on some imagined weakness of our own, and will give fresh weight to our proofs by the instancy with which they demand us to produce them. It may even be expedient to yield ground which the enemy thinks advantageous to himself, for, in grasping at the fancied advantage, he may be forced to surrender some greater advantage. At times, too, it may serve our purpose to give him a choice between two alternatives, neither of which he can select without damage to his cause. Such a course is more effective in debate than in a set speech, for the reason that in the latter we reply to ourselves, while in the former our opponent replies, and thereby delivers himself into our hands. It is above all the mark of a shrewd debater to perceive what remarks impress the judge and what he rejects. This may often be detected from his looks, and sometimes from some action or utterance. Arguments which help us must be pressed home, while it will be wise to withdraw as gently as possible from such as are of no service. We may take a lesson from doctors who continue or cease to administer remedies according as they note that they are received or rejected by the stomach. Sometimes, if we find difficulty in developing our point, it is desirable to raise another question and to divert the attention of the judge to it, if this be feasible. For what can you do if you are unable to answer an argument, save invent another to which your opponent can give no answer? In most respects, the rules to be observed in debate are, as I have said, identical with those for the cross-examination of witnesses, the only difference lying in the fact that the debate is a battle between advocates, whereas cross-examination is a fight between advocate and witness. To practice the art of debate is, however, far easier, for it is most profitable to agree with a fellow student on some subject, real or fictitious, and to take different sides, debating it as would be done in the courts. The same may also be done with the simpler class of questions. I would further have an advocate realize the order in which his proofs should be presented to the judge. The method to be followed is the same as in arguments. The strongest should be placed first and last. For those which are presented first, dispose the judge to believe us, and those which come last to decide in our favor. Chapter 5. Having dealt with these points to the best of my ability, I should have had no hesitation in proceeding to discuss arrangement, which is logically the next consideration, did I not fear that, since there are some who include judgment under the head of invention, they might think that I had deliberately omitted all discussion of judgment, although personally I regard it as so inextricably blent with and involved in every portion of this work, that its influence extends even to single sentences or words, and it is no more possible to teach it than it is to instruct the powers of taste and smell. Consequently, all I can do is now and hereafter to show what should be done or avoided in each particular case, with a view thereby to guide the judgment. What use then is it for me to lay down general rules to the effect that we should not attempt impossibilities, that we should avoid whatever contradicts our case or is common to both, and shun all incorrectness or obscurity of style? In all these cases, it is common sense that must decide, and common sense cannot be taught. There is no great difference, in my opinion, between judgment and sagacity, except that the former deals with evident facts, while the latter is concerned with hidden facts, or such as have not yet been discovered, or still remain in doubt. Again, judgment is more often than not a matter of certainty, while sagacity is a form of reasoning from deep-lying premises, which generally weighs and compares a number of arguments, and in itself involves both invention and judgment. But here again, you must not expect me to lay down any general rules, for sagacity depends on circumstances, and will often find its scope in something preceding the pleading of the cause. For instance, in the prosecution of Verres, Cicero seems to have shown the highest sagacity in preferring to cut down the time available for his speech rather than allow the trial to be postponed to the following year, when Quintus Hortensius was to be consul. And again, in the actual pleading, sagacity holds the first and most important place, for it is the duty of sagacity to decide what we should say and what we should pass by in silence or postpone, whether it is better to deny an act or to defend it, when we should employ an exordium and on what lines it should be designed, whether we should base our plea on law or equity, and what is the best order to adopt, while it must also decide on all the nuances of style and settle whether it is expedient to speak harshly, gently, or even with humility. But I have already given advice on all these points, as far as each occasion permitted, and I shall continue to do the same in the subsequent portions of this work. In the meantime, however, I will give a few instances to make my meaning clearer, since it is not possible, in my opinion, to do so by laying down general rules. We praise Demosthenes for his sagacity, because when he urged a policy of war upon the Athenians after they had met with a series of reverses, he pointed out that so far their action had been entirely irrational, for they might still make amends for their negligence, whereas if they had made no mistakes, they would have had no ground for hopes of better success in the future. Again, since he feared to give offense if he taxed the people with lack of energy in defending the liberties of their country, he preferred to praise their ancestors for their courageous policy. Thus, he gained a ready hearing, with the natural result that the pride which they felt in the heroic past made them repent of their own degenerate behavior. If we turn to Cicero, we shall find that one speech alone, the Procluentio, will suffice to provide a number of examples. The difficulty is to know what special exhibition of sagacity to admire most in his speech. His opening statement of the case, by which he discredited the mother whose authority pressed so hardly on her son? The fact that he preferred to throw the charge of having bribed the jury back upon his opponents, rather than deny it on account of what he calls the notorious infamy of the verdict? Or his recourse, last of all, to the support of the law in spite of the odious nature of the affair, a method by which he would have set the judges against him but for the fact that he had already softened their feelings towards him? Or the skill which he shows in stating that he had adopted this course in spite of the protests of his client? What again am I to select as an outstanding instance of his sagacity in the Promilone? The fact that he refrains from proceeding to his statement of facts until he has cleared the ground by disposing of the previous verdicts against the accused? The manner in which he turns the odium of the attempted ambush against Claudius, although, as a matter of fact, the encounter was a pure chance? The way in which he, at one and the same time, praised the actual deed and showed that it was forced upon his client? Or the skill with which he avoided making Milo plead for consideration and undertook the role of suppliant himself? It would be an endless task to quote all the instances of his sagacity, how he discredited Cotta, how he put forward his own case in defense of Ligarius and saved Cornelius by his bold admission of the facts. It is enough, I think, to say that there is nothing, not merely in oratory, but in all the tasks of life, that is more important than sagacity, and that without it all formal instruction is given in vain, while prudence unsupported by learning will accomplish more than learning unsupported by prudence. It is sagacity again that teaches us to adapt our speech to circumstances of time and place, and to the persons with whom we are concerned. But, since this topic covers a wide field, and is intimately connected with eloquence itself, I shall reserve my treatment of it till I come to give instructions on the subject of appropriateness in speaking. End of chapter 5. End of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, Vol.2, translated by H.E. Butler.